Hello and welcome back to another series of Breaking Bad Influence, the third and penultimate series no less. And tell me this, if you were going to revamp Bad Influence, give it a fresh coat of paint and make it appeal to the teenagers of the mid to late 90s, what game would you pick to base that theme on? It needs to be something gritty, it needs to be big and bombastic, and it definitely does not need to be Rise of the Bloody Robots. So that's an unfortunate choice, right?
Hello from Bad Influence, a brand new series, amazing new title, fantastic new sets, same old presenters.
We're hot though, Andy.
We are!
Debatable.
And so are the Bad Influence review panel.
Too far, Violet. This week we've got a review of the best Game Boy game ever made, Donkey Kong, another feature about voice-to-text applications, and Andy gets mauled to death by a guy in a Halloween mask and a Chinese dinner lady in order to promote Mortal Kombat 2 or 3 or something, and Zed Wright goes somewhere in the world to look at Earthworm Jim. Rood has some new digs. They've swapped the shed for a basement, really getting down and dingy with this new theme that's definitely not taking cues from Games Master. He's also calling himself Furtler to the Stars, which makes him sound like some sort of fluffer. I think we all know that's the last thing Hollywood needs. And he's just heard about the Flannel Shirt fan club.
You put me down for life membership. Right, we start the new series with a major breakthrough in games technology. You can now play Tetris in colour.
You know, I think he's being sarcastic here, but I genuinely can't tell. He doesn't do his sarcasm in the usual Andy way by laughing at himself and gurning at the camera. Obviously, he's talking about the new Super Game Boy for the SNES. And Jesus, Andy, don't bang it like that. That thing's an antique.
But what if you don't like the colours that the computer selects for you? Well, you can change them. If you just press left and right together on the controller, you can get to this colour palette down the bottom of the screen, and there are lots of different selections that you can have. Each of these 8 selections has 4 palettes, and the 4 palettes have 4 colour options, so there are 32 different options. You can also doodle on it as well if you like, because there's a little paint package here over the side. So by selecting a crayon and a colour, you can draw all around the edge of your game.
Clearly not doing it right unless you draw a massive dick.
But is it worth 50 quid? Well, our games panel certainly thought so, but personally, if I had 50 quid to spare, I think I'd spend it on a new game for my SNES.
Good advert that, Andy. Screw what everyone else thinks. Don't waste your money on this. Buy Rise of the Robots.
On the other hand, there are quite a few excellent Game Boy games around, and it's great to be able to see them properly. Some Game Boy games are being written specifically with the Super Game Boy in mind, and this is one of the first, Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is the original video game veteran.
I think there's quite a few video game veterans that would argue with you on that point. Moving on to the reviews section then, and prepare yourselves because this has all changed as well. The reviews are now about 30 seconds long, the video feeds are on a weird slant, about 60% of the screen is taken up with a gross framing device, and honestly, it's all just turned to shite. At least we've got Anti-Violence Kid though, eh? Some things never change.
This is a smart puzzle game.
It's not a puzzle game, it's just got puzzles in it. First sentence from a Bad Influence reviewer of the new series, and I'm already outraged.
The first 4 levels are a bit dull. Once you get through them, things improve dramatically.
So he doesn't like the original levels, which are based on the arcade original. So basically, Anti-Violence Kid is saying that everything you have ever loved in your life is bad and wrong.
I'm into the main body of the game now, and this is where the puzzles get a lot more exciting. You can do a really snazzy move on this washing line. If you press up, you spin round and round, and then I can get onto the level above. There's loads of things to do, loads of bonuses to collect. The thing I'm going for is that key. I missed it.
I missed it? Mate, you weren't even on the same side of the screen.
You can pick up the bin. Kill the pigs, that's loads of fun. Kill the pig. That's loads of fun. Kill the pig. This is a bonus level, which really varies the gameplay.
Does it really vary the gameplay? You press a button 3 times. It's a minor diversion. At no point playing through this game do you ever think, oh, I tell you what, these platforming sections are really good, but I just fancy pressing a button 3 times. That'll spice things up.
This is a fruit machine. What you've got to do is stop the wheels and get the same symbols, and then you win extra lives. I've got nothing.
Story of your life. Just to show you how quick these reviews fly by now, here's the rest of the talking heads unedited.
I love it. The puzzles are great, and the monkey's real cute too.
This is the game to have. It's nearly perfect.
Thanks for gutting my favourite part of the show, Bad Influence. I guess you had to make room for repeat features about voice to text.
And so the final scores for Donkey Kong. Both the boys and the girls gave it a maximum 5 out of 5.
They've even removed the bloody stars and the dancing dinosaurs. What's the point in telling us the importance of stars for 2 entire series if you're then going to flush them down the steampunk toilet? Bloody hell. This wide shot really gives off some Laser Quest vibes, I have to say.
Our panel is made up of expert games players who, unlike the journalists who write reviews for the magazines, actually buy games.
Oh, here we go again.
Now, the mark given by the panel mainly reflects one aspect of the game, and that's playability, or, if you like, the fun factor.
Oh, wow. So they're actually just changing the scoring system rules entirely now. This should be good.
Under our new system, Tetris would get a 5. The graphics and sound couldn't be simpler, but it's addictive to play. On the other hand, the beautiful-looking microcosm on the Mega CD would get a 1. Driving a craft that you have very little control over through various similar internal passages is about as much fun as helping Namrood catalogue his Anorak collection.
Wait a minute, what? Didn't they give this thing a half-decent score in the last series?
This is a really original game. Every level set in a different part of the body. It's not the most challenging game I've played, but deserves 4 stars for great graphics and excellent gameplay.
This is a really good idea, and the graphics are brilliant.
A lot of thought and attention has gone into the graphics of this game. It looks fantastic and plays well too.
And the scores for Microcosm, both the girls and the boys gave it a macro 4 out of 5. It's about as much fun as helping Namrood catalogue his Anorak collection. Nowadays, with all the new hardware around, it's virtually impossible to write a bad-looking and sounding game.
I've come to Southern California on an important mission to track down the famous games producer, David Perry. He's British. He programmed 2 major hits of the last 2 years, Cool Spot and Aladdin. And he set up his new company, Shiny Entertainment, right here in Laguna Beach.
I love the direction on this piece. Zed, can you go and stand far, far, far over there and walk toward the camera, and then when you say beach, we're going to zoom out to a wide shot and reveal that you're definitely on a beach, even though you can clearly see you're on a beach.
And this is Shiny's first game, Earthworm Jim. Jim is not like other superheroes. He's an earthworm.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
And this is Dave Perry. He's not like other games programmers. He's very tall.
What?
He's very tall.
Okay.
California rule number 1.
Goodness.
You don't wear your new training shoes on the beach.
And I was only walking that close to the water because the director told me to.
What does this have to do with anything?
Basically, Animotion, instead of drawing our graphics just using the computer, we've gone back to the old-fashioned way.
Ah, my favourite interview technique. Make the person talking run around playing basketball so you can't understand a word they're saying.
Now he's stuck with saving the planet from weird and wonderful baddies, including his arch-rival, Cyclone.
The good thing about being an earthworm is the earthworm, you can actually use the head as an extra arm, which lets you fly in all directions while traveling.
I love the way Zed is just stood off to the side here being enthusiastic. You can tell he really wants to get his hands on the game and play it, but this tall dude is like, no, you'll watch me play today, child.
Earthworm Jim is going to take over the world next year. As well as a range of figures and toys, he'll have his own cartoon TV series. Oh, and of course, next year's big game, Earthworm Jim 2.
Great looking game, exclamation mark.
Andy's learning how to read.
This is the first word processor that you can talk.
How is it the first when you've already shown one in the last series? Do these guys have the memory of goldfish?
When I want the microphone to switch on and off, I have to keep saying wake up and go to sleep. This is so that the computer doesn't get confused between when I'm talking to it and when I'm talking to you. So here we go. Wake up, dear Violet, comma, new paragraph.
So much easier and faster than using a keyboard.
You, question mark, go to sleep. Well, so far so good, but as you know, there are words in the English language which sound the same, but mean completely different things and are spelt differently. Let's see if the computer can cope with that. Wake up, it's not a knot. Go to sleep. I'm ready, I've spent hours talking to it, it's learned my voice, I reckon I'm ready for anything.
You said it, Andy, so stand by for the ultimate challenge. Meet Justine, the fastest office angel in the north.
Oh my word, are they really going to do this? Do they even need to bother putting this to the test? You don't even have to get the fastest typist to beat this bloody thing. Just get someone who knows their way around a keyboard and you're leaving them in the dust.
Flyer, and he plodding behind it.
Fastest.
Mind you, Justine is 90 words a minute.
Okay, look, sound mixing guy, you might want to make Violet's microphone a bit louder than Andy's, because Violet's the one doing the commentary. I don't need to hear Andy slowly saying words, do I?
Is it, which means
April.
prize for Justine. Congratulations.
Well worth taking a day off work for. Rood's got a cheat for Zool 2 that allows you to skip levels, the only cheat you really need for Zool 2, let's be honest. I'm pretty sure they've already given us this cheat before, mind, but that could have been the original Zool, which, let's be honest, is basically the same thing.
The computer game season was officially pronounced open this week, with not only the return of your favourite TV show, but also the most important computer games event of the year, the European Computer Trade Show.
Violet's been sent off to some electronics event while Andy runs away from Mortal Kombat characters. I wonder what exciting new hardware she'll discover.
Philips have relaunched the CDI with a new lighter box,
Oh dear.
a cheaper price and a funny looking controller. Like the 3DO, they're still concentrated on a range of different CDs. At the moment, they're particularly concentrating on games, with the excellent looking Burnside coming out at the end of October.
Excellent looking in speech marks, I suspect.
Hitting the shops at last with the 3DO.
Oh god, stop.
Audio CDs, photo CDs, and with an attachment that will come out later, video CDs. At around 400 quid, it's not cheap, but it does come with a game. It's Total Eclipse. This is the PlayStation, well, the next generation of super consoles.
That camera work makes me feel ill.
Some say home virtual reality is going to be the next big thing.
Give it another quarter of a century, Violet, you might be onto something.
The last word from this show is emulator. That's a nifty bit of kit that makes one machine act like another.
Not quite, but go on.
Now this PC's already got a 3DO emulator slotted into it, which means you can go straight from the boring stuff to playing Road Rash. You never know who you're going to come across at shows. This is a game tag from the Czech Republic. So does that mean you get bad influence from the Czech Republic?
Yeah, I think Bad Influence is so popular, so our magazine Excalibur.
Wait, stop the presses. Bad Influence is big in the Czech Republic. That's news, but also Bad Excalibur. What? Is that what it's called over there? Is it just the name of the magazine? Why is that the name of the magazine? I've got so many questions.
Brilliant. Who's your favourite? Is it Andy?
No.
Is it me?
I think no.
Who is it then?
This guy.
Oh no! I think Rood is an international superstar. Well, in the Czech Republic anyway.
Next game review is Jungle Book for the SNES, and you'd have thought with their new teenagery look they'd start picking some games that fit the bill a bit more. I feel like I've seen them review about 30 different Disney games at this point, and 10 of them have been Jungle Book.
This is exactly what you expect from a Disney spin-off. It looks and sounds great, but there aren't many surprises in the gameplay.
Sarah's not a fan. What about Anti-Violence Kid?
It's fun to play and it looks tops. What more do you want from a platform game?
Many, many things.
Picture's great, but after a while I got a bit bored.
This is great, but after a while I got bored. Just a fantastic piece of journalism.
And the scores for Jungle Book. The girls gave it an average 3 out of 5, but the boys went one better, 4 out of 5.
This scoring system makes just as little sense as it ever did. They revamped the entire thing, and it's still all over the shop. What does this even mean now? The game plays better when you have a penis? Ovaries reduce your enjoyment of Jungle Book? What does it all mean, Bad Influence?
Look out, Street Fighters. There are 4 new challenges to your crown.
Next up, it's another version of Street Fighter. Curious to see if they shit on the game for being yet another iteration like they did last time, or the new scoring system completely throws all of that out the window.
For £60, I was expecting more in the way of new improved bits, but the new characters are fun to experiment with. Cammy is easily my favourite of the new characters. She's really agile and she's got some brilliant moves there for cannon drill. The animation in this game is absolutely brilliant, but the speech isn't up to much. Most of the attention's gone on Cammy. It's a shame the other characters aren't as good as her.
Most of the attention has gone on Cammy? What? No.
The new characters are pretty similar to the old ones.
What? No! I've got no words.
And the scores for Super Street Fighter 2. The girls gave it an above average but less than perfect 4 out of 5, and so did the boys.
So once again, the original Street Fighter 2 is, according to Bad Influence, the best version of Street Fighter 2. It's not though, is it, you mentalists?
That's not good. Hello, slimy turtlers.
Goodbye.
Now, unless you've had your head in a boxing glove for the last year, you'll know that tomorrow sees the release of Mortal Kombat 2.
Andy's being bullied again.
Two of the characters of Mortal Kombat 2. Guys, welcome to Bad Influence. So, why did they choose you?
Raiden doesn't need an invitation.
Oh, that's right, I'm glad we've got that sorted out. Mortal Kombat is just one of the latest games to use digitization. So apart from standing in front of a blue screen, what else did you have to do?
In order to learn the secret of the blue screen, you must go at it with a round with me and Baraka.
Those guys take their jobs very seriously. This week's prize is a SNES, a Super Game Boy, and Donkey Kong. A fine prize to start us off.
You can't win if you don't get permission.
That's about it, excuse me? And you?
Violet making sure Andy doesn't get his dinner money stolen is just what I imagine happens every day on set. That's the end of the show, so it's Data Blast time. Oh, it's not Data Blast time. They've got rid of that as well. It's credits time. So in summary then, Bad Influence has hit puberty and has a grimy metal fetish. The Bad Influence review kids have had their screen time cut in half, but they still can't score things for toffee. And Andy Crane is a victim of workplace bullying. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Breaking Bad Influence, the show that's starting to grow strange hair down below. This week we're talking about hippies for the most loose of reasons.
Hey, peace and love, man, and welcome to the groovy Bad Influence, where we'll be looking at the brand new Woodstock CD-ROM.
I'm sure you're as excited as I am. We've also got a review of Mortal Kombat 2, in which Andy can revel in the violence.
Mortal Kombat 2 on the SNES with all the golden bits.
We also get a look at everyone's favourite multimedia box, the 3DO.
But has it been worth the wait?
Nope.
And I'll be sailing the cyber seas.
Okay, now, this doesn't happen very often in Zed's section, so I'm going to give him this one. That looks cool. That looks very cool. It only took 3 series, but we got there.
But first, you could be thinking, I wish I had a t-shirt like Violet's, or then again, perhaps not. Either way, you can now design your own t-shirt transfers using a home computer and some special new printer paper. Earlier today, I got my camcorder and I grabbed a video still of our Violet the hippie here. We'll just use a simple paint package. We can cut round Violet's head. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but never mind. There we are. We can take her out like that. And we want to put her against a nice background. You can put her over here, say. Now, every good T-shirt, of course, has a phrase or saying on it, and we can have, what would be appropriate? Love and... Whoops.
All very interesting, I'm sure you'll agree.
Hippies. I hate hippies. Hippies are hideous, horrible, hopeless, and disgusting.
Rood is basically just Cartman at this point, right?
Number 1, long hair, often in a stupid ponytail. Number 2, the irritating way they say things like, wow, man, and nice one. And number 3, and the most important way to spot a hippie, the smell. Ugh, wait a minute.
Our main review this week is Mortal Kombat 2 on the SNES.
Okay, so Bad Influence logic time here. The upgrades to Street Fighter have each had their scores pinched for just being another iteration of Street Fighter 2, and Mortal Kombat might be classed as a sequel, but essentially it's the same game as the first, but with some new characters and backgrounds and animations and whatnot. Some might say it's an iteration on the original Mortal Kombat, yeah? So with that being said, if this gets 5 out of 5 across the board, Bad Influence can go and boil itself.
This is a perfect conversion.
No, it's not. Also, welcome back, Lakesh. Don't let me down.
He's just changed into Kitana now, and I'm going to try and... got him. Right, the fatality moves are very hard to pull out, but I'm going to try and get it. Got it.
What sort of response was that?
If you don't like the Gar and can't stand the fatality moves, you can always do a friendship move. Here's Liu Kang dancing and celebrating Cage's death.
I'm not sure he's celebrating his death. He's just been knocked out.
And the first beat-em-up, which isn't overshadowed by Street Fighter 2.
It's fantastic fun, especially in two-player mode.
It's slick, smooth, and brilliantly gory. It's a touch of genius.
It's getting 5 out of 5, isn't it?
All around me are familiar faces.
Hey, peace and love. Now, if your mum and dad are sad old hippies, get them in the room now, because this is for them.
Harsh.
You may not know it, but this year marks the 25th anniversary of the legendary music festival Woodstock. Now, of course, there's books and audio CDs, but now there's the interactive CD-ROM. Now, the disc features all kinds of different information, and although you may not have heard loads of the tracks, it still features legendary performers, such as Roger Daltrey from The Who. The Who? Ask Andy.
Who is this for? Like, all of it. I want to know who the product is aimed at, because I really can't think of many people in the mid-90s that would buy this. But also, I want to know why they're featuring it in a segment on Bad Influence, whose audience wouldn't give half a doobie brother about bloody Woodstock.
But this is the best bit. You can paint all kinds of symbols with the mouse, and all the symbols are icons of the 60s, and you can also get music tracks and videos of the era from the festival to play along to make an altogether crazy psychedelic happening.
This looks truly awful.
Orlando in Florida is the most popular tourist destination in America, and with good reason. Apart from the occasional thunderstorm, the weather is always good.
80% of the time, the weather is good all the time.
It's the perfect place for the virtual tourist. You can cruise the information superhighways, hang out in hyperspace, and sightsee in silicone.
I miss this kind of terminology. Surfing the information superhighways sounds so much fancier than wanking off to Pornhub.
Almost every stand has some form of game or ride. This is my favorite.
It's called Virtual Adventures, the Loch Ness Expedition. The idea is that you're in the submarine race to save the Loch Ness Monster's eggs. And unlike many virtual worlds, you experience this one as a team.
Look how cool this is. Why can't we have things like this everywhere? We peaked in 1994 as a species, I'm sure of it.
Elsewhere at the show, other virtual tourists were getting their sea legs in a demo version of a virtual voyage on the good ship Cutty Sark. Landlubbers like me were better off trying out drier sports like Formula One racing.
I want to be there right now. I can't believe we're celebrating billionaires flying around in space when in the mid-90s, people in America had magical fake cars that you could sit in and drive. There should be one of these in every household. I'm shocked and upset.
Downhill skiing.
This is Apehead Shred. You control this lovable little character with this bodysuit. Now, if you want to go right, you have to twist your body right. If you want to go left, you got to twist left. Then crouch down to get more speed. Now I'm about to go for the jump.
Okay, well, admittedly, that looks shite.
Like all popular tourist attractions, SIGGRAPH can be a zoo. So after a hard morning sightseeing, what could be nicer than a relaxing swim with dolphins? This is a truly passive experience. You do nothing. You just lie there peacefully on a gently moving bed as 3D dolphins dart around you. You feel their ultrasonic scans gently massaging your body as you encounter up to 6. Sorry, drifted away there. This is The Edge, a side hall full of the weird and the wonderful.
The idea is to create an interaction between a human being and a non-humanoid being.
Wow, now that is a response. No partisanship there. Zed is sick of your new age bullshit. He wants one more Formula One ride. This new angry video game nerd cartoon looks great though.
Cow, a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested...
At SIGGRAPH, you can't escape from technology, even in the restroom. This is part of an art and design exhibit, and it's supposed to make you think.
Well, it definitely makes me think, why are there cameras in the toilets?
There's a similar setup in the ladies' toilet, and you can interact with anyone who happens to be there.
And graffiti too.
Things you can touch in a toilet, great idea. Also, Zed didn't wash his hands. Monitors smeared with fecal matter particles. Back in the 90s, germs apparently didn't exist.
Being a virtual tourist has advantages and disadvantages. Perhaps the best thing is that even when you get caught in a virtual thunderstorm, you don't get wet. Unlike in the real Orlando, where in the summer this happens every afternoon.
But you just said at the start of this segment that the weather is always good. Honestly, I don't think anyone involved in this show even understands the words that are coming out of their mouths.
I've done a lot worse things for bad influence than get wet, I can tell you.
I dread to think, Andy. Time for news and previews anyway. This week we've got our first glimpse at Donkey Kong Country. If you were looking at this prior to release and weren't blown away, then you might as well have been dead. Urban Strike is coming out on the Mega Drive, and God, it looks good. This really was the era when gaming started to just nail things. Live 94 is going to be in Earl's Court on Tuesday, if you've got a time machine handy. You can see this terrifying version of Betty post skin grafts.
Hello again, slimy furtlers. This is my latest invention.
It's been at least one episode without any stupid video trickery in a Rood section, so it's time to fall back on an old favourite. Nam being sped up. But this time in reverse. They really are running out of shoehorns at this point. At least we get this beautiful moment, though.
Hey, baby. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you.
After more than a year of hype, the first 3DO player was launched in the UK last week, rather shyly. All the software comes on CD, but it's not just a games machine. It'll also play audio CDs and photo CDs.
Yeah, photo CDs. All the kids are clamouring for photo CDs. What do we want? Photo CDs. When do we want them? Sometime in 1994 and never since, because no one wants them. No one.
This is a 3DO version of the classic Mega Drive game Road Rash. The game's almost unrecognisable from earlier versions.
You know what? That looks great. At least they're showing some decent games for the poor thing.
Another classic that's been given the 3DO treatment, Another World. In the game, you have to guide a young scientist back from parallel universe.
Oh my god, this also looks great. Do I want a 3DO now?
This is one of the few original games for the 3DO, a cinematic monster called Shockwave. It's a futuristic shoot-'em-up. Earth has been invaded again.
Oh, look at that. The 3DO is a powerhouse. Screw Nintendo. Move over, Sega. Up yours, Sony. I'm a 3DO stan now, and literally every game that came out on the thing was the best the world had to offer. Nothing will change my mind about that. Nothing.
And we're going to start by reviewing the game that comes with the machine, Total Eclipse. As the pilot of a space combat fighter, you are the world's last hope against an invading alien horde. Total Eclipse has a great intro sequence with superbly rendered graphics like you've never seen before on any home console. But who cares about the graphics? What's it like to play? Which is Wayne.
If only the game was as good as the introduction sequence, 3DO would have a bestseller on their hands. Unfortunately, it's not even close.
Oof.
I was very disappointed by this. The gameplay is pretty limited.
Ouch.
What a dull game. I got tired of this pretty quickly.
Owie. Okay, I've changed my mind. 3DO is shit. Bring on the Game Gear games. That's the real future of gaming, and nothing will change my mind about that.
This is a really simple game, which is easy to get into and great fun to play.
Slam.
I couldn't put it down. It's cute and addictively playable.
Kapow.
It's a nice, straightforward game that works well on the Game Gear.
Boom.
I couldn't be bothered with this.
Quiet, you.
And the scores for Drop Zone, the girls gave it an average 3 out of 5, but the boys liked it a bit better, 4 out of 5.
Still, a Game Gear game beating out a 3DO launch game, that's got to be busting some CEO's balls somewhere. Absolute anarchists, these review kids. Last week's prize was a SNES and a Super Game Boy. This week it's a 3DO, and they don't specify which game you get with it. They just said, and a game. Probably because it's the one they've just slagged off as being boring shite.
Right, that's just about it for this week. Thank you for watching. We'll leave you with the specially shot intro sequence from the new Road Rash on the 3DO.
And did you know, Andy, that it was shot in San Francisco, where the flowers grow?
No, Violet, I didn't. Bye.
And then it's credits time. I've got to get used to saying that. So, in summary then, kids don't care about Woodstock multimedia. Humanity peaked in 1994. And this Game Gear game you've probably never heard of is better than the 3DO's launch game. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello, post-pubescent games fans. It's time for another episode of the dark and gritty Breaking Bad influence. This week we have stunt race effects, and Violet apparently can't even contain her excitement.
Hello from Bad Influence. Our main review this week is stunt race effects on the SNES.
And we're in for a mixed bag today because we also have a feature on the making of Magic Carpet and something about a Flintstones musical. I don't even need to tell you that's a Zed Wright section, do I?
Yabba dabba doo!
Don't.
Bad boy fan! Bad boy! Get down!
Nam's been exploring new sexual avenues by the looks of it, but this week he's got a cheat for Global Gladiators on the Mega Drive. I'm sure the nation is cheering.
Cue Violet on 2.
But first, have a look at this. It's one of our studio TV monitors that's been damaged because it's had the same bright image left on it for too long. Look, you can see that's a clock that goes up before the programme, and you can just vaguely see the numbers there. But this doesn't just happen to studio monitors. In the early days of video games, people who played Pong for many months soon found white lines developing round the edges and down the middle of their screens.
Yep, we're at this point, we're diving headfirst into a section about screensavers. I wonder why they didn't mention this segment at the start of the show, you know, build up some excitement and anticipation before they get right into this meaty show and tell portion about screensavers.
It wasn't long before the programmers got bored with just rolling the company name across the screen, so they started to tinker with the screensavers and make them funnier. In fact, one of our deep techies here at Bad Influence has programmed this one with a very important message for our director. It says, time for a tea break, Jeremy?
He's right. They did make screensavers funnier. That is hilarious. It used to be the manufacturer's name, right? But get this. One of the guys there, proper salt of the earth type bloke, he goes and changes the screensaver, right? Get this. He goes and changes the screensaver to time for a tea break, Jeremy. Well, anyway, he had to be there.
And if your programming skills aren't so hot, you can buy a whole range of different screensavers to load onto your machine.
You know, this has just reminded me that people used to buy screensavers. They used to spend actual money on them. I can't even remember the last time I saw a screensaver.
The worms destroy your files by gobbling them up. This one's called Aquatic, and it gives you some wonderfully exotic fishy screensavers. And this one produced Bouncing Tit. Guess who's been fertling? But this brand new Star Wars screensaver's my favourite. It's a galaxy far, far away from flying toasters. All your favourite bits from the film are here, including this lightsaber duel between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader. There's a famous scene in the Death Star Trench as the TIE fighters chase the Rebel X-Wings. And you can even type in important messages in the famous Star Wars scroll. Here's one I prepared earlier. Time for a tea break, Jeremy.
Time for a tea break, Jeremy. Remember how I was telling you before about that guy? He took one of the other screensavers, right, and he changed it from the manufacturer's name, and he swapped it out. Oh, it doesn't matter, you don't get it.
Now, normally at this point, I'd be frantically trying to work out what the next bit of the demo was. Because it's a screensaver, I just had to sit back and watch. There's loads in it, including biographies of all the Star Wars characters.
It's not really a screensaver if half the screen isn't moving, is it? Anyway, that's enough about bloody screensavers, thank God. It's time to take a look at stunt race effects on the SNES. And wait, can you hear something? The atom bomb has returned.
The programmers have got it just about right with this game.
Oh, he likes it. It's always a shame when he likes it. Adam should only be brought in when it's time to get nuclear.
For tricky tracks like Night Out, which is the hardest on a novice difficulty level, it's best to use a four-wheel drive car which has good acceleration and a strong body, so that if you crash it doesn't matter too much and you won't die so easily.
Come on, Adam, dislike something.
There are 4 so-called stunt tracks in the game from which the game gets its name. This is one of them. They're not really stunts, you just drive around collecting stars. I would have preferred stunts in the style of hard driving with jumps, loops and so on.
Oh, he's getting there. The complaints are bubbling up.
This is a 2-player mode, which really lets the game down.
Oh, here we go. Come on. Come on, Adam. Bring it home. Slam dunk the funk.
A lot of the screen is taken up with pointless maps and statistics which nobody's really looking at anyway. On top of this, they haven't even taken the opportunity to add guns and bombs to allow you to destroy the other opponent.
Okay, Adam. Well, you tried. Not really the complaint I expected, though, you absolute psychopath.
I like the cartoony graphics and the fact that you can see the car from different angles.
Easy to please.
It's fast and fun, with some nice graphic touches.
but I didn't actually get any sense of being in the race.
Who's this posh kid and what's he done with Ghost Girl?
And so the final scores for Stunt Race Effects, both the girls and the boys gave it a playable 4 out of 5.
I think that's a fair score for the time. I mean, going back to it now, it's like trying to steer a three-wheeler through a fog-infested slideshow, but it was pretty impressive for its time, so I will also give it 4 out of 5. Well done, random children, well done.
So a score of 4 for Stunt Race Effects. Now, very quickly, I'll just explain how the marking works here on Bad Influence.
Oh good, you've definitely not already done that once this season already, and at least twice in previous seasons. Let's see what random logic you've applied this time.
Our panel of expert game players mark games out of 5. To get 5, a game has got to be something really special like Super Mario Kart. Original when it came out and great fun to play.
Yes, like Mortal Kombat 2, but not like Super Street Fighter 2. Perfectly logical there.
4-point games are pretty darn good, but they're perhaps not quite so original. R-Type's a good example of that. Fun to play, but not quite as original.
4 is for games that aren't quite original. Okay, but doesn't this go against what Violet said in episode 1? That the scoring system was now based on playability and nothing else? Have they already decided against that, or are they retroactively changing the rules because the Bad Influence kids just give out random scores anyway? Who knows? We should be used to this by now.
Average games score 3. Average games are a bit like teachers. They wear dull clothes, but some of them are okay when you get to know them. Sadly, most games fall into this category.
Most games fall into this category, apparently, just not on Bad Influence.
Our advice with the price of games these days, unless you especially like the character or the style of game, avoid 3-pointers.
Right, so for an average game, you should avoid them, unless you're specifically into that genre. In which case, what's the point in the next 2 scores? He hasn't even begun to explain them yet, but whether a game gets a 1 or a 2, it's not worth bothering with.
2-point games. What do 2-point games have going for them? Well, only 1 or 2 things, really. The rest of it will be a bit disappointing, so we wouldn't recommend you buy that. Crewball is a good example of a 2-point game. On 1-pointers are to be avoided like the plague. There are games like Pit Fighter. There aren't many of them around, but those that score 1 point are real stinkers.
So, yes, there's not much difference between a 1 and 2. It's basically the distinction between playing a shit game or a really shit game.
And now, on a more uplifting note, off to the town of Bedrock.
Oh, Andy, I thought you said this was supposed to be uplifting. God, I feel depressed already.
Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. They're a page right out of history.
Never, never sing again, Zed. Never, ever again.
The animators had a great time thinking up prehistoric versions of modern technology. Everything from Stone Age cars to dinosaur cranes. Now, it's easy to draw all that stuff.
Yeah, come on, animators, put some effort in.
The dinosaurs were a mixture of robotic models and computer graphics. And as usual in movies nowadays, much of the work was done after the location filming was complete. Creating effects like that live on stage is impossible. So visitors to Universal Studios Hollywood get to see something quite different. Flintstones Live is an old-fashioned musical. Fred wins a Bedrock talent contest and is flown to Holly Rock, USA to make the world's first rock video.
Oh God, I'm doubly depressed.
The main computer sits at the back of the theater and runs the whole show. The action on stage is divided into a series of events, such as when the house set slides forward. Before it sends the signal to start the motor to move the set, the computer checks that everyone and everything is in the right position. Then, for safety reasons, it makes a light flash on a control panel on stage. A member of the crew has to press an enable button to confirm that no one's accidentally wandered into the path of the set.
That would be an excellent episode of Midsummer Murders, though. The killer cleverly used a giant Flintstones house to crush a man to death.
Chief Techie on the show, Iliad Popo, took me backstage for a closer look.
This is the start of our Twitch sequence here, where Fred jumps in the volcano and gets launched out. Well, we don't really launch Fred out. What we do is we have a dummy that's in the backside of the volcano. When Fred does jump in, goes through a trap door that's under the volcano. Once he enters that trap door, he has to get to what we call an enable button. That enable button tells our computer and our technical director that, hey, I'm here, I'm safe.
I get the feeling someone pressed the enable button by accident on this entire musical.
Well, once he's on his button, technical director pushes his button, closes that door, opens another door, and launches our dummy out of our backflow volcano, simulating like we launched the Fred who fell in. Therefore, we don't lose an actor every show.
This is Zed Wright having a gay old time in Bedrock.
Look, I know you all want to laugh at this. He said gay. Very funny. I get it. Okay, yes, they said gay as well. Gay used to mean something else, and now it means homosexual. We get it. Grow up. It's not funny.
And cue Violet.
Gay old Z there. The Flintstones game isn't out till nearer Christmas, but we've got an incredibly early version of it. So early, in fact, that it isn't even in the cartridge yet. There's only one level and there's no sound. We've been told the finished version of the game will feature sampled speech from the film.
Jesus Christ, that looks awful. News and previews time. We've got overrated Disney annoyance platformer Lion King coming out.
This is what it looks like on the SNES. You play Simba the Lion Cub as he leaps around 12 levels of beautifully animated platform adventures.
And we've also got, for reasons no one has ever quite understood, 2 games which feature basketball stars, but they aren't basketball games. Shaquille O'Neal's Journey into Hell and Michael Jordan's Scooby-Doo Adventure Time. Also, 2 new console bundles on the horizon for Christmas, a Mega Drive with Virtua Racing or a SNES with Donkey Kong. Both the same price at £130, but which one are you going for and why isn't it the 3DO? Nam's still trying to seduce his cat.
Right. Right, that is it. I've had it up to here with you, so come here. Over here we go, yes, in there for you. Tighten this up a bit.
I don't think BDSM's going to work, mate. She's not interested. Time for a behind the scenes on Magic Carpet now. If you've watched my review of Magic Carpet, then you'll know how much I love it already. And if you haven't watched my review of Magic Carpet, then yo, it's your boy, Rose Tinted Spectrum. Lick my like buttons or whatever YouTubers say. Do what you want, I don't care.
Now, to play the game, first of all, you have to get your bearings, then you have to build your base. You just zoom up, you can see it, and you just build your castle and watch your base grow. There are 32 incredible spells. This is a spell selection screen. I've just selected volcanoes. Now, watch this. Oh, there it is. Spectacular. Oh, I have to back right up to see that. It's so tall.
Yeah, good luck backing up to see anything in Magic Carpet. The fog's so bad you can't see your own hand in front of your face.
Now, fireballs. I've also selected fireballs. These are pretty lethal. But if we go back, I'll show you my absolute favourite. I'll just select it. There you go. Earthquake. Now, if I find myself a nice little bit of land...
Jesus, Violet, that poor PC's about to set on fire.
If you're listening in surround sound, you'll know that this game features it because you can hear the enemies coming up behind you before you can see them.
Boom. Yeah, but I'm not in surround sound, so you can't.
1, that doesn't make sense, and 2, no, it just doesn't make sense.
The team that brought you Magic Carpet are also responsible for PC games you will know, like Syndicate, Populous, and this year's big hit, Theme Park. Games like this take on enormous...
It's everyone's favourite hype machine, Peter Molyneux. This was back before he started making games about bloody cubes, though, so it's the good version of Peter, before he became a parody of himself.
And the head of programmers on Magic Carpet and the others is this man here, Peter Molyneux.
Hi.
Welcome to Bad Influence.
Thank you.
Some of the early software you brought to show us,
Yeah.
This is kind of stuff that you started with and then rejected. What did you reject first, as it were?
This was about 3 years ago, and as you can see, although it's fairly smooth and you are travelling over a landscape, there's too many blocks there, and if you look at this door there, it just flickers too much.
Yeah.
So we rejected that.
So that one was out of the window?
Yeah.
So where did you go to next, then?
OK, let me just show you that. So with this technique, you can see that the ground is actually much, much smoother, but we couldn't have the range of colours that we needed to show above land. So we switched it to below water, but we really still weren't happy with it.
You know what? I'm not even editing any of this because it's just genuinely interesting to see. I wish we'd had more of this and less about bloody screensavers.
Technique here, you can see a lot of the Magic Carpet elements coming in. We've got the landscape, we've got the sea and the coast, and these trees. When you're programming initially, you have to grab graphics from absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, those are Populous trees, aren't they?
Right.
You've nicked those. How many years ago is this?
This is about a year ago.
OK, and there's no gameplay here, though, is there?
No, absolutely none at all.
Where was Andy's wisdom when Peter was making Goddess? Could have saved us all a lot of time and trouble.
The big test, of course, will come when the Bad Influence review panel get their sweaty mitts on it. That will be in mid-November.
So, a review of Magic Carpet is coming up at some point, and they better bloody score it properly or there'll be hell to pay. Anyway, Taz in Escape from Mars is next. No one cares about this game. Bring on Adam. Destroy the game.
The aim of the game is to rescue Taz, but who'd want to? I'd leave him there. I've seen it all before.
Okay, well, you're not Adam, but you'll do, lass, you'll do.
Despite the nice graphics, it's a very dull and annoying game.
To treat a first-degree minor burn, follow these tips from dermatologists.
It looks nice, but there's just nothing new here, so you can't be bothered to keep playing.
Immerse the burn in cool tap water.
It's an old game with new levels. It's really poor, and whoever wrote it needs to be sent to Tasmania.
The girls gave it a not worth bothering with 2 out of 5, and the boys gave it a catastrophic 1 out of 5.
Woo, lad, those scores. Worst game of the series so far. Possibly the entire series? That's grim, that is. Poor Taz, you deserve better. Next up, it's Kid Chaos and Amiga, a game that is definitely not trying to be a knockoff of Sonic the Hedgehog. No siree, I see no resemblance here at all. Pure coincidence.
This didn't appeal to me at first because it looks a bit babyish, but it is a top quality game once you get into it. There's a really destructive character. Basically, he goes around bashing everything he sees. The music and sound effects are brilliant and they really add to the gameplay. It's really easy just to pick up and play. But I think the programmers have overdosed on Sonic a bit.
Overdosed isn't a word I'd really expect to be aired on primetime kids TV, but then they did do a heroin episode on Grange Hill, so what do I know?
This will give you a good challenge. It's one of the best ever platform games I've played on the Amiga.
I didn't really like this. It's just an average platformer with no real surprises.
Ha! Take that, other kid.
I didn't like the main character very much. He's a miserable-looking thug, but it's a really playable game.
Man, this middle-class kid is the poshest thing I've ever seen on Bad Influence.
And the scores for Kid Chaos, the girls gave it an average 3 out of 5, and from the boys, thumbs up with 4. Sadly, most games fall into this category.
So, I suppose I better get on with today's last cheat. It's a level code for humans on the Game Boy, and it takes you to the last but one level.
Password for the second last level? That's weirdly specific. Last week's competition prize was a 3DO with a spoonful of shit. This week it's a SNES with stunt race effects. That's fine, whatever. It's a whatever prize.
And cue on, Violet.
That's it for this week, but we leave you now with a real exclusive, a sneak preview of the next game from the Magic Carpet people. Working title, Biosphere. This is the future.
Run credits and VT, goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, a sneak preview of Biosphere, otherwise known as Gene Wars when it finally came out. It was apparently given the honour of 1996's most disappointing game from GameSpot. That's more like the Molyneux we all came to know and tolerate. Anyway, it's credits time, so in summary then, Bad Influence can actually produce some interesting content, but they'll still move on to something else within 30 seconds. Taz in Escape from Mars is absolute pump. And time for a tea break, Jeremy. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Welcome back to another episode of Breaking Bad Influence, the show that starts with a sentence like this.
Quick, come on! Save yourself!
But everyone is running toward Andy, so I'm not sure they've shot that correctly. Anyway, this week we've got an absolute time capsule on the way, including some of the first uses of LAN gaming with 90s VR, Rebel Assault on one of the 13 add-ons for the Mega Drive, and Zed is bumbling around in Silicon Valley or something.
Tries out next year's Super Consoles and finds out why making games for them is more like making movies.
Of course, we can't get into the excitement straight away. We have to start off with some multimedia, and fair's fair, this is actually a pretty decent one.
The way things work. And a quick flick through will show that it's full of these giant pictures of inventions, and you can see exactly how they work from the diagrams. Now, on the CD-ROM, you start off on this workshop screen. There are lots of little animations you can trigger, like this. Sorry, I'm busy. Can you call me back later? But the main bulk of it is the A to Z of machines. You can find out about inventions from aerosols.
Christ, I forgot how noisy 90s multimedia was.
I once came upon a forest mammoth who could both count and remember several numbers at a time.
It's a lot of fun, but for my money, I think I'd rather have the book. I mean, you can't take all this technical kit to bed with you, can you?
Depending on your kink, anything's possible.
Hello, Furtlers. I, too, am about to publish a CD-ROM. It's called Rood's Furtling CD. It's got a few bugs in it at the moment, but I'll show you the intro section.
You're the man now, dog, has never looked better.
What cheat would you like to learn? All you have to do is click on the game you want to cheat at. The only one I've got working at the moment is Tetris. This is a cheat for Tetris on the Game Boy.
I love the way he has to talk slower just so the frame rate can actually display his mouth movements.
You're the man now, dog.
The best-selling CD this Christmas, I'm sure. Our first review this week is Rebel Assault on the Mega CD. You play a Rebel rookie pilot. The game has 15 levels, which include scenes from the first 2 Star Wars movies.
Ah, good choice. Only using the first 2 movies because no one wants to deal with bloody teddy bears.
But great movie sequences don't necessarily make for a great game.
Don't tell Night Trap that.
The game gets off to a bad start where you test your flying skills in the so-called Beggar's Canyon. The controls are unresponsive and you'll die many deaths before you get anywhere.
Well, this is a good start, isn't it?
This is one of my favourite bits of the film, the snowspeeder attack on the AT-ATs. The graphics are quite good from afar, but when you get close to the AT-AT you realise how poor they really are. Another bad thing about the gameplay on this level is that you can't control where your snowspeeder goes, you just fire, which is really boring. There's one good thing about this level though, the sound effects.
What, the constant whap, 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 whap noise?
This is the Stormtrooper base on Hoth, and basically it's just more shooting.
It's only been going on for about 10 seconds, I'm already sick of the bloody sound effects.
I really wanted to like this because I love the Star Wars films, but it's just an average game that looks like it's been thrown together in a bit of a rush.
Mate, it doesn't even look average. It's a light gun game without the gun.
I quite like this.
Nope, you're wrong.
I marked this down because the control system is poor, which I think spoils the playability.
I can only assume the control scheme is absolutely dog rough because you're literally just moving a cursor around the screen. How can you make something that simple feel bad? Who knows, apparently they've done it.
And so the final scores for Rebel Assault, both the boys and the girls gave it a keep practicing, Luke, 3 out of 5.
Well, I've never played it, but I'll quite happily stick my flag in the sand and say they overscored this one because it looks absolute bobbins. The Bad Influence kids barely ever give a game a 2, let alone a 1.
So, 3 and 3 for Rebel Assault. There's currently a lot going on in a galaxy far, far away. The 3 Star Wars movies have just been released on video.
Oh, Star Wars has come out on video, fancy that.
With new digital soundtracks. When the original films were made, the special effects were all shot using models and painted backdrops.
Yeah, rubbish they were. Nobody used to like Star Wars because it all looked rubbish.
Today, of course, most film effects are made using computers.
Yeah, early 90s CGI, that's what everyone wants.
So there are now plans to remake the special effects with computer graphics and re-release the movies.
Yes. They're redoing Star Wars, everyone. It's the thing that everyone definitely wanted to see. Hopefully, they'll remove any way of purchasing the original films, and George Lucas will continue to tinker with them, even in death.
And producer George Lucas is currently working on 3 scripts for new movies set before the original Star Wars time.
So much great Star Wars news. They're making prequels. I wonder what'll happen. I wonder if there'll be some exciting trade agreements.
Games-wise, there are 2 exciting new Star Wars games to look forward to this winter.
Dark Forces, now we're talking.
Also set before the movies. You play a rebel agent whose mission is to steal the plans for the as-yet unbuilt Death Star. Your enemies are a terrifying army of robot stormtroopers.
The stormtroopers weren't robots, Andy. That was the Dark Troopers robots. Stop getting Star Trek wrong. Oh yeah, Super Return of the Ewoks for the SNES. It's basically the same as the other 2, but doesn't it look nice?
For the first time, you can play Princess Leia. Here, she's putting up a mean fight against Jabba the Hutt's henchmen. Or you can swing through the forest as Wicket the Ewok, complete with Ewoky sound effects.
Yeah, that doesn't sound annoying at all. Anyway, time to check in on Zed, who's been chauffeured around Silicon Valley.
The stretch between here and San Jose is the famous Silicon Valley, home to America's high techies. 1994 has been a bit of a dull year for hardware. Everyone's been beavering away behind locked doors on 95 stuff, what you might call hopeware.
Hopeware? Nobody has ever said hopeware, Zed.
Sega's hopeware is...
Stop trying to coin the phrase hopeware.
Closer to reality is the Mega 32, called the 32X over here.
Okay, yeah, well, the 32X is probably the ultimate hopeware now I think about it. Maybe he's onto something. Anyway, he goes to Silicon Graphics next, and for God's sake, he's playing that bloody skiing game with an egg in it again. Put it down, Zed, it looks cack.
It's difficult to control, skiing character.
Anyway, that's enough of Silicon Valley because we're apparently going 100 miles an hour in this Zed segment. He's off to Electronic Arts instead. Unfortunately, as soon as he walked through the door, they bought him out and liquidated his assets.
Hey, Hobbs. How about going around with me? Bet you a week's pay on one hand.
And the whole thing had a movie-style budget of around $3 million.
Brilliant. Now, I often wondered what happened to Luke Skywalker, but our Violet met him 2-3 weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah, we were filming at the launch of that game and he was there and we asked him to say, "May the Force be with you," but he didn't want to say it.
Yeah, but if you've said it as many times as he has, I'm not surprised. Do you know who he reminds me of?
No.
Keith Chegwin.
What?
Saturday.
Oh, shit. No, yeah, kind of see where he's coming from.
Keith Chegwin.
News and previews time. Pitfall, the Mayan Adventure is coming out. Meh. In better news, though.
Baywatch meets Miami Vice in a new CDI and TV series starring Hulk Hogan. Thunder in Paradise.
I said what I said. Never should have said it, even though it was in a private setting. She was a huge mistake. The worst thing I've ever said. My personal life was destroyed. And I had no idea I was being taped.
Both the telly-series and the interactive game promise thrilling action on the high seas, plus plenty of gratuitous shots of bikini-clad babes.
And then back to less interesting news.
Of the life of Bruce Lee. This is the SNES version of what is a massive new beat-em-up. It'll also be released on the Mega Drive, Game Boy and Game Gear.
Now, if you really wanted to try and date this episode using just the references, we've already had mentions of Star Wars prequels, Keith Chegwin, Thunder in Bloody Paradise, and now we've got this.
Hello, Furners. Which film is this an impression of? 15, love. You cannot be serious. That ball was out.
Whoa, stop. Now, I think you've done more than enough damage for one day. Get out of that infernal machine. This is Supercarts, which if you drive like Violet is considerably safer, so come and do some practice here, please. It uses a new graphic scrolling technique to bring added realism to racing games.
Yes, very realistic, I'm sure you'll all agree, but we're not here to check out the super realistic visuals. This is the first time Bad Influence has gotten a test of system linking. The future has arrived, and it's realistic.
This information is used to work out where all the other carts should be on the track. That's the techie stuff out of the way. The real fun-tum is in the racing, and that gets even more realistic with the use of a few optional extras.
Yep, I'm using this Thrustmaster go-kart style steering wheel, and you've got this button here for reverse, and over here, the stick you can use for power-ups.
Okay, well, it's not that realistic. Why is the button reverse and the gear stick is for power-ups? Come on.
You can even use the latest virtual reality helmets with it. So I put it on. I can now look round behind me and see the Bad Influence hoarding at the side, but no one's passing me, mate. I'm off.
Good luck with that motion sickness.
Don't fret, the game will run down a phone line using a modem. Excuse me, Gary, I've just got to show Violet how it's done.
Yeah, that's right. Just kick the kid off the game so you can try and fail to win a race.
On your marks, get set, go!
Okay, well, to be fair, Violet's just took off before the countdown even started.
Move, bitch, get out the way.
Coming round the first bend. No one can see me for dust. Think I'm out in front, of course. Oh no, all the someone to take in front of me, using his turbo.
Train hurtling off the bend here now, he's into a quick left-hander.
Probably not the first time Andy's had a quick left-hander on set. Enough of that bollocks, it's time for another entry into everyone's favourite isometric terrorist botherer. This time it's Urban Strike.
This has all the elements of the first two games. Great storyline, great strategy, and the added bonus of extra vehicles to play with. This is a Mexico level. I'm just coming up to a tank park here. Get into it by hot wiring the tank, which is this part. You have to press button C. I learnt this from an information source earlier in the level. You have to use a lot of strategy to play this game properly.
Strategy apparently involves pressing one of 3 buttons.
Unlike the first two games, you can get out of your vehicle and carry out attacks on foot. This one's supposed to be inside a casino.
Well, it's pretty obviously inside a casino, yes. What do you think you're looking at here exactly?
It's not outstanding, but it's a quality game. It'll last you for ages.
Plenty of strategy, but the graphics look like cardboard cutouts.
It's just more of the same. These games don't appeal to me, but fans of the Strike series will definitely love it.
Always good to have a limited number of reviewers on hand, most of which don't like the type of game in question. Really helps ensure that scoring system doesn't get too out of control.
And the scores for Urban Strike, the boys gave it an ammo dump in the northwest sector, 4 out of 5, but the girls gave it a not our sort of game, 3 out of 5.
See, even then, the scores seem higher than the words that are coming out of the mouths. Spin the wheel of fortune, folks, see what numbers you get.
Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
That's right, Andy. Blame your mood swings. Here we have some sort of incredible Hulk game, and by God, does it look bad. Presumably it'll get 5 out of 5.
Anyone who's prepared to pay £50 for this game wants their head examining.
Hot damn, Gothlass gets right in there.
It's an old style of game with pathetic graphics and dull gameplay.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Using a transformation capsule, you can turn from the Hulk into Dr. Banner, which allows you to get through tunnels which you can't get through as the Hulk. Also, this is the sort of game that you don't need skill to complete, just perseverance. The thing is, it's so boring you don't want to persevere. This is an example of how bad the graphics really are. You can't even see the Hulk when he's underwater. In fact, it's almost as bad as an 8-bit. I'd really like to give this game a minus score, but they wouldn't let me. It's not even worth a 1.
Promote this lass immediately and change the scoring system to allow for minuses just for her. Actually, no, don't do that. If we did that, then Andy would dedicate another 20 minutes to explaining everything.
What a sad game. It's a perfect example of a tired style of game that should be banned from now on.
Jesus, lad, no holds barred there.
This is one of the most boring games I've ever played. The gameplay is dull and it doesn't even have good graphics.
And the scores for The Incredible Hulk. The girls gave it a Don't Make Me Angry 1 out of 5, and the boys gave it a Too Late 1 out of 5.
We've done it. We've got an obliterated game. Only 4 episodes into the season, and honestly, they could not have picked a worthier victor. I am so happy I could cry genuine tears.
Furtlers, I have an announcement.
Don't care now. We've hit the lowest score for a game. Nothing can top this. Last week, the competition prize was a SNES and Stunt Race effects. This week, it's a Mega Drive with that Incredible Hulk game. Not really, it's that shit Rebel Assault game instead. And a few Star Wars films on Betamax or something, so we're not far off. Doesn't matter though, because we're at the end of the episode and we have done it. Bad Influence has peaked and I will never stop riding this high.
That's it for this week. Next week we've got a great sneak preview of a new game to hit the arcades. Primal Rage. It's Jurassic.
Oh my god, this may be the greatest day of my life.
See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So in summary then...
What is the number of the day?
1.
See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence, but let's be honest, it's all downhill from here. Hello and welcome back to yet another episode of Breaking Bad Influence, the show that started sneaking off behind the bike sheds for a crafty fag. This week we get a virtual tour of the Bad Influence studio, because apparently we're going to have VR in every episode now. Our main review this week is Earthworm Jim, and unfortunately we'll also be looking at Primal Rage. Oh yeah, and Zed is also doing something in VR.
It's the best VR ride ever made.
Hello again, Furtlers. Much more interesting than all that, some great cheats today, including later the ultimate Mortal Kombat 2 cheat. And I will be performing today's cheats in a variety of interesting musical styles.
Oh dear God.
Rap. Here we go. Hey. This is a cheat for Crisscross. Make my video on the Mega CD Boss. It lets you see a hidden video.
Don't worry, it's like that all episode. Here, any guesses why Andy is dressed like a Cockney chimney sweep?
Eat your heart out iced tea. 4.
He's playing golf. Also, Andy Crane just referenced Ice-T. I never thought I'd see the day.
Now, not so long ago, hardware manufacturers started to design joysticks and controllers for use with specific games.
Who hung that bloody TV?
And so your shot is transferred to the game. It's quite difficult to get used to at first, but eventually you'll find it's quite fun. You've got to be careful, though, because you'll end up with a few dents in the ceiling if you're not careful. Just take a look at the Bad Influence office if you don't believe me. I thought it was a bit of a gimmick at first, but once I started to try it, I really like it. This is great fun.
I'm playing the long-awaited Doom 2 with the funkily named Cyberman, a vibrating mouse.
Well, I wonder why this thing didn't take off. Turn a mouse into a joystick and then shove vibrating mechanics into it. That's going to really help your accuracy in FPS games.
This is the latest gadget from America for playing baseball games. I'm using Super Baseball 2020. Inside the bat is a switch that detects when you've swung the bat and so tells the Mega Drive to make your swing in the game. I don't think it's anywhere near as good as TV golf. The main problem is that you have to swing much earlier using this than you would if you were using your ordinary hand controller.
Yeah, see, it's basically just a button inside a big controller you swing. There's not going to be 1-1 control there at all. They didn't even have 1-1 control when the Wii first came out. They had to add that in with a bloody dongle to give you the controller they said they were going to give you on release. I doubt a Mega Drive game specifically designed not to use a stupid wiffle bat is going to be up to much cop. Any road, let's get on with the Earthworm Jim review, shall we? It's blatantly getting 5 out of 5.
This is really special, and it's what a platform game should be. It's original and funny, and you won't want to put it down. These little guys are indestructible. The only way to get past them is by releasing the hamster from its cage and riding on its back. It can then go through the tunnel and eat them up. Some of the puzzles in this game are quite difficult. This is one of the easier ones.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. The puzzles in Earthworm Jim are less puzzles and more, think of the last thing you would expect to do and then just do that. It's probably the answer.
This is a great idea for a platform game. You can't see any platforms.
No, that's the worst idea for a platform game.
It looks great, and it plays like a dream. There are enough new ideas in here to furnish 10 new games.
Now this game will improve your life.
Jesus, stick that on the box.
This is one smart game. It's the best thing I've played on any system for graphics and sound.
5 out of 5, calling it.
Here's Mr. Mega Reveal.
And so the scores for Earthworm Jim, both the boys and the girls gave it a Wrigley maximum, 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5, called it.
What do all of these things have in common? The latest and hottest Nintendo game system, a teletop computer that lets you run videos on demand, and the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park.
They're all extinct?
Well, they all rely on hardware made by just one company.
Oh.
It's called Silicon Graphics.
Anyway, why is Zed here again? Is he squatting in this building? And equally, have there been budget cuts since the last episode? Because last week he was being chauffeured everywhere, and now he's on a bloody push bike. There's a bit of a drop in quality.
Now, you may not have heard of Silicon Graphics yet, but you certainly will next year, because they're designing the hardware for Nintendo's new home console, the Ultra 64. This is a demonstration which gives a taste of just how good the games will look.
I don't know. Needs more Vaseline smear.
At the moment, Silicon Graphics computers are used mainly by professionals for what's known as visual computing. You'll find these machines wherever very high-quality images are required. There's a whole range of computers, from desktops to room-sized models. Everything from cars and airplanes to phones and sneakers are designed on them.
Wow, this company's definitely going to go from strength to strength. I see bright things ahead for them.
2,000 miles away at Epcot in Florida, Disney Imagineers are working with Silicon Graphics to produce the best VR ride yet.
Okay, split up. You go that way, and I'll go this way.
It's based on Aladdin, the movie, and it lets you fly a magic carpet through the rooftops of Agrabah and down into the bustling marketplace, where you meet and interact with beautifully animated characters.
I've got brand new rugs and I've got used rugs.
You control your movement by grasping the edge of the carpet. You can dive, bank, and turn as you want.
Every game should come with an interactive carpet. It's the future of technology, back when you could literally make a peripheral out of any old shit. Are you tired of eating dry, flavourless virtual reality cereal? Well, say hello to Spoon, the new interactive virtual reality cereal eating device. Using our patented spoon-shaped technology, eating virtual reality cereal will feel almost like eating almost the real thing, almost. And coming soon, Bowe! Why eat fake virtual reality cereal with no peripherals when you can buy things? Buy things! Buy the things! Buy the things! Buy...
The Disney Imagineers are using the public as guinea pigs to test their ideas. What they've created so far is very unusual because instead of trying to look like the real world, it's simulating a cartoon environment. It's not virtual reality, it's virtual art.
Virtual reality doesn't mean it has to be like actual reality. It's virtual. Virtual reality. It's in the name.
Was to recreate the real world. And that's a very difficult thing to do, and the reason it is because everyone is exposed to that on a day-by-day basis. If you look out the window of your car, or you look out the window of your house, or you walk around inside your house, these are things that people do and they're very used to.
Yeah, alright mate, we know what the real world is. You don't have to explain where to find it. I think most people are pretty on board with the concept.
Don't you have a horn on that thing?
Zed Wright flying through Agrabah, and that's the first time that ride's been seen on television.
They do like pointing out their exclusives, don't they? I think they've said that once every episode so far. It's all well and good having an exclusive look at something, but when you literally never see it again for the rest of your life. Anyway, it's film talk time.
Sometimes the results are obvious, as in this summer's big hit, The Mask. Star Jim Carrey mimed the action, then the CG experts at Industrial Light and Magic painted on the cartoon images.
But in a new movie released tomorrow, the CG is designed not to be seen. It's called Tom Hanks.
Robbie! Robbie! Pardue, what are you doing?
Going to join the Great Hall.
You can't, it's a trap.
I have spells.
News and previews time. The Animaniacs is going to be released soon, and what better way to show it off than have someone who's literally never played a game before record footage of it. Lawnmower Man is back, probably the best news anyone's ever had, and Treasure continues being an absolute treasure to the Mega Drive with the upcoming release of Dynamite Headdy.
Musical styles number 2, the blues. I woke up this morning.
Okay, now he has definitely done this bit before.
I had a cup of coffee about 2:30. Still couldn't think of a cheat to do. I was getting really down at 4:45 when I thought of Zool on the Amigo.
And he's definitely done a bloody cheat for Zool on the Amigo. This is now the second Zool-related cheat of the series. No one wants it.
He's suffering for his music. And so are we. Before this series of Bad Influence started, they gave me this plan, and they said, Andy, look at our fantastic new studio set. Well, I don't know about you, but I can't make head and a tail of that. In fact, it's still difficult to tell which bit's which when you're actually sitting in the real thing. Our designer spent a whole day making this brilliant model, but again, unless you're an expert, it's difficult to visualise what the final set's actually going to look like. I mean, this block on the end here is supposed to be that set of stairs over there. Not surprisingly, there are computer packages around that can help you out.
We've not had enough VR, early 3D graphics, or pointless features for the show yet, so here we go.
Now, it might be a housing estate or an art gallery, or in this case, it's the Bad Influence studio. You can program in your fixed viewing or camera positions, and this mouse is really good because you can program them in and then recall them using these buttons here. So, 2, for example, was the position I started in, and on this button here, I've programmed in a shot which matches our camera right up there.
Good invention, that. A mouse with numbered buttons on it. God forbid you use a PC with a keyboard that has multiple buttons on it already, most of which probably aren't being used right now. No, this is the 90s, and we want peripherals for everything. Buy all the things.
You can choose how much detail to have in your virtual world at a price. The more there is, the slower it runs. The computer also does a clever thing so that it can run as fast as possible. It only draws full detail when you approach an object. So watch the PC screen and the table carefully. Suddenly I feel strangely detached from reality.
I think you've been that way for a while, Andy.
You can grab stills or video clips. There's even a virtual Nam.
Hello, slimy furtlers.
frightening. Now, no virtual studio will be complete without a virtual presenter. And there she is. Violet! Violet, speak to me.
Leave her alone, Andy. She's not interested. It's time for Theme Park on the Amiga next, and if Earthworm Jim can get 5 out of 5, then this bloody well better get 5 out of 5 as well.
It's a bit daunting when you begin the game, because you start with an empty field, so the first thing to do is build a pathway.
Right, who put this kid in charge? The game is dull when you start off because that's just an empty field. This is the most middle-class opinion I've ever come across. Did you just expect the park to be readily built for you so you could rake in the profits while you sit back in your chair, smoking a cigar? You absolute Eton mess.
And I found the best way is to adopt a grid pattern so your people can walk around the attractions properly. Here I am just putting the finishing touches to my brand new roller coaster. You can alter the height of the ride, the duration, the length, and the speed of it. I'm just smoothing off the corner here so people don't bring up their lunch.
Or perhaps even their brunch, or 11s, or afternoon crumpets.
So where did they get their lunch from? Well, I built a fry stall and a cola stall, and I've done a bit of a sneaky thing by putting a bit too much salt on the fries, so they buy more drinks and spend more money at my park.
Absolute Tory.
The people aren't really happy here, and I think it's because there's too much litter around, so I'll have to employ some more handymen.
Dunno, seems like socialism to me.
A lot of fascinating and unexpected things happen in this game. It takes a long time to play, but the more you put in, the more you'll get out.
Despite the funky name, this isn't the kind of game that gives you instant thrills. You need a lot of patience.
Oh my god, they're all the worst.
This is a really absorbing game, and you could lose yourself in it for days.
Apart from Lakesh, we can always rely on good old solid Lakesh. He's a working man's game reviewer.
Theme park scores then. Both the boys and the girls gave it an excellent game if you've got all day to spare, 4 out of 5.
Okay, well, scores a lot higher than the words that came pouring out of their useless mouths. I'm just going to assume they meant 5 instead. Power Rangers is next, and it looks cack. Really cack.
The game's not as bad as a TV show, but it's a close thing. The main characters are basic, the background's sparse, and frankly, the gameplay stinks. At the beginning of every level, you start off as a kid. Here I am playing Jason. Halfway through the level, you morph into a Power Ranger. You get a kinky red outfit.
Sorry, what? You get a what?
You get a kinky red outfit.
I think there must be some mistake. This game costs more than Earthworm Jim. Who are they kidding?
I'm sure you can just sell some of your stocks and shares.
It's just a basic beat-em-up. There's nothing here to keep you playing.
And so the scores, the girls and the boys agree. Power Rangers gets a sad old 1 out of 5.
Okay, I think the Bad Influence kids may have actually just gone off the rails this season.
Spotting different types of music. Number 3. Heavy metal.
Yes, Nam's getting into some heavy metal, and you'll be surprised to learn his heavy metal impression is exactly the same as his rap impression. It's just that now he's got a wig on.
When I'm able, if you like Mega Drive Mortal Kombat 2, then I've got the ultimate cheat for you. It lets you control every aspect of the game. You need to control every aspect of the game.
The competition prize last week was a Mega Drive and Audio-Visual Assault. This week we've got 2 prizes, a SNES with Earthworm Jim and a Mega Drive with Earthworm Jim. But lastly...
The game is a one-on-one beat-em-up like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, with the Jurassic graphics being produced by using a special animation technique called stop motion, usually found in movies. Animators constructed clay monsters and moved them frame by frame, digitising them into the game. Each of the 7 dino monsters has over 70 moves, including some horrendous finishing moves and some stunning specials, like I'll show you. I'm Diablo on the right here. If I hold down these 2 buttons, on the left now, and it's a flame, that's the clockwise rotation. Anti-clockwise, you get the fireball.
Ah, so it's totally different to Street Fighter. Nice.
Now, make sure you don't miss next week's programme, because you'll kick yourself if you miss one of our items. Can't tell you anything about it now, it's top secret, but don't miss it.
Yep, a top secret item next week. Let's just assume it's going to be something about virtual reality. And then it's credits time. So in summary then, virtual reality is absolutely everywhere in 1994 apparently. Rood might be a better singer than Zed Wright, but it still doesn't mean he should do it. And the Bad Influence kids are absolutely brutal. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome back to Breaking Bad Influence, the show that's squeezing its puss all over your TV. This week we've got a feature on create your own game 'em up, click and play, something about the Jaguar, and no Zed this week because Violet's been allowed out.
Donkey Kong Country.
Now, there are loads of so-called super consoles on the horizon. In fact, later in the show, we've got a world exclusive of Nintendo's next generation machine, the Ultra 64.
World exclusive, guys. Remember, when you're making a TV show, constantly remind the audience about your world exclusives.
But there is a 64-bit machine already in the shops. The technologically advanced Jaguar.
Oh, here we go again.
But it's been difficult to get hold of a Jaguar. The company who make it, Atari, were running out of money, so they couldn't afford to advertise it properly or manufacture enough to meet demand. Consequently, gameplay companies were reluctant to develop software for it.
Well, that really gives me high hopes.
But last week, some good news. A massive vote of confidence from video games giant Sega. They decided to invest in Atari, which means there should be loads of games for it, including Sega hits like Virtua Racing.
Yeah, Sega have always done well with hardware.
Alien vs Predator. It's a 3D strategy game.
It's not a strategy game.
It's really 3 games in one. You can choose to play any of 3 beings. You can be the alien, when your task is to rescue the alien queen from the Predator's spaceship. If you fancy yourself as the Predator, your task is to capture the alien queen. And if you're a real glutton for punishment and choose to play as the colonial marine, you wake up to find yourself alone, surrounded by aliens, predators and dead humans, with no memory of who you are or why you're there.
Ooh, a protagonist with amnesia, that's new. I do find it funny that they're just showing wanton gore on kids' TV though. It's fine, because it's just games, innit?
This is a new racing game called Club Drive. It's so new, it's not finished, we've only got it on chips at the moment. It's like a cross between micro machines and hard driving.
In what way is this anything like Micro Machines? Anyway, I'm pretty sure I've seen this game before. Yep, that'll be it.
Every format needs its own beat-em-up, and this is the Jaguars. It's called Kasumi Ninja, and the gore level makes Mortal Kombat look like Barbie goes shopping.
Wow, really going from strength to strength here.
Of course, there'll be loads of new versions of old favourites. This is Doom, the special edition.
Well, at least we've got Doom, eh? That's probably fine.
Our advice? Well, it's a great machine. It's available now, and there should be loads of software for it. But don't forget that the other super consoles, the PlayStation, Saturn, and the Ultra 64, will be out next year.
Aha! Greetings, virtual furtlers. I'm just about to test my new homemade virtual reality system, which should work with any game.
Oh look, virtual reality again. Not seen any of that this season.
On the password screen, which you'll find in World Tour, type in the word Zeppelin, so we've got an I and an N to go. Go down to End, and you'll come across a game called Crazy. And when you start to play, you'll come across all sorts of strange obstacles and all sorts of things popping up all over the court. Look at that big egg. Bizarre.
Did you just refer to Dizzy as that big egg? You cannot be serious.
You cannot be serious! He cannot be serious, can he? Our main review this week is Sonic & Knuckles. Don't yawn, I know it's the 5th Sonic game, but it does boast a lot of extra gameplay. You can still play as Sonic, continuing your quest to save the floating island from the evil Dr. Robotnik. Nothing terribly new and exciting there, then.
Jesus Christ, Andy, it's a Sonic game. I don't hear you complaining about Mario when he sets off to save a princess for the 400th time.
But you can also play as Knuckles, he of the red dreadlocks. Knuckles is the keeper of the Chaos Emeralds, out to sabotage Sonic as much as he can. And there's more. This is the first ever lock-on cartridge, which allows you to play a game within a game.
First ever lock-on cartridge and last ever lock-on cartridge.
It works like this. Just switch it off. If you plug Sonic 2 into Sonic & Knuckles, you can then play Sonic 2 as Knuckles with all Knuckles' special moves. For example, there's Knuckles doing his fantastic glide. And when you plug Sonic 3 into Sonic & Knuckles, you get a much bigger game than the original, with loads of new areas and more emeralds to collect.
Well, first up, can we just say that if you own and enjoy the other Sonic games, this is pretty much a no-brainer. That's a hell of a lot of extra value from one cartridge.
This is exactly what you expect from Sonic. Good looks, high quality. There's nothing very surprising in this game, but it's excellent value and very playable.
See, this kid gets it.
I've just got a power up there. It means I can fly across the screen as a fireball and kills anything in its path. This is rather difficult. You've got to jump on the platforms and time it perfect. This is still the same old Sonic bouncing around, but it's got some really nice touches. This is one of them. It is actually more difficult than it looks.
It's really not.
Knuckles is a great new character. This is one of his signature moves, climbing up walls. Sonic can't do that. Another one of his signature moves is gliding, which you can see here. I still prefer to be Sonic though, because he's much faster. If you haven't got any Sonic games, then this is a good one to get.
Right, don't you dare discourage people from buying this if they already own Sonic games. That's a stupid opinion. Stupid. Stop being so stupid.
If you have got Sonic 2 or 3, it's still a good buy because it upgrades the old games.
Okay, well, fair enough. Jump the gun.
He's still fun to play, but you just get the feeling you've seen it all before.
Yeesh, Sonic fatigue is kicking in. Just wait until the 3D games turn up. You'll be clamouring for this shit.
Sonic, come back. To me. To us.
I haven't played Sonic for ages, and I'd forgotten how much fun he is.
Cool story.
And the scores for Sonic and Knuckles, both the boys and the girls gave it a backwardly compatible 4 out of 5.
No mentions within the reviews of just how much extra you get with the previous games there. Probably because the reviews are now 22 seconds long. It's a bit of a big thing to miss out on though. I know Andy waffled on about it, but that doesn't really count because it's Andy.
Now, here's a game I can thoroughly recommend. It's an old-fashioned space shoot-'em-up called Andy-roids.
Andy-roids? Are they like hemorrhoids?
Click and play, which allows you to design your own games without turning into a sad techie.
Wait, are they actively hating on another subculture of the technologically literate here? Sad techies are the ones who make all of the games and software you keep rating incorrectly on your show, Violet. Show some respect. I mean, we have people like Bill... okay, yeah, sort of get a point.
Now, you can either start from scratch, or you can use one of 10 basic games that comes with it, and that's what I did. I'll show you. So, all the basic games are of different genres. This is our old-fashioned space shoot-'em-up. As you can see, it's all right, but it's a bit dull, isn't it, with those blue spinny things? I'm going to change those to Andy's face. Go to Level Editor, so I can fiddle about, and here we are. Now, I want to get pictures of Andy's face, so what I've done is I've got this photograph of Andy and scanned it in using a colour scanner. That was earlier on, so he should be in there. Let's look for him, there he is. Now what I need to do is go to these blue spinny things, which I'm trying to replace, and edit them. And to select all the blue spinny things, get rid of them by deleting, and copy in, paste in Andy's face, so I can shoot him instead.
All your dreams are coming true, Violet. I used to have Click and Play back in the day, and I probably started making at least 300 games, and I never got further than starting to make 300 games. But it was a cool piece of tech, and it still lives on now as something else. I can't remember what. Google will tell you.
Start at the very beginning. On the left here, all the stuff you can put in your new game. Now, the first thing you need is a background. I think that one's appropriate. And then some bits and pieces for your characters to walk on. So we'll put one there, a short one over here, that one in there. Right, now they can't get up from those without some ladders, so we'll pop those in there. There's 1, 2, that should do it, 3. Okay, now you have things you have to kill. Let's put a Nam there, because let's face it, there is time when you'd like to kill Nam.
Casual murder threat there.
So we'll stick a few violets in as well, and just because it's my item, I'll put myself in there as well. Okay, scores. Player 1. I'm only going to make this a one-player game for speed. I'll put my player 1 score there.
I hate the look of this already, Andy. You've basically made a 90s era ocean platform game. You already had one of those every time a new film came out. We don't need another.
So normal guy against Nam. We want to put a sound effect in for when that collision happens. What about this one?
Oh, you touch my tra-la-la.
Yeah, I like the sound of that one. We'll pop that one in there.
God, this is thrilling. Let's have a look at the final result then. It's not really a game, is it? You've basically invented walking simulators. Anyway, news and previews time. A new game is coming out called Need for Speed? Never heard of it. Street Racer is coming though. Amazing game, everyone should own it, go and buy it now. And lastly, a charity collection pack for PC, Amiga and Mega Drive is coming out, but they don't tell you what games are on it, so it's not really news, is it?
Take that, Bluebeard! Whoa! Oh, phew. Hello again, virtual furtlers. Just having a quick game of virtual reality swashbuckle.
Wanking metaphor.
Now a major world exclusive.
That's right, Andy. Mention it's an exclusive. Everyone needs to constantly know that.
And it's released next month. The producers of Donkey Kong Country have been very shy about showing the game in public. Very few people have actually seen it, except, of course, you, the bad influence viewers. The company are very secretive, and no TV crews and certainly very few journalists have ever been allowed into their offices until now, because a couple of weeks ago, Violet Berlin and the Bad Influence crew journeyed to the heart of England to visit the producers of Donkey Kong Country.
I'm not sure you need to be out hunting them down, Violet. It's rare, not Running Man.
This is the first of the next generation of SNES games, Donkey Kong Country. When the Donkey Kong character appeared in the early 80s, he was Mario's arch enemy. Now he's changed his ways and become a good guy, with a menagerie of animal helpers. All the characters were created using an entirely new technique. This is Diddy, Donkey Kong's monkey helper. To produce him, the programmers built a wireframe model inside their powerful Silicon Graphics computer.
Silicon Graphics again. Fairly sure Andy and Violet have bought stocks in this place. It's been mentioned every episode so far. I'm convinced they've bought stocks in that and VR helmets.
In the game, if you want to get ahead, get a banana. The more the merrier.
Pornhub taught me that.
I finally got to meet one of Rare's founders, Tim Stamper, in his dark den. So Tim, what's so special about Donkey Kong Country?
It looks amazing because it's all in 3D.
Come on, Tim, cheer up.
If these characters were real and they lived, that's what they look like.
Now take me to your favourite level.
I'll take you to the snow world.
So why is this your favourite?
I think the effect was dynamite.
It's really a massive blizzard now, and the snowflakes nearer us are much bigger.
Yes, they are. There's multi-parallaxing layers of snow, maybe 12 or 14 layers. Still with the backgrounds on screen, so quite a feat on Super 8.
And that was only possible... I died. Well, it was snowing, but hopefully can be forgiven.
Violet was just about to ask an important question there, but then laughed because Tim Stamper died, and then just never bothered asking the question again.
Yet another rare sighting, a glimpse of Nintendo's next-generation super console, the Ultra 64. This is Killer Instinct, one of the first games to be developed on it. It'll be in the arcades at the end of this year, and on the identical home version at the end of 1995. Hey, check out this 27-hit combo.
Well, I mean, it looks nice, but I can't imagine playing it with an N64 pad.
Well, it's been a rare old day, and I've been the first person to ever visit Donkey Kong's treehouse.
I hate to break it to you, Violet, but that isn't Donkey Kong's treehouse. That's just a plank of wood and a tree.
Fantastic. And remember, you saw it first here on Bad Influence.
Yes, we get it, Andy. Our next review is that Bruce Lee game on the SNES, which I've already decided looks cack, because I judge games based on small amounts of footage and never change my mind. I reckon it's getting 1s or 2s across the board.
This plays quite differently from something like Mortal Kombat 2. The fights last much longer, and it's more realistic. Nobody shoots fireballs from their fingers.
Sounds excellent already.
The game gets much harder as you go along, but you pick up new skills which help you. There are no finishing moves, and that's why the fights last so long.
So, at the moment, it's a basic fighter and the fights take ages. It sounds bobbins.
The thing I like about this game is that on some levels you can play against two opponents, which makes it more of a challenge.
Is it just me, or is she really struggling to say how this game is fun at all? Almost like she's under duress to say nice things about something that's boring as balls?
Personally, I prefer Mortal Kombat. It's easier to get into and more fun. But if you like a serious challenge, this is for you.
I got tired of this pretty quickly because the fights take so long to complete.
1s and 2s, calling it 1s and 2s.
It's
a great looking game, but I don't find it as playable as other beat 'em ups.
Bring on the money. What have we got?
And the scores for Dragon, the girls gave it a karate-tastic 4 out of 5, and the boys gave it a chopmungus 4 out of 5.
You cannot be serious! Probotector makes his first outing on a handheld system with Probotector 2 for the Game Boy.
This would be a nightmare to play on Game Boy. I can't even begin to imagine.
This is for hard and blast 'em up fans only.
Are you out there, blast 'em up fans? Whatever happened to blast 'em ups, eh? Blast 'em ups, gee golly.
There isn't really a lot of strategy involved in this game. You just have to try and shoot everything that you see.
I'm pretty sure every single reviewer brings up strategy when they're talking about games. They either call games that aren't strategy games, or they talk about strategies. You're not bloody Napoleon, mate. You're playing Contra.
This would be great on a long car journey. It's pretty mindless stuff, but it's a really good blast.
If you got to say that it'd be really good on a long car journey during the day, good luck getting anywhere at night.
It's just walk and shoot, but it's actually surprisingly playable.
It's just walk and shoot in the same way that Sonic is just run and jump, and the same way that Monkey Island is just point and click. Every game in the world is shit. Let's pack up and go home.
And so the scores for Probotector 2, the boys gave it 4 out of 5, and the girls an average 3.
Bruce Lee's Dragon on the SNES is better, apparently. Even with the hardware limitations of the Game Boy, I call dog shit.
Phew, that was a close shave, Furtlers. I've made a few adjustments, so all should be well with my next VR experience.
I don't care about anything Nami's doing right now. I just want to know what the hell he's wearing. Last week's competition prize was a SNES and a Mega Drive, each with a copy of Earthworm Jim. This week's competition prize is a SNES with Bruce Lee's Dragon. Can anyone else smell fish? Because I can smell something fishy, and it's not coming from me. I don't think. No, it's not.
That's it for this week. Hope you enjoyed the programme. We'll leave you with another clip from our world exclusive Killer Instinct. See you next week. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Anyway, it's credits time, so in summary then, the Jaguar might be the future of gaming, but the games aren't. Tim Stamper is having a rough time, and... See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Breaking Bad Influence, the show that's having adolescent mood swings. First off, Space Jam 3's looking shit.
Yes! Hello, the Basketballing Bad Influence! We're looking at the fastest and funkiest basketball games in the world, including the fabulous Live 95!
Yes, it's a basketball episode for some reason. We've also got a review of Alien vs Predator on the Jaguar, and Zed is doing something really boring this week.
But first, have a look at this.
Fancy FX talk time, hooray! Kids love hearing about this instead of wall-to-wall games.
Now, for the first time, you can buy the software and run it on your home Amiga without the extra hardware. It's called Lightwave 3D, and it produces some pretty spectacular special effects. If you're a Babylon 5 fan, you'll recognise that, of course, as the Volon spaceship. How does it work? Well, I shall show you.
You know what? This entire section goes on for 4 solid minutes. Remember that click and play segment where Andy made his own game? This is like that, but longer and more boring, with absolutely no opportunities to take the piss, other than to say, Jesus Christ, this is incredibly boring. So let's take a look at this instead. See, it wasn't just Bad Influence that was obsessed with virtual reality. Every kid show had some sort of gross, early 3D aesthetic, bollocks frame rate, or some sort of tenuous link to virtual reality. Even Hollywood was having a go with bloody Lawnmower Man. But possibly the lowest point in virtual reality history was when CITV swapped out Nightmare for Virtually Impossible, an absolute garbage pile of shit that made zero sense and should never have made it out of the ideas phase. Speaking of the ideas phase, the idea was basically, let's do Nightmare, but let's do it in VR instead, and let's make it shit. That was the idea. And here's your host, a f***ing fish with a human f***ing nose. Hello, my name's Godsby, and I was thought up in about 5 minutes, and I'm pissed. Please brace yourselves for the absolute shit that you're about to witness. Right, listen up, kids. I'm a fucking fish with a human fucking nose, and you're about to have the worst time of your lives. Whatever You do. Do not tell me your names because I do not give a fuck.
Hi, I'm Dominic.
Are you actually simple? What did I just fucking say? What did I just fucking...
Hi, Cotsby, I'm Chris.
Oh, it's like that, is it? You just got it.
Hi, I'm Laura.
Another batch of fucking idiots. You know what? You lot are the reason I drink like a fish.
I'm Viv.
Of course you fucking are. Have you ever wanted to just end it all, Viv?
Yep.
Then we're on the same fucking wavelength. Right, you lot, you're gonna be doing something with virtual reality, so probably best to just cut this shit out. We've got a message coming through from an out-of-work soap actor. Let's see what she's got to say.
Salutes, sad ones. I am the Ice Woman, logging into you from my netship, the Obliterator. Most entertainment software in the Cybernet now is controlled by me. And what's more, it's far too good for you kids to play with. So if you want it back, then you and the flabby little fish are gonna have to fight for it.
Fucking...
Virtually impossible. Alert ice cubes 1 to 5. Going to combat stations. Screens up.
Right, no idea what she's banging on about. Go and get your fucking helmets on, you bunch of cunts. Fucking hell, Viv, do you need help getting dressed in the morning? Just put your fucking arm through, love. Right, prepare yourselves. We're about to show you some crude graphics. Does anyone remember Tetris? Everyone remembers Tetris, right? What year is it? It's just come out, right? Or has it been out for a while? I don't fucking know. We'll check back in on Virtually Impossible later. Andy's about to shut up.
Final rendering. And through the magic of television, this is what the final animation looks like.
Without the Amiga and this extra bit of hardware, they couldn't have made Babylon 5. So, with the right kit, a good imagination and a lot of patience, you can produce some amazing images that look almost real.
I am the glob glow gab galab, the schwabble double wobble gabble flibber blah blah blah.
Hello, Furtlers. Today, how to play your favourite sports indoors. First, football. Now, this is one way to play indoor soccer, but it's boring. And here's another way. FIFA Soccer on the Mega CD. But it's boring.
Right, we're back in full flow. It's time to take a look at Alien vs Predator for the Jaguar. Pretty damn impressive at the time, so I'm going to guess 5 out of 5 all round. Locking it in.
What on earth got a hold of this guy?
This is not the sort of game you can just pick up and start bashing at buttons. You need to employ a lot of strategy if you're going to get through it.
I done came up with a strategy. I can show you how to get it mathematically. I done came up with a strategy.
Strategy. They're absolutely obsessed with strategy. What is wrong with them?
I prefer to play as the Marine, as there's a lot more of a challenge. The idea as the Marine is to collect security cards which will give you access to different places. I've just collected one. It's a really terrifying game. I don't play it on my own at night as the graphics and sound are so outstanding that you actually feel as if you're there. It's really scary.
It really makes you feel like Spider-Man.
I found an alien cocoon up ahead and it's really scary because you don't know what's in them.
They're not bloody pinatas, they're alien eggs. They contain aliens, facehuggers in particular. Even if you haven't watched the films, you'll be able to piece this small bit of information together fairly bloody quickly.
Uh-oh, this one's a face sucker.
Well, obviously...
The graphics are amazing as the Predator. You can change your view so you can actually see in infrared, which makes it easier to spot the Marines.
Doesn't make it easy to see anything else though, does it? Jesus Christ, it's like a moving magic eye picture.
This is an amazing game. It's so good, it's worth buying a Jaguar for.
It's lovely and gory. Fans of the films will love this.
I can see the appeal, but it's just not for me. I couldn't really be bothered with all the tactical play.
There's 6 million ways to die, my nigga choose one. Doomsday come and start investing in a few guns. New gats, booby traps and bazooka straps. Better play your cards right, no booster packs.
Tactical play for when strategy just isn't enough. You need to move it on up to tactics.
And the scores for Alien vs Predator, both the boys and the girls gave it an acid-dripping 4 out of 5.
Just as good as Bruce Lee's Dragon, that is. Alien vs Predator. At this time of year, in this decade, Bruce Lee's Dragon is equally as good. Piss off.
In 1988, this camera revolutionized photography.
It's time for Zed's section now, and this is just as boring as that bit where Andy fannies about with CGI for hours on end. The only thing I can say about this entire section is that the cameraman appears to be pissed as a fart.
You could lift the surface by collecting the corresponding shapes from the platforms outside.
Right, you little dickheads, it's time to get this shit started. You've seen Nightmare, see another drill. I want you all to shout random directions at the same f***ing time.
Right.
Stop, right. Okay.
Can I go up the stairs?
Hang on, I know what I'm saying.
Good.
I do. Right, stop.
No.
Left a bit. Just a little bit.
No.
Right a bit.
Okay, no.
Yeah, right, go.
Right, I'm a bit f***ing confused now. Why are you giving her directions if she's got a VR helmet on? Does that not allow her to see? What's the f***ing point in you lot? This is f***ing stupid.
Okay, you've got the best view.
I think I'm just...
Stop.
Whose joystick is that? Why is she using a f***ing joystick? What's going on?
Well...
Yeah, but we're going to come down.
What are we going down?
Turn around.
Which way?
Right, will do.
Alright, knobheads, you've got 4,000 points, whatever the fuck that means. Could be good or bad, I've got no fucking idea. Go and walk into that tube thing, it's time for some sort of bracing section or something.
The Freeze! How do you think you'll fare against him? Of course, Freeze won't even start this game until he's at least half a lap behind you. The controls in your car won't work in your car. They'll only work from your ghastly little sim station.
Right, she's actually given you lot a fucking job to do for once, so let's see how well you can drive without a license. I had mine revoked a while back and I can still drive perfectly fucking fine, thank you very much. So I expect you lot to do the same.
Reach the top, but still you gotta learn how to keep it.
Come on, Grandma, put your fucking foot down.
Right.
Sure. Right, brake.
Oh, Christ, that's bringing back some awful memories. Okay, it's news and previews time. A new American software company, Rocket Science, are about to release their first hit, Lone Star: The Legend of Tully Bodine. The 32X is preparing to launch, but in other news there appears to be a small fire behind Violet that should probably be checked out. And Lands of Law 2 is coming out on PC, so at least there's some half-decent news.
Hello again, Furtlets, hey!
Nam's drilling a spy hole for upskirt shots.
That's what I call a Nam dunk.
Finally, it's basketball time. Yeah!
If you're not up to the real thing, there are loads of brilliant computer games. Everyone's getting in on the act. Even the Looney Tunes mob have got their hands on the ball in a new game called Hoop It Up, which is out before Christmas. It's got loads of sub-games, options and plenty of slapstick humour. Meanwhile, basketball superstars are taking over other sorts of games. Here's Shaquille O'Neal in his own martial arts adventure, Shaq Fu. And Michael Jordan is the star of a brand new platform game.
We've already seen both of these games and they both look shite.
But NBA Jam is the game that started it all last summer. The SNES version's a 2-on-2, it's virtually arcade perfect.
They do like to throw the term arcade perfect around with no care in the world. That being said, NBA Jam on the SNES, chef's kiss, great stuff.
We got our hands on a copy of its big brother, NBA Jam Tournament Edition.
Even the cart is as tall as a basketball player. What a lanky ass cart that is. I don't like that.
And who better to test it than...
Name, Anthony Juice Joseph. Plays for Doncaster Panthers. Height, 6'4". Weight, 182 pounds. Born, Brooklyn, New York.
Wait, he moved from Brooklyn to Doncaster? Doncatraz, you poor bastard.
So, Juice, then, what do you reckon?
This game here is excellent. Unlike NBA Jam 1, the tackling on here is much better. It has some of the newer players in the league, some of the newer rookies.
Now you can make substitutions as well, can't you?
Yeah, unlike the first NBA Jam, you can only have 2 players. In this one, you can substitute.
OK, then show us one of these new spectacular dunks. Yes!
There we go.
Good to see they've got some female representation in for the sport as well, though.
Name, Chris Carter. Plays for Sheffield Hatters. Height, 6'2". Weight, 10. Born, Essex, England.
Chris, you great fool, you fluffed it.
Jam It will be out on the SNES and Mega Drive next year. Chris, hi, welcome to the programme. What do you think of Jam It, then?
It's a pretty good game. I think the set looks something like White Men Can't Jump or something out of it.
Is it an easy game to pick up and play?
Just say no, Chris, it looks shit.
But for the purists, there's a brand new game out next week on SNES and Mega Drive, NBA Live 95. It's a 5-on-5 game that's a much more of a serious basketball simulation than NBA Jam. Mark's been looking at this one.
Name, Mark Harvey. Plays for Doncaster Panthers. Height, 6'9". Weight, more than the other two.
Well, someone's a bit shifty about their weight. Don't worry, Mark, no one's judging, until you didn't tell us how much you weighed.
Very close to a real basketball game. The players can do a lot of the things that you would normally find players doing when they play basketball. And as a coach, I like the way that you can interchange players.
This is the accent of a man who's changed basketball teams a lot. It's like Canadian, American, vague British. I think he might be a spy, a tall spy.
It's a very good simulation.
And you can design your own dream team, can't you?
Yeah, I've got my dream team out. It's a team full of Shaquille O'Neals.
Excellent.
OK, Juice, you've looked at and played all the basketball games we've been reviewing today. You're quite a serious game to play. Which one do you like best?
NBA Live 95 is definitely the best.
This is the Mega Drive version, which is just as good as the SNES. Why do you like it so much?
So realistic. I mean, the players... I mean, you can run up and down.
You can run up and down, proper realistic that. Right, let's continue this basketball fiasco and have a look at Chaos in the Windy City. This has got to be a maximum of 3, but I want to see 2s. It's a stupid idea, it's a stupid looking game, and I hate it, and I'm in a bad mood.
This is a great game for all basketball fans that are into platform games.
I mean, that's got to be a niche demographic, right?
The game's got a very strong puzzle element to it.
At least it's puzzles this time, and not strategy, I suppose.
This game will probably sell because of Michael Jordan's name, but it's a playable game anyway.
Calling a game playable is like the most rudimentary thing you could say about it. Hi, Todd Howard. I see you've got a new Elder Scrolls game coming out. Could you tell us a bit about it? It's playable. Thanks for your time, Todd Howard.
It's okay, but I prefer a straightforward basketball game or an ordinary platformer, but it doesn't do either job properly.
Well, let's be fair. I think it would be hard work to put proper basketball simulation in a game that is platform-based in what looks like a haunted mansion. Also, is it just me, or have they only shown one level in the footage?
Nice idea, but the levels are too similar.
So similar that they all look exactly the same.
Scores then. Michael Jordan's Chaos in the Windy City gets a slam-dunking 4 from the boys, but a pretty average 3 from the girls.
Oh, you can piss right off. Rough and Tumble is next. If it looks and smells like an Amiga platformer, it's an Amiga platformer.
It's a nice platform shoot 'em up. Not very original, but highly polished and great gameplay. This is a very hard game, as you can see from this robot who's trying to kill me. If it hits me 3 times, I'm dead. So instead of having to go back to the beginning of the game when I die, I can hit that point which I've just hit and come back there. Even though it is a shoot 'em up, there is a bit of puzzle element to it.
More puzzle elements. It's the new strategy, guys. Puzzle elements all round. Oh well, at least Smiley Lass is back.
I love this. It's a real exciting game with loads to collect and a great range of weapons.
They didn't even give her enough time to do a proper smile. If there's one thing Bad Influence has absolutely ruined this season, it's these reviews. When Smiley Lass doesn't even get time to do a big shit-eating grin at the end of a sentence, you've made a huge mistake.
The gameplay didn't grab me, but it looks great.
And the scores for Rough and Tumble, both the boys and the girls gave it a solid 4 out of 5.
Just as good as Bruce Lee's Dragon, that is. I'm not going to let that lie. Speaking of which, last week's competition prize was an overhyped copy of Dragon and a SNES. This week it's NBA Live 95 and a SNES. Very lucky that these professional basketball players picked this game as their favourite, isn't it? And then it's credits time, so in summary then. Right, you lot, you completely fucked it up as expected, so you've wasted my time and your own. Get that lass out of the tube thing and take that fucking helmet off. Not that it seemed to be doing anything anyway. Cheer up, you miserable get. You've had your 5 minutes of fame. It's time to send you fuckers back to wherever you came from. And fingers crossed this shite will be cancelled by next week. Hello and welcome back to Breaking Bad Influence. We've hit the halfway point of Series 3, and what better time to bring in a Halloween episode?
Welcome to a spooky Bad Influence, where strange things are going on.
as we conjure up the ghosts of presenters past.
Andy's finally killed Violet off anyway. This week we've got a big pile of horror games and something about a roller coaster. A roller coaster, of course, just what everyone wanted to see.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the great magician Andy Arno will conjure a ghost before your very eyes.
Are they about to do exactly the same trick they've literally just shown us?
Please note that there is no camera trickery involved whatsoever.
Okay, yes. Well, it loses a bit of the luster of the build-up when you spoil it 10 seconds prior to doing it again, doesn't it? Bloody hell.
How did he perform the trick? Well, I shall show you. It's a very famous effect. It's called Pepper's Ghost. It was first performed in 1863. It works on a simple principle. This isn't just an empty cabinet. There is, in fact, a sheet of glass diagonally across it. Ghostly Violet? Well, she's just over to the right there.
You may well be asking yourself, what does any of this have to do with games? And the answer is pretty much nout.
There's another version of this trick which produces what's called a real image. That is, one that floats in midair, one that you think you can reach out and touch. I'll show you how it works. Put our can of drink in here. Close the wee door. Now, for this to work, I'll have to have two things. A, Les on camera 2 will have to come really close. And B, can we have the studio lights down, please? Now, if you were here, you should be able to see that can of Coke suspended, say, 12 or 13 centimetres in front of this box. It looks like it's in midair.
Well, I'm sure this looks absolutely fantastic in the studio, but telling people what they should be able to see and telling them it looks amazing, that's not exactly riveting television, is it? You're basically just showing us a Coke can in a box.
Why are we showing you all this on Bad Influence? Well, a British company has just come up with a more advanced version of this trick, one that produces real images from video.
And this is it. It's called SIS, or Suspended Image System, and we're using it to show Mickey Mania, which we'll be reviewing later in the programme. Now, as with Andy's device, the image hangs in midair, and it's just there. It's very difficult to show on TV, actually. You'll see it better if we move the camera around a bit.
Exactly. It's not just very difficult to show this on TV, it's impossible. You might as well be showing me a photo of a giraffe and telling me it's a real giraffe.
Haha, 'tis I. Now, because you can use the SIS for any TV or video picture, one of the proposed uses for it is in advertising displays.
May my joy never cease.
Hello, Furtling fans, and welcome to the Rood Cheat Show. Oh, yes, neat, neat, burp.
What was that?
And I've got some spanking cheats for you. Ribbit glove nose.
Oh, please don't tell me he's doing this.
Including this one for the Addams Family on the SNES, which powers you up with 5 lives and only Morticia to find. Woof, woof. Ugh.
Oh, dear God, they've gone down the fake Tourette's route, haven't they? They've finally done it. They've finally broke the seal. First it was Asia voice, now it's fake Tourette's.
That actually helped at all.
Fuck off.
So,
Namrood.
absolutely.
From one head case to another.
Don't get involved, Andy. Just don't get involved. You're opening a can of worms. Anyway, it's Dynamite Heady up next, one of Treasure's beloved Mega Drive outings. I'm predicting 3s and 4s for this, as it's fairly difficult, and the review kids are rubbish.
One step from lashing out at you.
Nuclear Adam is back.
Whoever wrote this was probably dropped on the head when they were a child.
And there he is, straight for the jugular.
This is another mad idea. To go to the next level, you're pulled into it by your arch enemy, Trouble Brewing the Cat. This is a vacuum cleaner head, one of the best weapons in the game. It lets you suck in all the enemies, and it's got to be in competition to be one of the best weapons in any computer game ever.
Well, Adam seems to be on board for once.
It's not a very easy game to play, but it's worth persevering with because it's got so many brilliant ideas in it.
Gives me a headache just watching him. It's the most wonderfully bizarre game I've ever seen, and it's the most original platform out.
It gives you a headache and it's wonderful. Okay, masochist. Anyway, some bizarre comments in amongst that lot, so let's see what we've got.
And the scores for Dynamite Heady, both the boys and the girls gave it a psychedelic 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 each, as expected. Just as good as Dragon. It's time for Roller Coaster Waffle now. I'm sure you're all incredibly excited about that prospect. Andy has gone to speak to a man about the Pepsi Max after one of the carriages smashed into another carriage, injuring some people. Far be it from me to say they should probably send someone better informed to deal with this kind of business, but it at least gives Andy a chance to ride on it.
Unless you've been playing theme park 24 hours a day, you can't fail to know that the world's tallest roller coaster, the big one in Blackpool, has been experiencing a few problems this summer. So I've come to check out what went wrong and what they've done to put it back on the right track. At busy periods, they can run 3 trains at once on this ride, and that has its problems because these trains don't have any power of their own, they don't have any drivers, they don't have any engines, and most importantly, they don't have any brakes either.
You might think that once the cars are released from the top, they will always go at the same speed and therefore take the same time to get back to the station.
I think they should have kept shooting this scene until Andy could provide all his lines to camera. It's just cheating if they let him do a voiceover.
Friction and wind resistance. On a cold, dry day, the oil in the bearings of the wheels will be stiffer and give you a slower ride. If it's just rained, the track will be slightly slippy and you'll go faster.
Yeah, we've all played Roller Coaster Tycoon, get on with it.
So, for speed, sit at the front of an empty car on a hot, airless day after a shower and keep your head down.
Well, so much for fun. Behind the scenes...
Look at that cardigan. That is a bold fashion choice.
Every metre of the 1.5 kilometre track is rigorously checked every day. And I can tell you that this bit's fine, so, can I come down now? The track's divided into sections and the brakes are put at the end of each section.
Double denim and a cardigan. Andy Crane has never been sexier.
The brakes ensure that the cars are at the right speed for the start of the next block. Every morning before they take on passengers, the operators check that the emergency stop procedures are working correctly.
These sensors monitor the speed and presence of each train, and they can tell the difference between a moving train and a resting seagull. You could employ people to monitor the trains as they go all the way around the ride, but you need an awful lot of them, and it'd be a very boring job. So instead, they use computers.
I'm pretty sure when they make jobs for people, they don't consider the level of boredom involved. A job is a job, Andy. There's no one sat around saying, "Oh, we really need to employ someone to fix the toilet, but that would be a very boring job. Let's invent a robot to do it."
But in July, a train was held here, and another train came and ran into the back of it. Nobody was seriously hurt, but quite a few people were badly shaken up. Computers don't break down, do they?
Yes, frequently.
A sensor failed in the final section of the track just before the station. The logic controller sensed this and operated the brakes up here as a failsafe, which is what it was designed to do. What it didn't do, however, was to stop the train that was up here completely. So it ran on around the track and ran into the train in front, just in front of the station, at between 5 and 10 miles an hour.
The accident could have been a lot more serious if it had happened higher up the ride.
Oh, so not even an exciting crash with explosions and fireballs. Boring.
Were you surprised when the ride went wrong?
No, we fully expected it to happen, Andy. Everything we've spent years building and designing was built on the foundation of failure. So when the ride crashed and injured people, we all cheered because that's exactly what we fully expected to happen. We definitely wanted that to happen. Jesus wept.
Well, the ride is back in business with a few changes. The brakes have been improved, there's a new watchdog computer checking the first computer, and when they're running more than one train, they've introduced a special new sensor. A man with a stop button.
Apparently that job reached the correct excitement levels to allow them to employ someone. Anyway, it's news and previews time. The Future Entertainment Show is on this weekend. In the past, they'll be showing off such highlights as the 32X, AVP, and some sort of cutscene. Mortal Kombat 2 is coming out for PC and Amiga, and they're releasing some sort of ghost-based multimedia rubbish for the PC.
Ah, techie subjects. I am the king of the techies. Neep, neep, neep.
Oh my god, stop.
I'm the king of the techies.
How very like the home life of our own dear Queen.
What?
If today's show hasn't sent a shiver down your spine yet, just wait till you see the lineup of ghostly games that have slithered their way into the Bad Influence studio.
It's time for a spooky game roundup.
First up, the sequel to last year's hit game Zombies, it's Ghoul Patrol on the SNES. You play Zeke, who discovers a book in a glowing chest.
I've not played it, but it looks exactly like its predecessor, so I'm sure it's probably fine.
And if that's not scary enough, you can join the spirits of the dead in Isle of the Dead on the PC CD-ROM. You play Jake Dunbar, and your plane has crashed on a remote island. That's the good news. The bad news is that it's full of the living dead, and you only have a limited amount of ammunition.
Jesus wept, this looks horrifying, and not in the intended way.
Jake tries to find out why the zombies are there in the first place, and how he can get back to civilization.
Now, how may I be of service to you?
Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that accent.
If you prefer the more familiar spooks, spectres and monsters, then there's Frankenstein, also on the PC. You have to guide Igor, Dr. Frankenstein's assistant.
Oh my lord, this game looks mediocre as it is, but those constant sound effects, just no.
Bound to find ghosts, giant spiders and mutant slime monsters. Oh, and watch out for the Vicar and the Undertaker.
A lot of the more spectacular ghostly games are out on PC rather than console, presumably because they're being aimed at an older audience. Harvester, for example, is a psychological thriller.
Okay, well this is weird. I'm currently playing through Harvester so I can bring you a video of that for Halloween, and then they also mentioned Ecstatica, which I did for Halloween last year, and then the next review isn't Halloween related, it's Mickey Mania, which I've just been playing through for the 10-hour timestamp podcast. I get the feeling that Bad Influence is watching me, and I can't think of anything more terrifying than Andy Crane poking his head out of a cupboard in the dark.
Cause a lot of time has gone, we must be ready to go away altogether now.
This is classic Disney. It looks gorgeous, but it does take itself very seriously.
Just like your mum.
You start off with Steamboat Willie, Mickey's first film from 1928. The game is beautifully animated. The graphics are really nice to look at. The game's aimed at younger players, and the difficulty curve is just about right. In fact, on the first level, you can't actually die.
You can't actually die on the first level, he says. I can tell you right now that that's bollocks. Double bollocks on the "this game is for younger kids" remark as well. This game is a spiteful shitbag.
Disney connoisseurs among you will recognise that this level is based on Mickey's 1933 film called The Mad Doctor.
Yes, I'm sure there are many Mickey connoisseurs among Bad Influence's audience.
It's a great looking game, but experienced game players will finish it within a few hours, so it's not really £60.
It's not very original, but it's a pleasure to play because it looks so lovely.
Okay, I'm guessing middling scores for this one then?
It's a nice idea, but it reminds me too much of the other Mickey Mouse games, and they're a couple of years old now.
I mean, even Adam isn't that pissed off with the game. Come on, threes.
Scores then. Mickey Mania gets a golden oldie, 4 out of 5 from the girls and the boys.
The new average.
Next, Race Days for the Game Boy.
Race Day for the Game Boy's next. It's 2 games in one, and neither looks great.
I found the overhead game very difficult to play. The tracks are so narrow that all the cars get bottlenecked, and it's very hard to control.
Hold on a minute. Were those some genuinely insightful and helpful words coming out of that reviewer's mouth?
The four-wheel drive game is easier to control and much more fun than the other game is. The graphics are nice and chunky for the Game Boy, but after a while you still lose interest.
This is the most cogent review I've heard on Bad Influence. How have I missed this girl before? Was I just so clouded in rage that she managed to slip past without me noticing?
I like the idea of putting 2 games onto one cartridge, but it only works if they're both interesting.
And a perfect summation. Give this lass a raise. I am shocked. Shocked. Who is she? Make her Prime Minister of Games.
The overhead bit is total scrap, to be honest.
I'm not allowed to say crap, so I'll just add the letter S to the start of the word. Good lad.
I didn't particularly like either of them. It's very put-downable.
Put-downable, like an ugly dog that's bitten your grandmother.
Race Days gets a Lada convertible, 3 out of 5.
Again, scores are way too high for the words that are coming out of their mouths. I'm sure they only have a handful of 1s and 2s they're allowed to give out over the course of a series, and they spunk them all too early.
I am not the king of the techies. I am Nep Techie, underwater god of the Furtlers. And I'm creating my own underwater home right here in the basement so I can be worshipped from above.
So, first you teach kids that mocking Tourette's is fine, and then you teach kids that mixing water and electronics is fine. Astounding work. Astounding. Last week's competition prize was a SNES with NBA 95. This week it's a Mega Drive with Dynamite Heady. Fair.
That's just about it for this week. Hope you enjoyed the programme. Join us next week when we'll be looking at the space strategy game Inferno. See you then. Bye-bye.
Oh, and don't forget to watch Noel's house party on Saturday because Andy's getting a gotcha Oscar.
You what? Okay, I have to look at this. Okay, well, I've just watched it. I've got to be honest, not a lot happens, but here's a brief rundown. Andy gets invited to take a trip around Basingstoke on a tour bus, but then the tour bus gets stolen by fake protesters, and Andy, in his own affable way, doesn't really get wound up or upset or anything. He just laughs about everything. It's like playing a prank on a puppy. The only thing truly funny throughout the entire endeavour is when they get him to sing the fake Basingstoke anthem, and he just goes ahead and sings it, even though he obviously doesn't even know the tune. Anyway, it's credits time, so in summary then, Andy is not the best man to send if you want to get some hard-hitting questions in. Adam might not be allowed to say mild swear words on TV, but he'll still find a way.
Total scrap.
And the review scores make no damn sense. I feel like this is the summary for every episode, but I just want to reiterate that point. No sense. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome to another episode of Breaking Bad Influence, the show that doesn't know what it wants to be anymore.
1, 2, 1.
Hello from Bad Influence. We're getting ready for a live performance from top band ASF.
Yes, ASF, everyone's favourite answer to the question, who? We've also got a review of Super Bomberman 2, and Zed Wright has been locked in a hotel room with an exercise bike.
But first, it's bonfire night on Saturday, so the question on everyone's lips is, as always, what will the weather be like?
What an exciting country we live in.
Well, if you've got a PC, you can now buy a software package that will let you do your own weather forecasts. Although it's primarily aimed at schools and colleges because it costs over £1,000. But it does come with a nifty little add-on.
Yep, we've reached this level of excitement, weather forecasting. Why just watch the weather forecast when you can spend $1,000 to have a guess yourself?
OK, so that's the satellite sorted, but weather forecasting is a very complicated business. However, who better to guide us through it than the Michelle Pfeiffer of the weather forecasting world? Sean Lloyd, hi.
Ooh, sleeves are rolled up, Andy's getting flirty. Check out my buff forearm, Sean, I've been working out.
Difference being we use other forecasting tools as well, radar, detailed info from the weather stations. The interesting thing about this is this infrared information, which of course being dark outside at night is an advantage to use it. You can see the Earth's curvature there, and then a great big dirty swirl of cloud.
Don't say great big dirty swirl of cloud in front of Andy right now, he's likely to go off like a rocket.
Well, Violet was talking about the two other satellites, and you can look at pictures of all over the world,
You can, yes.
So you took us through some of those.
Well, we've got some American pictures here, and look at that finger of cloud stretching all the way across the states, virtually splitting it in two.
Sean, you're just doing this on purpose now.
That's interesting for us at the moment, because you remember that freak thunderstorm earlier in the week, and you can make out the Nile there. So it's great, we can sort of zoom in on all these places of interest for us.
These are just stills. I mean, when you do the weather, you always say, let's have a look at the satellite sequence.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Look, you can't even control his legs anymore.
Is you can zoom in and out.
I'm so OK, the million-dollar question, the weather for bonfire night will be what?
Well, I'm keeping a careful eye on this. It's looking slightly dodgy. I'll stake the fact it's going to be fairly wet in the east.
Yeah.
Basically, the further west you go, the drier it's likely to be. Northern Ireland ought to be dry for bonfire.
So that's the place for a good bonfire
Let's
night
all go
party,
there.
is Northern Ireland.
So, have you got any plans for bonfire night, Sean? Just, you know, it's meant to be quite dry over in Ireland on bonfire night, and I know this lovely little hotel right down by the coast, so if you're not doing anything, I thought maybe you and me... No, that's fine. I mean, I've got a pretty busy schedule here on Bad Influence.
In Westwood? No. Oh, Marty? No.
Rood's been on the Rob in TK Maxx.
Hello, Furtlers. As bonfire night approaches, you're probably thinking, oh, must choose a suitable anorak. Now, I've been looking through my collection, and I've chosen this one. This is my favourite anorak of all time, because it's voice-activated. I'll show you. Right arm, up. Stop. Hey, down. Whoa, up, stop. Oh, you have to be really careful with your commands, Furtlers.
I am 9,000% sure he's done this skit before. Series 1, somewhere. He's definitely done this before. Someone tell me in the comments which one it was, because I can't be bothered to look.
Like crazy! Whoa, not you! Whoa, down! Oh.
It's freezing out there. Still, a wise decision not to borrow one of Nam's anoraks.
Yeah, never a good idea to contaminate police evidence. Anyway, let's have a look at Bomberman 2, shall we? 5 out of 5 across the board. Put it in the bank.
This is one of the most enjoyable games ever devised. It's hard to improve upon perfection, but I think this one's even better than the first Bomberman game.
Oh, yes. If our very own ex-goth loves it, then you know it's on the right track.
It's a lot bigger than the first game, as the screen scrolls on many levels. It's also a lot harder. This is the battle mode, which is really the main point of Super Bomberman, as you can play against your friends. It's really sociable.
Really sociable? Clearly you're not playing the game with the right people.
It's brilliantly addictive. If you haven't got the first one, you must get this.
But you said it's better than the first one, so even if you do have the first one, surely this is better? And therefore you should get it?
The beauty of this game is you can just pick it up and play, and you'll never get bored of it because no two games are the same.
Everyone loves the Bomberman games. They're fast, colourful and brilliant fun to play.
Okay, sounds good. Also, I have no idea who this last person is. I've literally never seen her before, so I'm assuming they were running out of reviewers. 5 out of 5, come on.
And the scores for Super Bomberman 2, both the boys and the girls gave it an explosive 4 out of 5.
Why? Why? There was not a bad word said about this game. Everyone talked about how great it is. What docked the points? Nothing. Nothing bad was said. Just as good as Dragon. Piss off.
Super Bomberman 2, a great game, and had it been an original, it would have got 5 out of 5. But because it's a sequel, our panel decided to mark it down by 1 and give it 4 out of 5.
You've already specified that's not the point of the scores anymore, Andy. You spent at least 2 10-minute segments in this series explaining that points were now specifically focused on gameplay only. How good they were to play. How can you mark a game down on gameplay because it's a sequel? Are you telling me that Street Fighter 2 is worse than the original Street Fighter? This system is broken.
If you disagree, you're very welcome to drop us a line and let us know what you think. In fact, we're always happy to receive your letters about the programme. And this year, apart from the regular mail, we've also been receiving electronic mail. We're on the CompuServe system, and like all mailing systems, we have an address.
What the fuck is that email address? I know the internet is in its infancy here, but come on, come on.
Ours is really catchy. It goes as follows: 1000302.1207 @CompuServe.com. And our PC has got a modem built in. Now, a modem is the bit of kit that allows you to send and receive characters down the telephone line. I'm live on the system at the moment, and I've just been calling up some of the letters that we received recently. This has come from Pete Davidson, who writes, "Hi, we're just writing to say how much we enjoy Bad Influence. We think it's 100 times better than Games Master."
Yes, that seems like a genuine email from a real person who doesn't work in the Bad Influence studio in some capacity.
Keep making it as good as you are doing so. All the best. Pete Davidson and Mike Airy. Thank you for that, guys. You don't have to use this system for just mail, though. You can access whole libraries of information. You can book theatre tickets, airline tickets, holidays. You can even chat to people live all the way around the world. In fact, as Zed Wright now reports from America, the so-called information superhighway is eventually going to affect us all.
Well, it's shite.
The latest buzz phrase over here is the information superhighway. It's nothing to do with traffic signals and freeway madness. It's the idea that every citizen will one day have access to a massive electronic data bank. It brings together 3 bits of existing technology and uses the plus points of them all. First, the TV. A lot of American homes are on cable, and the cable network can handle massive amounts of data, hundreds of TV channels. But you can't talk back to the TV.
Wait, I don't know what his point is here. Can we talk back to the TV now that we have the internet? Have I been doing TV wrong?
It's a one-way street.
Man, I get it. Highways, very good. You don't have to show me footage of one every 10 seconds.
Next, the telephone. The plus point of the telephone is that it's two-way. Messages can come into the house and go out from the house. But the telephone wires can only cope with a very small amount of information. And finally, the computer. The computer is a very powerful way to store and organize information. Bring them all together, and you've got yourself the beginnings of the information superhighway. It means that you'll never have to leave your bedroom ever again. You'll have access to information on any subject under the sun. All sorts of services will be on offer, including home shopping. This is a system called In the Bag, and it's a virtual shopping mall.
Okay, wait, what? Why is the internet better before it exists than it is now that it does exist? I want all websites to look like this.
You can go into any virtual shop that you fancy. Once inside, you can select goods using a data glove and find out prices and other information. And to buy something, you simply drop it into your virtual shopping bag.
Thank you. Your credit card has been charged.
What? No confirmation or anything. Just put it in the bag. We've taken the money, sunshine. Okay, I take it back. This version of shopping's horrific.
Another vital service is called video on demand. Just like a video you get from the shop, you can fast forward, rewind, and pause at will. And best of all, you don't have to stop watching the vid to order some pizza to go with it.
That is the worst selection of toppings. 4 options. 4? The future looks awful.
The system relies on massive supercomputers called digital video servers. They can store hundreds of videos and read them out independently to thousands of TVs. All right, that was quick. The information superhighway. also lets you play games on demand. This is the headquarters of Sega in America, and they're pioneering the technology that makes it possible to play remote Sonic.
Once again, Sega leading the way with something barely anyone bothered with. Poor Sega.
For a monthly fee, you can choose up to 50 hot games and play as much as you want. There's also a special test drive section that lets you try out new games before they hit the shops. The Information Superhighway will also let you make very high-quality video phone calls.
Z, who are you talking to?
Not now, Mom. I'm busy. Now, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking, why are you eating pizza in the middle of this information segment? It's rude.
How does Z keep his sharp, athletic figure if he never leaves his bedroom? The answer's over here. The world's first virtual exercise bike. There's a choice of courses from the complete Tour de France to this rather pleasant countryside.
All gyms should be like this. I remember watching this segment at the time and was convinced that this would be it. Gyms would be like physical arcade places where all the exercises would be fun instead of a monotonous slog full of sweat and weird noises.
There's various virtual opponents to race against, or you can link several machines together and race with your pals. There are even plans to connect virtual bikes to the Information Superhighway. This is Zed Wright for Bad Influence, lying somewhere on the Information Superhighway.
Okay, that's enough of that. It's time for Nam to give us a cheat that no one will ever want to use.
You've been a very naughty anorak. Now stay and stop waving your arms about. Hello, furlers. I've decided not to wear that anorak, but instead to wear this. It's very special indeed. Watch what happens when I turn it on. On, off, on, off.
It's a shame he wasn't wearing an all-over bodysuit.
Anorak of invisibility, and it's very appropriate for this next cheat, which is for Alien Breed on the Amiga. All you have to do is log on to the computer and then type in Salman Rushdie plays Alien Breed. Salman Rushdie plays Alien Breed.
How many letters does he think are in that sentence?
And then when you start to play, you'll be invisible. Hey, brilliant!
It's not brilliant though, is it? It's not even a cheat.
Shame he wasn't wearing an all-over bodysuit. Shame he wasn't wearing an all-over bodysuit.
It's a shame he wasn't wearing an all-over bodysuit. It's a shame he wasn't wearing an all-over bodysuit. Oh God, I made the same joke as Andy. I think I've watched so much Bad Influence that I've accidentally merged into his wavelength. I need to go and boil my body. I'll be back in a minute.
This is Inferno, the latest space simulation game. It's a world of bizarre planets, asteroid fields, desolate space wrecks, and psychotic space warriors. Not for the first time in a game, the entire fate of civilization rests on your shoulders, or should that be your mouse, as you defend the universe of Inferno from the evil Rexon Empire. And there's a lot of good graphics and cinematic effects, but when you've finished the 700 missions, what else is so exciting about it? Well, the music, for one thing. It's the first time that music commissioned for a game has been released separately on a CD. It was written and performed by the legendary band ASF.
The legendary band ASF. So why is it I've never heard of the band ASF before? Oh, I see why. They're not called ASF, they're called Alien Sex Fiend. I wonder why they keep abbreviating that here on this kids program, Bad Influence.
And Chris from the band is with Violet now.
Yep, I'm here with Mrs. Fiend. So, where did you start?
Well, we had a list of 17 songs, a different song for each of the scenarios in the game. Some of it was gameplay, where you'd be flying around planets, moons in space, and some of it was theme tunes, one for the humans and one for the aliens.
We've got a picture of the aliens here.
This is all that we had to start with. This is the Emperor and this is his sidekick. They're green, actually.
Green aliens, original.
Okay, and we had to come up with a menacing theme tune for them. So something like... completely the wrong sound and no good at all, far too twee.
Right, enough of that. It's news and previews time. True Lies is coming out, one of the only good film-to-game conversions at the time. Stargate is coming out, which is the opposite of that. And Vortex for the SNES looks like every Super FX game ever made. And there's also a keyboard coming out and it costs 70 quid.
And now for some more games reviews.
Super Stardust review is up next.
It's a nice-looking action-packed game, but the fancy graphics can't hide the rather thin gameplay. There are 4 tunnel sequences, and although they look spectacular, they're a real dog to play. Go out and buy a public domain game for £1.
Ouch, Lakesh. I've never played Super Stardust, but I seem to remember it's a pretty popular game, and it also got a fairly recent sequel.
I think this is really stupid. You just shoot rocks.
It's just stupid. That's the kind of insightful games journalism I expect from Bad Influence reviewers.
I really like this. It's asteroids in an extra dimension. This will definitely appeal to shoot-'em-up fans.
Well, he seems a bit more on the ball. Gold star for him. No idea what the scores are going to be for this. I've given up guessing.
Super Stardust is obviously a game you either love or hate. After fierce debate, the scores averaged out at 3 out of 5 from both the boys and the girls.
Well, that's the most contentious 3 out of 5 I think we'll see. It's a 3 that says you will either love this or hate this, not a 3 that says this game is just okay. Once again, the point system is useless. Next up, it's that Shaquille O'Neal fighting game, and right, this just looks shit. Shaq Fu, what a stupid idea.
It's a really good effort to beat 'em up.
A good effort? That's the kind of thing your mum would say when you come last in school sports day.
The only problem is the sprites are a bit too small. In the duel part, you don't have to play as Shaq, you can play as one of the other characters. I'm playing Voodoo the Woman against Orok. Each character has their own 2 special moves. Mine's to turn into a wolf. Brilliant, got it. Also, each character has a provoking move. Mine laughs in the face like that. This is the bit called the story.
This is the bit called the story. I've no idea why I find that so funny. It's just a very odd way of introducing it.
In the story, you have to play Shaq. He's not actually a very good character. I'd rather play one of the others. This game should give the other beat-em-ups a run for their money.
Gives other beat-em-ups a run for their money? Wow.
It's a great game.
It's a great game?
What a waste. It's got all these fantastic special moves, but you need brilliant eyesight to see them.
Okay, well, not massively critical there, even from the normal kid.
It seems that Shaq Fu has plenty of martial, but perhaps not quite enough art. It gets 4s all round.
4 each. No. No, 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 no. Same as Super Street Fighter 2. The same as my beloved dragon. No, 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 no.
I finally decided to wear this anorak.
I simply do not care anymore now. Last week's prize was something that's probably massively overrated, and this week's prize is a SNES with Super Bomberman 2, which apparently isn't as good as the first one because it's a sequel, even though everyone thinks it's better than the first one. And then it's time for Alien Sex Fiend to be drowned out by fireworks for a bit. So, in summary then, no, no, and... See you next time for another episode of this shit. Hello and welcome back to Breaking Bad Influence. It's episode 10 and everyone's shooting each other.
Hello from Bad Influence. Today, we're looking at gun accessories for various systems, including the 3DO.
Well, that's a shame.
Our main review is The Lion King on the Mega Drive.
And that's a shame as well.
And Violet makes friends with a virtual puppet called Tizzy, the latest innovation from the people who brought you the Muppets.
Shame all round. Speaking of shame...
Oh, Fertlers, I've got terrible toothache. I've tried everything. Medicine, herbal remedies, even thinking good thoughts. There's only one thing for it.
Look, the only thing I can really tell you about this is that Nam has a toothache, and not once does he say he has a dentist appointment at 2:30. Completely wasted opportunity.
Oh, Fertlers, it fell on my foot! Oh, toothache cured though. Hey!
Time to take a look inside Andy's latest wet dream.
Looks like he's got foot and mouth disease. All right, I give up. I submit. Uncle.
Shut it, Crane. These space-age guns and headsets are the latest in home quasar battle gear from Sega. All right, off you go, Scarper. The guns have an infrared transmitter, and there's a receiver in the other player's headset. So I can only shoot Andy, and Andy can only shoot me.
These are some of the things that most people would agree make for healthy relationships.
Oh, and there's no escaping either, because the guns have an incredible range of 120 feet.
Why is it that all the kids in the Bad Influence studio are behaving like bored office workers and Andy and Violet are the ones running around like lunatics the entire time? It's political correctness gone mad or something.
At 30 quid a set. I should imagine these will be in a few Christmas stockings. Guns are the hot accessory this year.
Alright, Captain America, calm down.
This is the 3DO version of Mad Dog 2 The Lost Gold, follow-up to the brilliant arcade game Mad Dog McCree. It works like this. Your television picture is made up by a dot of light racing rapidly from left to right, from the top to the bottom of your screen. When you fire the gun, the screen flashes white, and this sensor in the end of the gun...
How can you make guns sound boring, Andy? I've got my whole life assuming that they work via magic, and now you've gone and explained it's done using flashes. That's my life ruined.
Oh.
Didn't last long, did you?
Well, I've got to be honest, I'm not really surprised when Andy adds his own recoil to every shot.
Lethal Enforcers 2 is another sequel to a classic arcade game. Once again, it's set in the Wild West.
Were cowboys popular at this time in the 90s? I don't understand why there are so many cowboy games.
Good speech and a plethora of different weapons to keep you culling those bad guys.
Continuing in the Western theme.
Why? Why is everything about cowboys?
The arcade game was the first to use Laserdisc, and the home version is the first to use full motion video.
You took a bad hit.
It's the nearest you'll get to the arcade experience. Unlike its 3DO counterpart, it doesn't use screen scanning, it uses infrared. It's that box of tricks at the top of the monitor that does all the work. Okay, let's see how I get on one-on-one against Mad Dog himself.
Don't do that. This is what Andy Crane lives for. Look at him. Absolutely lapping it up. Anyway, it's time for a review of Lion King. It's a rubbish game and everyone who says otherwise is wrong, which means this game will no doubt get at least 4 out of 5 across the board because this is Bad Influence and I've just come to accept that everything is wrong.
This has to get the prize as the most appealing game character of all time.
The most appealing character of all time? I think you're forgetting everyone's favourite Mega Drive character, Socket, who's a duck no less. Simba. Pff, most appealing character.
The good thing about this game is that it's not just all bouncing around, there's a strong puzzle element. Here you have to roar at the monkeys so they turn round and throw you in the opposite direction over the river.
Wow, what a strong puzzle element.
The sound effects are excellent. Here the rhino's just throwing me up and the monkeys are throwing me over the river.
So puzzling.
There, I've landed on the ostrich, and from now on it's just average platform stuff.
Just average platform stuff, he says, as he rides on the back of an ostrich. What platform games have you been playing, you lunatic?
Halfway through the game, as in the film, Simba grows up and you get to play as the Lion King, and you can have some pretty good fights like this one. And pretty good fights like this one. Some of the levels in the game are a bit too linear, and this is one of them. Another gripe I've got is that some of the puzzles in the game are far too hard. You just don't know what you're supposed to do. Like here, for example, you can't go left and you can't go right, so what's the point?
Right, now maybe it's just me. Maybe I've spent so long playing games that it's obvious to me, but there are 2 distinct platforms here that clearly look like they're going to move, and directly above those are 2 stalactites. So, like, I mean, hit them, right? That's pretty much the only solution.
It took me ages to figure out what you have to do. You have to jump up and hit the stalactites on the roof so they fall down and you can access the lower part of the level.
Right, yeah. I'm not sure what he's been trying to do for ages to get this stuck. It's not like there's much else you can experiment with.
It's the best looking, most playable Disney game yet.
I can think of literally 1,000 Disney games better than The Lion King.
This is brilliant. It's full of cute touches and will keep you amused for hours.
Oh, thanks, Smiley Lass. You've changed my mind. 5 out of 5 across the board. Best game ever made.
It looks good, but it's just too hard to work out what's going on sometimes.
It's not though, is it? Right. 4 out of 5. Come on, give it to me.
And the scores for Lion King: a purring 4 from the boys and a roaring 5 from the girls.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot the boys and the girls give separate scores because they've been pretty much in sync for about 5 episodes now. Well, apparently Lion King is for girls because boys find basic puzzles too hard.
Excellent scores. Now, have a look at this. 25 years ago today, Sesame Street was launched on an unsuspecting world. It featured an entirely new cast of characters: Kermit the Frog, Miss Piggy and Big Bird. The man behind Kermit was called Jim Henson.
Next up, Violet's come to take a look at B-Movie or something. It's not B-Movie, it's something else, but I've already forgotten what it's called, so I'm just going to call it B-Movie.
There's a camera down. Hi! Hey, Stinky!
The Animal Show is a chat show for animals, hosted by a skunk called Stinky and his polar bear pal, Jake.
We have to go work now.
But at Henson's, they're doing something completely new by mixing conventional puppetry with the latest computer technology, as their third star is a computer-generated bee.
Oh no, you've made the worst mistake. The puppets always look better than 90s CGI.
Now, with this new technique, both director and performers can see the character as it's being generated.
Just look at it. I hate this bee.
Hi, Violet. I'm Tizzy, a computer graphic bee. Hi, Tizzy. Traditional puppetry techniques are still used to control Tizzy's movements, but what's completely new is that Tizzy doesn't actually exist. She's entirely computer-generated.
So they have to basically build a puppet anyway, but then make the puppet part of it in CGI. Why not just build a puppet? Just build a puppet!
Having created this wireframe from thousands of triangles, they produce a skeleton which will enable Tizzy to move. It's not based on the true skeleton of a bee, but it does enable them to add facial moves and expressions which make Tizzy larger than life.
You know what else can do facial expressions? Puppets!
There are actually 2 Tizzys. This is a low-resolution version of Tizzy, produced live in real time. Later, it gets replaced by the final Tizzy, who has much more detail.
Does it? I'm going to chalk this one up to standard definition, but I can barely see a difference.
Getting the take stored on computer is only the beginning. Now the real work begins. Tizzy Mark II is created upstairs in the computer editing suite.
We do essentially the same process that we were doing on the floor, but this time taking more time over each frame, adding a certain amount of blur, putting the wings on.
That is a lot of work for a CGI bee.
But seeing as Tizzy doesn't really exist, how does the cameraman keep her in focus? Sorry Tizzy, I hate to break this news to you, but you don't actually exist. You only exist inside a computer.
Violet is obsessed with giving this bee an existential crisis. That's at least the 3rd time she's mentioned that this bee does not exist. Leave the poor bee alone, Violet. News and previews time. First off, Andy slags off retro gaming.
Here's a Christmas present idea for the sad old fertler in your life. Next time your dad goes on about, oh, the good old days of video games when men were boys and sprites were black and white, shut him up with this.
Secret of Mana is also coming out, which is great because it's brilliant. And Batman the Animated Series, the game, is coming out, which is confusing. And also Full Throttle. So all in all, this is a good news and previews week for once. Rood's back, but it's the usual rubbish, so moving on.
Crane to base, I've got 2 on my tail and I'm going in for the kill. Crane to base, mission accomplished, awaiting further instructions.
This is Berlin to Crane, look. Just get on with it, all right?
Oh, I was enjoying that. This is just one of the many VR helmets soon to be flooding the marketplace.
Soon to be flooding the marketplace. Soon. Flooding. Marketplace. All words that are wrong.
It's called 3D Wear, and it's really easy to operate because it comes with 500 objects that you just select and drop into place. Look, I'll show you how it works. This is an overhead view of the virtual world that you want to create. The 2 lines there are the sort of X and Y axes, so you can position objects correctly. There's a whole menu of things to choose from. There we are, roads and mountains and bridges. And if I just put a couple of houses in there like that, and then we can scroll through. A skyscraper there and a skyscraper there. Now we need some roads to run through Craneville, so we'll put a road there and a road here. Over the top of that, we'll have that bit of curvy road there, and then we'll stick some bridges in here. There, And there it is, my masterpiece, an oasis in a VR desert. That is Craneville. Obviously, building a full virtual world takes a little bit longer than I've just done it in, so here's one I made earlier on.
Well, after that sorry showing, I refuse to believe Andy had anything to do with making this.
As VR games and hardware become more available for home systems, packages like 3Dware will be essential for games designers and programmers, so that they don't have to start every world from scratch.
Yeah, developers are always using stuff like this to make games. Actually, to be fair to Andy, with the amount of asset flips on Steam right now, he's probably right. Street Racer review is next, and Street Racer is great. I love Street Racer. Do not ruin this, review children, because I will never forgive you.
Just smell for me now.
This is an amazing game with superb graphics. It leaves most other racing games standing.
Yes, look at that. She's all over it. Didn't even have time to smile between saying nice things about the fantastic Street Racer. We love you, smiley lass. May your smile shine down on Street Racer forevermore.
This is Championship. There are 8 different players. I'm playing Frank. There are loads of different tracks to choose from. You can fly around corners, and you can also punch players to get them out of the way. I think Street Racer is better than Mario Kart.
Better than Mario Kart. I'm not sure if she's right or not, but I don't care. Street Racer is love. Street Racer is life.
It's full of brilliant ideas. The football game is a stroke of genius. I just couldn't put it down.
5 out of 5.
I'm not keen on this.
Sarah, no!
If you crash, it's too hard to get back in the race.
Sarah!
Street Racer gets a full throttle 4 from the girls, but a turbocharged 5 out of 5 from the boys.
I'm not keen on this. If you crash, it's too hard to get back in the race.
Here we go, it's a new FIFA. It's better than the last one, so it's time to score it lower.
This could do with being a touch faster, but apart from that, I can't see how they can improve it.
Yep, can't see how they can improve on it. 4 out of 5.
This is brilliant. It's got everything that you'd want from a football game.
Everything you'd want from a football game. 4 out of 5.
This is the football game to get in '95. It's the league leader.
The league leader. All you could ever want from a football game. 4 out of 5.
And it's 4-0 to FIFA 95 from both the boys and the girls.
Well, colour me shocked.
Migraines, mildew, mothiness, aha!
Nam's doing stuff again. I don't care. Moving on. Last week's prize was a SNES with Bomberman 2. This week is a SNES and Street Racer, which is better than Mario Kart.
And finally, take a look at this. The long-awaited Micro Machines 2 for the Mega Drive. It features 54 new tracks. It features better control over your cars.
Andy, tell them about the really brilliant bit.
Yeah, the really brilliant bit is that it's a simultaneous 8-player racing game.
No, the other brilliant thing, you know.
Oh yeah, the cartridge has got 2 extra ports in it, so you can plug in 2 extra joypads, and 8 players can play sharing the joypads.
Andy, tell them about the best feature of the game.
Now, I know what Violet is getting at here, but also Andy is right. There are so many good things about Micro Machines 2. It's a great game. It's got the coolest looking cartridge outside of Sonic and Knuckles. It's one of the best multiplayer games ever made. And...
yeah. Violet thinks the best bit about Micro Machines 2 is that she's in it.
that is a look of genuine pride, and a bit of smugness, but mostly pride.
Stage 1. Take some funky reference photographs of our Violet. Stage 2, oh, do keep up, Violet, turn it over, there we are. Preliminary sketches to create the caricature. This was one of my personal favourites, sadly it didn't make it into the game.
Well, I would love to know what you're pointing at, Andy, but currently all I'm looking at are weird white and black blurs.
Stage 3, they develop the caricature to a satisfactory stage, i.e. give it lots and lots of hair up the top here.
At least they toned it down a bit for the pixel art version. Violet was very close to looking like a female Guile for a moment.
Here she is in the character selection screen. And if you win as Violet, she does this. But if you lose as Violet, she does this.
Oh. Did the wrong things.
We don't have time to re-record that, just keep the tape rolling.
That's just about it for this week. Next week we have a robot special, including a look at Rise of the Robots.
Oh God. Oh no. It's finally coming.
See you then. Bye-bye.
Anyway, it's credits time. So in summary then, cowboys are apparently the in thing in the middle of the 90s, even though they definitely weren't. The Lion King has extremely complicated puzzles. And Street Racer is loved by all apart from Sarah. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome to yet another ruddy episode of Breaking Bad Influence. This week it's time for the rise of the robots!
Hello from Bad Influence. Meet my friends, the Seven Dwarves.
Oh, okay, not the game then, just a bunch of crap robots running around while Andy pretends to be murdered. In a twist on the old formula, either because they've run out of content or they just want to show off, they reveal that this week's prize is a Pentium PC, which I've been told can never become obsolete. We've also got a review of Donkey Kong Country on the SNES, which is obviously going to get 5 out of 5 because it's Donkey Kong Country on the SNES.
And now be discovering new ways to explore other planets.
Oh, and Zed Wright is in space. Yawn.
We love pinball on Bad Influence. If there's ever a break in rehearsals, ooh, this is where you'll find me.
First up though, it's time for pinball awesomeness, and Andy does his usual thing of playing it with his crotch.
I don't know. Computer pinball games are notoriously difficult to program because the movement of the ball around the table is so unpredictable. We've managed to track down one of the first, Pinball Wizard on the Spectrum. And this computer is so old that we can't even get sound off it. How dare you?
The Spectrum is so old, says Violet, sitting there in the mid-90s. Just to put that into perspective, the Spectrum wasn't discontinued until 1992. This was filmed about 95? 96 maybe? It's barely a teenager, Violet.
And the game, it has to be said, is rather slow. You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. But the first one to really get it right was Revenge of the Gator on the Game Boy. When it came out 4 years ago, it impressed everyone with its secret rooms and cartoon characters that popped up on the tables.
But it's so old, Violet, it can't even display colours properly. Look at it.
One of the most popular console pinball games is also my favourite. This is Dragon's Fury on the Mega Drive.
I find it hard to believe that this is one of Andy's favourite pinball games because it's one of my favourite pinball games and I don't like to admit that we're sharing ideals.
Especially Jamie, who's doing really well. And some classic pinball games are being released on other formats. This is Pinball Dreams.
Bad Influence would also like you to know that other pinball games exist, such as Pinball Dreams, Psycho Pinball,
a little bit spicy.
Pinball Illusions. Yes, it's one of these segments where they just list a bunch of games. I don't know why, though, because they're all so old. They're not even in 3D.
Oh, yes. Oh, very good. Footloose. Only 32 shopping days to Christmas.
Don't listen to him, it's less than that. Unless it's more. It depends when you're watching this. Regardless, the chances of him being correct are slim.
This one's for Violet. No. This one's for Andy, and this one's for Violet. Yes.
Well, he's spent more on me than I intend to spend on him. Our main review this week is the one you've been waiting for.
Donkey Kong Country reviews next.
The incredible 3D quality of the main sprites puts all other game characters to shame.
Puts all other games' characters to shame? I think you're forgetting about everyone's favourite Mega Drive character, Socket, who's a duck.
This is a game you won't want to put down.
Just like your mum.
If you're playing as Donkey Kong, you'll find at the beginning of each level a barrel with Diddy Kong in it, and you can get them like this. If you've got both Kongs on the screen at once, you control one, and the other just follows. Now, both Kongs have different abilities. For example, Diddy Kong can run faster and jump higher than Donkey Kong, and you can swap between them like I'm doing now. It's fun to play and gorgeous to look at.
Just like your mum.
I thought I'd be disappointed by this because there was so much hype surrounding the game, but I love it.
This is a work of art. The gameplay is just your basic platform stuff, but it looks so good you just want to keep playing.
Just like your mum.
And the scores, Donkey Kong Country gets
5 out of 5. I will stake posh kids' money on it.
It's a Kong-sized 5 out of 5 from the boys and the girls.
See, just like Andy says, it gets a dong-sized 5 out of 5 from everyone. This is the least surprising review in the world. Moving on.
A well-deserved maximum score for Donkey Kong Country. The SNES was launched in the UK 2.5 years ago, but it's
2.5 years ago? That's so old. That's as old as a quick shot Supervision, which incidentally hasn't been shown since Series 1. I wonder why that is.
The music's horrible as well. Make it go away. Oh dear, bless it.
Anyway, it's time for Zed Wright to not talk about games.
It was just over 25 years ago that a man first stepped on the surface of the moon. Since that historic moment, only 11 other people have set foot on lunar dust. Why? Because it takes years to train an astronaut, and it costs billions of dollars to launch the manned spacecraft.
To work on it, it's so hard to describe.
You have to work on it because not only is it different than what you thought, it happens so quickly.
Well done! First time.
You know what
Get over here, people!
the impression I had that I never expected to have is you're shooting up.
Oh my God!
And this loose guy.
A safer and cheaper way to explore the moon and other planets is with remote control rovers. These striking pictures of the Martian surface were sent back by the Viking 1 and 2 missions in the mid-70s. But it's still not like really being there. You can only see what's directly in front of the camera. And even pictures from the moon, which is our closest neighbor, take about 5 seconds to arrive back at Earth.
5 seconds? That's too slow. And they're in black and white. Ugh, it's old.
So down on Earth at NASA's Ames Research Center just outside San Francisco, researchers have been trying to combine the old remote control technology with the latest virtual reality ideas.
Was virtual reality really more prevalent in the 90s than it is now? Bad Influence would have you believe that everyone apart from you was using virtual reality headsets in their everyday lives. I only ever saw virtual reality headsets in one place in the mid-90s, and that was on this show.
What I accomplished by doing that is having the cameras on the vehicle controlled by my head.
Okay, right. 1, could this not be done just using a joystick or something instead of having to crane your neck all over the shop? And 2, you can't tell me Pixar didn't steal this.
The latest test of the technology was the Dante project. Last July, a walking robot went down an active volcano in Alaska to explore the crater floor.
I can't believe they've missed the opportunity to have a dude in a Godzilla costume pop up and start fighting this thing.
We compensate for time delay to some extent by using virtual reality techniques. We've got a model here of Dante. This is the 8-legged walking robot here.
Well, this game barely looks finished.
Meanwhile, back on the moon...
Nobody is buying You're on the Moon, Zed. They wouldn't even pay for your bus fare in a previous episode.
Telepresence technology will open up the solar system to a whole range of people, scientists, explorers, and even tourists. There are already plans to put a buggy on the moon in 2 years and operated by Telepresence as a theme park attraction. Until then, this is the nearest I'm likely to get.
Fill a building with dirt and charge people to go in there dressed like a tit. Now that's a money-making idea.
Just for a minute there, I really thought Z was on the surface of the moon. You can find out all you ever wanted to know about robots on a new CD-ROM that's just hit the shops called Isaac Asimov's The Ultimate Robot. Isaac Asimov was a famous science fiction author who wrote loads of stories about robots.
When I was 19, I started writing stories.
If you want to look at some of the robots that have been...
Yeah, that's enough of you, Asimov. I'm Andy Crane and I want to talk. Click.
Look at clips from science fiction movies. Here we are, robots in the cinema. What should we take? Empire Strikes Back? Why not?
Don't say things like that. Of course we'll see Master Luke again.
I'm sure you will, but not today. There's also an interactive section called the Robotoid Assembly Toolkit where you can build your own robot. Reminds me of the Ministry of Funny Walks.
A reference children are sure to understand. News and previews time. Rise of the Robots comes out on computer formats tomorrow, apparently, which makes you wonder if they've just avoided it entirely because they already know it's a steaming pile of shit.
The opponent robots learn your favourite moves.
Rugby World Cup 1995 is coming out. It looks very much like a rugby game from 1995. And lastly, there's a Cadillacs and Dinosaurs game coming out on Mega CD and PC, apparently. I had no idea this existed and it looks cack.
Brilliant!
Nam's back with a cheat, and if you were wondering how much of a shit was given by this point in Series 3, they didn't even get the cheat right first time. They just scribbled it out and wrote the correct one. Can't be bothered using another piece of scrap cardboard.
Thing is, she'll believe him as well. Meet Doc. Doc is a very stupid robot. Stupid because he's been programmed to do one thing and one thing only.
Andy, don't wind the robots up. You know it's only going to lead to the overthrowing of humanity.
Don't they look sweet?
And this one's just as cute and just as stupid.
When these robots come back with guns for hands, Violet and Andy will be the first ones put against the wall.
The reason these robots are stupid is because they're only programmed to do one thing, to either follow or avoid. And they have no knowledge of their environment, nor can they learn from their experience because they haven't got any memory either.
Get out of here. They call this one the cat. It's got more sensors and 3 rules of behaving. Rule 1 is to avoid obstacles. As you can see, it's backing away from the shoes there. Rule 2 is to avoid enemies, represented there by an infrared beacon.
Rule number 3 is to develop a taste for human flesh.
Another clever thing is that it can recharge itself when it gets tired. And we recorded it earlier today doing just that.
This is the most boring episode of Robot Wars I've ever seen.
Let me switch him off so he forgets everything he's learned. And guys, all come in a big tight circle, get your feet out, and we put Bashful down and switch him on again. If he learns in this hostile environment, you see, he behaves really spasmodically and erratically because he can't learn because there's no space for him. Now, if we all step back together, now, you see, he's still behaving in that erratic manner. He still hasn't yet learnt how to go forward. This is because, really, he needs the wide open spaces. He needs sort of freedom to learn and develop and sort of
Although
evolve
they may seem
as a
crude,
robot.
these robots are among the most intelligent ever made. They've been designed at Reading
What is
University.
going on?
Magic Carpet is the first PC game we've ever reviewed on Bad Influence.
Magic Carpet review is up next, and if ever a game deserved a 5 out of 5 just for being insanely ambitious, this is it. It's also the first PC game ever reviewed on Bad Influence, which makes me think it's going to get 3 out of 5 because no one understands what a mouse is. Uh-oh.
We just don't have time in a review this short to do justice to a game that's this big. But believe me, it is really good.
Yeah! Adam! Yeah!
You might think that Paul Daniels has got some magic spells. He hasn't.
Yeah, fuck Paul Daniels. He's been getting away with not being able to defy the laws of physics for too long.
This is a really good game, very original. But to play it properly, you need a lot of time and a lot of money.
I can think of one review kid with plenty of latter, and I imagine Posh Kid has got at least 8 PCs at home just to power his champagne making machines or something.
This is simply stunning. It's quite a hard game to get into though, because the story is rather complicated.
It's not complicated. You're a wizard, you need to kill the other wizards, and also something about dragons. Job done.
This is the first flight sim I've ever been bothered to play. First flight sim I've ever been bothered to play. First flight sim I've ever been bothered to play. It's a really nice looking game with some brilliant ideas.
The boys and the girls agree. Magic Carpet gets a great game if you can afford it. 5 out of 5.
A great game if you can afford it, which again does beg the question, why didn't they have Posh Kid reviewing this one? We need to fix that.
It was a good game and I could afford it. Chin chin.
Thanks, Posh Kid. Vortex for the SNES is next, and I don't care at this point because Magic Carpet got 5 out of 5, which is the most deserved thing that's ever happened on Earth.
When you first play this game, it takes ages to figure out where you're supposed to be on screen.
It takes ages to figure out where you're meant to be. Aren't you meant to be inside the massive robot that takes up 25% of the screen?
I'm not impressed. It's not a patch on Starwing. I'm not even excited by the graphics as I've seen them all before.
Pulling no punches there. Are we finally going to get a score under 3 again?
I quite like this.
No, Posh Kids just pushed the score back up. That's 4 out of 5.
I don't like this chunky polygon look, and I'm not too crazy about the gameplay either. It's just an average shoot 'em up.
Okay, maybe this one is going to be lopsided then? 4 from the boys, 2 from the girls? I don't know. Put your bets in now. Let's get excited.
And within the next hour, somebody watching this show is going to be made a millionaire. And it could be you.
Of course, 3. Even though it definitely wasn't going to be 3 on either side of the sex divide, I should stop getting angry about these scores. There's no medicine that will fix this.
Oh, brilliant! The relaxing and easy to wear massage shorts. Hey, Furtlers, you too can now enjoy the pleasures of a relaxing massage with these rugged yet inconspicuous massage shorts. I'm also wearing the matching massage belt.
That's what I call good vibrations.
Don't encourage him, Violet. Last week's competition prize was Better Mario Kart and a SNES. This week it's a Pentium PC, which they've been telling us about already. But it's a good prize, and Magic Carpet as well. May have edged it toward the 5 out of 5, but I don't care. Magic Carpet is 5 out of 5. Speaking of magic...
And next week we'll be looking at some software that lets you make your own animated 3D Magic Eye pictures. And here's one to practice with. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Yes, Magic Eye Pictures, just in case you were wondering what decade it was. Anyway, it's credits time, so in summary then, if it didn't come out this week, then it's old. Ugh. Rise of the Robots continues to loom over the horizon, and Bad Influence may be the genesis of the actual Rise of the Robots, when these little guys grow up and come back and kick everyone's head in. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome back to Breaking Bad Influence, the show that's suddenly gone eerily silent about Rise of the Robots, the game that it's based its entire aesthetic around. Instead, we get this.
Hello from a 3D Bad Influence. In today's show, new software that lets you make your own Magic Eye picture.
Yep, a whole feature on Magic Eye creation software. Are you pumped? I'm pumped. I'm really pumped.
It takes me ages to get into these. If you're the same, you might want to video the show this week because we've got loads more of these pictures later on in the programme.
Yeah, as if Magic Eye Pictures weren't notoriously difficult for most people anyway. Why not try recording them in standard def onto VHS tape and trying it out that way? This week, our main review is also an incredibly boring one, Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure. And Zed's off in boring America doing a boring feature about a big boring cinema. I'm pre-warning you guys, there's no excitement in this episode.
Now, you've probably seen these Magic Eye pictures or stereograms before because they seem to be everywhere at the moment. Basically, the idea is that you look through the picture and focus your eyes in the distance, and then a 3D image should appear in the pattern. Now, basically, the way it works is that normally when you look at a picture, you focus in on one point. But with a stereogram, you have to look through the picture, and this forces your eyes apart. So your left eye looks at the left-hand side of the picture, your right eye looks at the right-hand side of the picture, and because of that, you have a separate image in each eye, and that's why you get a 3D image. And if you're still not getting it, here's the hidden picture.
These stereograms on the video wall haven't come from a book or a poster. They've come from a new software package called Stereo World. It's available for PC, Amiga and Archimedes.
I've never heard a more 90s sentence than that.
These are called floaters.
Appropriate name.
The package also comes with some animated stereo pictures. This one's a head which turns from left to right, and this one's a bike which morphs into a car and back into a bike again. And there are even some 3D games. This one's called Lunar Lander.
Are you actually shitting me? Who on God's green earth would want to play a game like this? Whose idea was... ugh.
And you can also annoy your friends by creating your own 3D stereograms. Click on this typeface just to start by building up the image that you want to create. Put a B in there, and an A in here, and a D in there. No prizes for guessing what I'm going to spell. There are also some objects that you can use. We'll have an explosion, I think, around about there. Then, what about those heads I saw? Yes, let's put one of those here, and another one there like that. Now I need to choose a background. And I like this Indian fella here. Now watch very carefully when I click on this, because you'll see the whole background shuffle to make up my 3D stereogram. There it goes. As it scrolls down the screen, the background shuffles around and creates my own Bad Influence 3D stereogram ready for printing out.
That's the face of a man who knows he's just wasted everyone's time.
Ah, hello, Thurtlers. This is anti-gravity paint. Oh, brilliant, it works. I'll paint some more things later, but first, here's a hot cheat for Lion King on the Mega Drive.
Firstly, no one cares about Lion King on the Mega Drive. The puzzles are too hard. But secondly, if that's anti-gravity paint, why isn't the tin flying away? Honestly, the believability of these segments has gone right down the pan.
Yep, I've got it. I can really see it. That's amazing.
Violet, you had it upside down.
That wouldn't stop you from being able to see it though, would it? Anyway, it's time to take a look at nostalgia baiting from the past. Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure. It's a standard platformer, but it's got a name some people might possibly recognise. Probably none of these kids though, and that's who it's aimed at, so it's a bit of a wasted effort.
This game was worth bringing back from the dead, but it still needs emergency surgery.
It was worth bringing back from the dead, but it still needs emergency surgery. So you're saying that the game is really good, but it also needs to be completely changed? I don't know what you're talking about.
What you have to do here is jump on the crocodiles' heads and the lilies to make your way over the river. The sound's crisp and really adds to the enjoyment of the gameplay. One thing I have to say, though, is that once you've played this bit over and figured out what to do, you just won't want to play it again.
So jumping over the crocodiles' heads is good, but once you've jumped over the crocodile's heads, it's not good anymore. Got it.
Some of the puzzles in this game are rather tricky.
Well, this game is getting voted down. A tricky section that involves pulling levers. That's always too much for these kids.
Let's find another lever which opens a trapdoor below. The first time you see this, it's really interesting and poses a challenge, but the second and third time, it's just a bore.
So, again, the levers are really good, but once you've pulled the levers, it's not good anymore. Right, I'm taking notes. This is all making very good sense.
It's got some good touches, but not enough interesting gameplay to make it a SNES classic.
It's got some good touches, but once you've seen those good touches, they're not good touches anymore. 4 out of 5.
Indiana Jones, eat your heart out.
Boring.
So, mixed feelings there about Pitfall. Now, one of the best things about being on Bad Influence is that you get to play games on the big screen.
Well, that would be the best thing if it wasn't a ridiculous angle.
Now, if you fancy one of these set up in your living room, you better start saving now because it costs an ultra £35,000.
Chin Chin.
This one is a lot smaller and it'll take you considerably less time to save up one of these. It's a home unit costing about £700. Now, to demo it properly, I need something close and bright. So, Andy?
Yeah?
Can you come and stand there a second, please?
Sure.
I've just,
Sorry. It's a lovely home you have, Violet.
Thank you. Turn the lights down.
This looks worrying.
To have a look, and there you go. Pitfall as played on Andy's chest.
Ooh, it looks so clear. Definitely worth £700.
Now, obviously, it's really intended to be projected onto a wall, but it's not so easy for the camera to see it then. You can use it for videos or TV programmes, and for all you techies out there, it uses a transparent liquid crystal display and can project a picture of up to 5 feet wide.
So far, so boring. But now we've got Zed, who's about to bore us even further. I genuinely don't think Bad Influence has ever been this fillery before, but just to prove a point, here we have a feature about a big cinema.
New York City and my hometown. It's a 24-hour city, and no one here can say there's nowhere to go.
There aren't many more famous streets than this, Broadway in the heart of Manhattan. The name Broadway conjures up all that's hot in the world of entertainment here in New York City.
And it's here on Broadway that Japanese media giant Sony is putting the finishing touches to a massive new entertainment center, which is opening in November.
The centerpiece of this entertainment honeypot is the IMAX cinema.
I bet being sat at the front of that is super comfortable.
The IMAX engineers came up with this monster, the IMAX projector. It's a completely different way of projecting movies, using a rolling loop.
The technology was designed in 1967, and since then, IMAX have installed over 100 screens around the world. There's one in England, in Bradford.
This headset picks up a signal from a transmitter.
I bet wearing that for a solid 90 minutes is super comfortable.
The first 3D film to be shown here will be The Last Buffalo, which tells the story of a newborn buffalo and a cougar on the prowl in their natural environments. The Rolling Stones film At the Max will be another of the films to open here. It's not shot in 3D, but Mick Jagger's lips will be over 20 feet wide when he's in close-up.
Think about that when you're munching your popcorn.
No, thanks. Well, that was as shit as I expected. It's news and previews. Sonic & Knuckles is not on Game Gear, but Triple Trouble is, which is fine, I guess. Those lock-on guns they featured a while back are apparently hard to get, which isn't really a preview at all. It's just boring information. And lastly, there's Starfleet Academy for SNES. And I'm now asleep.
Ugh. Oh, fellas!
Nam is doing more boring cheats and talking about boring anti-gravity paint.
Oh, no! I've left the lid off the paint! Aha!
Boring.
Oh! Nam, looking in the pink there. Now,
Oh, hello, this is less boring.
how does a clothing designer know when a particular fabric will rise and fall gracefully?
Oh no, wait.
Well, this particular quality is called drapeability, and in the past, they've traditionally had to just feel the fabrics to find out what's right, like this one.
Oh, God, no.
And this is, in fact, a grade 1 fabric. But over here, we have a grade 4 fabric. It's very stiff and really not drapeable at all.
Oh, please, God, Jesus, no.
On a computer.
With the aid of this. the Marilyn Monroe simulation rig, named after a famous scene in one of Marilyn Monroe's movies, as recreated by our own dear Violet Berlin. Inside, not Marilyn, I'm afraid, but a metal disc and a pole, and at the top of the box, a camera looking vertically down on that disc. Now, to test the drapability of a fabric, take a standard-sized sample and drape it over the disc, which represents Marilyn's waist, if you like. Close the box, and then the computer takes over.
Drapability. They're doing a feature on drapability. You know what? I think this is it. I think I am completely done with Bad Influence. There is absolutely no way it can get worse than this. I hate to say it, but as much as I loved Bad Influence, this is just the worst. Surely there is no game show in history worse than this particular episode of Bad Influence. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. Nothing worse.
We mourn the passing of Bob Hope. Bob Hope.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of Land Jam, the show that thinks it knows how to skateboard because it played Tony Hawk for a bit. This week we've got Richard Blackwood versus a small child, something about hardware, and a review of Toe Jam and Earl 3 for the OG Xbox. We've also got a lot of jokes from these two dickheads.
And we'll have the usual back chat from my virtual co-hosts Kylo and Sim.
Usual back chat? I think she means intelligent and witty comments. Don't you reckon, Kylo? Thanks, mate.
Land Jam. Honestly, you can't take Kylo anyway, can ya?
As usual, Land Jam is going to find out who the Land Jam champion is. This week we have some
hardcore gamers,
which I find hard to believe, but let's see them.
Jade is 14, her favourite game is Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo? 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 Scooby-Doo.
Gamer 2 is Alex. Alex is 14, he's a demon on Super Smash Brothers.
Okay, Super Smash Brothers player. I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm going to guess that this guy is likely going to beat out the Scooby-Doo lass. Is that sexist? No. I just think Scooby-Doo is probably a shit place to hone your pro gamer skills.
Gamer 3 is Sam. Sam is 10, his favourite game is Tony Hawk's, but he's also a devil on NHL 2000.
See, a Tony Hawk and NHL player, this guy could be in for the win.
His favourite game is Gran Turismo, but he's also into skateboarding and extreme sports.
Like every child was at this particular time.
Soon one of them will be banished and they'll have to leave the hub. Who would it be? Well, it's time to find out, so let the games begin.
Here they come, today's warriors.
They look battle ready to me.
Check out Iceman Alex. He's so cool he can freeze an ice block.
Shield, what's the first challenge?
It's Fusion Frenzy on the Xbox. The object on the sumo level is to be the last man standing.
Okay, so the first one to lose is out of the competition. Once again, I'm not being sexist, but it's definitely going to be Jade. I'm sorry, but it is.
Sam is Dub. Jade is Gina. David is Zach. And Alex is Samson.
Could you have explained this in a more confusing way? Just tell us what colour they are, Jesus Christ.
Go!
Wow, they're really going for it.
Yeah, Jade's already taken a hit. David's close to the edge.
He can take it all away.
If you fall, I will catch you, I'll be waiting.
I can't believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide.
Okay, right, well, maybe I was being sexist, but it wouldn't have been sexist if I was right, would it? I would have just been right. Now I'm sexist and wrong. Bloody hell. Still, though, it's good to see that Scooby-Doo skills can transfer over into Fusion Frenzy.
Take my tip. Stay out of trouble and you'll win this game.
Wow, great tip. My tip is don't lose and you'll win.
This one's going down to the last ring.
Okay, new prediction. It will be David. No, Alex. No, David.
David is off. Alex wins.
I was right.
When I arrived, I thought I was going to be better than what I did. My worst moment in the game was when I just fell out of the ring.
No shit, kid. It must be hard to sum up the worst part of your performance when you were only playing for about 5 seconds, but I think you really honed it down. The worst part was definitely the bit where he lost.
Oh, poor David, so near, yet so far.
It's now time for a boring segment where we look at hardware with a man called Foggy, who has massive sideburns.
Here to tell us more is our resident tech head, Foggy, with his pick of the best. Hiya, Foggy. Did you like that intro?
That's fantastic.
All right, now what have you got to show us?
Okay, let's start off with this. This is the tactical board. And this replaces your keyboard for PC gaming, you know, for your first-person shooters and your strategy games, stuff like that. So you've got your movement controls here.
Yeah.
All these buttons that you can program to whichever commands you like. This is controlled by your thumb. You can adjust it, move it around. But what I like best is this gel pad for your wrist, so it's nice and comfortable.
So if you're right-handed, then it doesn't look that much.
It's good for right-handed. Yeah, left-handed. Not so good because you're going to have to use all the thumb stuff with your little finger.
So how much is that going to cost?
It's roughly about 45 quid.
45 quid? I thought it would be more expensive than that.
Yeah, it's not that expensive. Then again, it's not cheap.
That's surprising. Okay, what else have you got to show us?
Is that it? Are you not going to tell us if it's good or not? I'm not asking for bid-up TV levels of salesmanship, but give me something.
Okay, let's have a look at this. This is a completely mobile GameCube. So, if you want to get gaming on the move, can't leave the house without your GameCube, this is what you need. You've got a screen, you've got a battery, you've got wireless controllers, you've even got a bag to keep it in, and what I really like is this hook here, so you can hang it off the back of a car seat.
Really?
So you can play on long journeys.
Gaming on the move then?
Exactly.
Unless you get car sick like me.
I wouldn't try it.
Well, I hope these guys aren't, because there's Sean and Oliver, our land jammers, they're having a go. Hiya, guys.
Hi.
Tell me the truth, what do you really think?
Well, it's a great idea having it portable and being able to take it to your mate's house or something, but it's a bit heavy and hard to keep on your lap.
So don't put it on your lap then, it's portable. Anyway, there's also a screen for the PS2, but no sooner have they started talking about it, they just stopped talking about it. Thanks, Foggy, you were useless. Game review time. It's Toe Jam and L3 on the big fat Xbox, and from what I remember, it got fair to middling reviews. Let's see what these horribly animated kids have to say about it.
So this is Toe Jam and L. Yep, used to be massive on the Sega Mega Drive when they first appeared about 10 years ago.
10 years ago? Never heard of them.
Well, this is off to a good start.
Your mission is to help the dynamic duo and their new friend Letitia in their quest to find the 12 sacred albums of funk and take them back to the Funkapotamus, who's also known as Lamont.
I hate everything about this.
And ridding the world of all that is unfunky.
You what? Have you been at the sugar again? You're not making sense, mate.
That's just it. This game is totally whacked out. Check this out.
This script has been written by 40-year-old men who think they know how teenagers talk. I can hear it. It's making my skin crawl.
The best thing about the game, there's a 2-player mode.
What, so we could play together?
No, 2-player mode means something else. Why do you need to clarify that? Why?
Mind you, Toe Jam is American for that grunge you find under your toenails.
Ugh, what'd you have to tell me that for?
Land game.
That's disgusting, Sim. I did not want to know. But Jenna, of course, you're having a thrash.
Yeah.
You're having a what?
You're having a thrash.
Yeah.
How do you do, fellow
gamers?
Well, what do you think of the title?
It's interesting, but quite disgusting.
Dodgy and gross, if you ask me. Of course, there are other games in the Toe Jam series, but what do you think of this new one?
Yeah, I think this one's a lot better than the others. It's got better levels, better graphics. Yeah, it's very disgusting.
Are they saying disgusting to mean good? I don't understand. Why do they keep saying disgusting? What is You know what? No, moving on. It's time for the competition again, and this time it's a driving game. And you know what? I've learnt my lesson. Scooby-Doo skills are the way to go. I reckon Jade's got this one.
I love Greek food. Do you think Jade could pick me up a kebab?
Don't think so. I hear she's pretty hot on this game.
Look, she's Paul Collins' focus. Advantage Jade. Alex has the red Lancer, and Sam's on pole in the blue Impreza.
3, 2, 1, go! It's a great start from the boys. Jade cruises off the line.
Wake up, Jade. She'll never get to the kebab shop at this rate.
They've literally just started the race, calm your tits.
Come on, Jade, I'm starving.
They're approaching the hairpin.
No time for hairstyle, Sim. There's chili sauce waiting.
Man, these kids are absolutely excellent at racing games.
So does Sam and Jade.
Overcooked? No thanks, I like mine rare.
Alex has kept his lead as Jade wobbles all over the place.
Bet she's hungry too.
And she rolls it. No.
Jade, I supported you in your time of need.
Sam's keeping up the pressure. He's going to pass Alex. But Alex says, no way, Sam. This race is all mine as they pass the gate for the first lap.
Oh no, it's so close. I can't bear to watch. Come on, Jade. Get back in there, girl. Still to come on Land Jam, Otis takes on Richard Blackwood in Slapstick. Stick around if you're stuck on Spyro because Linz will be here with the cheats in Jam Busters. And Kylo and Sim find out just how much work goes into making a game. Keep it Land Jam, it beats playing by yourself.
There is so much wrong with the dialogue in this kids program. Anyway, advert break.
Round 2 of the Land Jam Challenge is still underway. Alex has the lead in Colin McRae 2, Sam is second, but Jade is third.
I've lost it big time.
Jade's in trouble. She's way behind the boys. Alex and Sam are on their final lap.
Oh, Lord, do any of these kids know how to brake?
But no, he's hit the olive tree. This might be Jade's big break.
She hasn't got long. Alex is meters from the line.
He's recovered. It's second place for Alex.
Jade, I can't believe you've done this. I put my accidental sexism to one side just for you, and you're going Scooby-Doo it right up.
My worst moment in the game was when the car flipped over on its side. I was like, oh, I'm going to lose now.
Yes, we know this. Why do they keep asking these kids to explain the very obvious things that we've just watched?
Ah, Jade was rubbish. Why did she even bother getting out of bed?
Sexist.
It's for great things though. Stuart, which way do you think it's going to go, Sam or Alex?
Have we ever seen a kid look more early 2000s than this?
Let's check out this week's Exposed.
Kylo, what's your favourite kind of game?
Well, Sim, I think platformers are the cat's eyeballs.
What is this dialogue?
This is Haven, Call of the Kings.
Oh my god, they're doing a promo on Haven. Haven, the game that tried to be a jack of all trades and ended up being a pile of shit.
Initially, you'll set out and you'll come up with the main character for the game, and obviously you want one that everyone likes, and you want one that's going to be fun to play. So you then work out what his moves are going to be. You know, will he jump? How far will he jump? Will he run? How fast will he run?
Is this how you design games? This sounds like a piece of piss.
Okay, so you got the character, now what do you do?
We actually had a variety of children between the ages of 8 and 28.
A variety of children from 8 to 28. How old is this man?
Developing a freeform game did actually add to the development time and also the complications. Instead of it being one game being developed, it actually turned into 7 or 8 games being developed, which we then had to piece back together into the one finished product.
I reckon more people should try and make games like this, mixing up different game types.
Here, Sim, I've one for you. It's a footy game, but also it's a racing game because you've got to race to the match first. Then after the match, there's a fight in the tunnel and it turns into a 2D beat 'em up.
Someone kill me.
Now, if you find you keep losing at the same game in the same place over and over again, you need a hand? Well, Linz is here. She's our resident gaming guru.
Wow, she looks super comfortable and relaxed there. What a great idea to have everyone lying down awkwardly while you talk.
I play, or sometimes in the office we'll play all day, like start in the morning. If like we want to master a game because it's got some relevance to a game we're making, we'll start in the morning and play till like 7 at night.
I hear you don't even eat or sleep.
Well, sometimes people tuck pieces of toast under my door and stuff. I have stayed up all night several times playing games.
That's very good indeed. Well, Linz, I hear that you've got some tips for Super Mario Party 4.
Yeah, wicked multiplayer game. Now, this tip is for bob-omb busters, which is one of the ones where little blocks fall down and you've got to get them into chains of 3.
Tips for one specific minigame in Mario Party 4. This is the most niche tip section I've ever heard of.
As you start to build up a load of rubbish in the pile next to yours, you'll see that there are blocks kind of near each other that don't necessarily connect. If you can blow some of the ones up at the bottom, you'll get a massive chain reaction. That gives you loads of points.
Whoa.
And basically that should put you on the path to victory. And the other thing is, when you get bombs, just cover them up with anything. Whether it's you that gets them or somebody else, you can put anything on top of them, and Bob's your uncle.
You could have said Bob-omb's your uncle. You could have said Bob-omb's your uncle. Who is writing for this show? Get them fired.
There's a feature in Spyro which has kind of been there in the last few episodes of that game, and loads of people who've played it.
I wish these cameramen had calmed down. I'm getting motion sickness.
You kill fodder, which is basically when you flame or charge the little critters that are around. You get a butterfly to eat. Every 10th one, you get a blue butterfly. A blue butterfly will give you an extra life. So basically, if you can find a place where the fodder kind of regenerates as you run around, then you can kind of spend 5 minutes just working it and working it and working it until you've got as many lives as you want, you know, hundreds.
Brilliant. Well, Linz, you're a dirty cheat, but we love you anyway.
What are you on about? Nothing she just told us was a cheat. This show, man, I am so baffled by its general existence.
My name's Richard Blackwood.
You're going down, Blackwood.
kind of lost. But there are two main reasons why I lost. First of all, Otis has been playing this game for years. And secondly, there was something wrong with my joypad. I noticed every time I tried to make a corner, it wouldn't turn to the left.
Well, I won, of course. And he was chatting some rubbish about his controller not working. But that's a lie. I'll beat him fair and square.
We got to do this together. On my turf, my home, my game. But I'm not a sore loser.
Land game.
Well, that certainly was a segment worth watching. Anyway, it's the final round, and it's Capcom versus SNK 2, so at least it's a decent game. I don't care who wins.
3, 2, 1, fight! First attack to Sam with a massive fireball.
Alex fights back with a dragon punch. And another.
None of those were dragon punches. What's the point in commentating if you don't know what you're talking about?
Give Sam a double dragon punch.
Mind that off-roader.
Alex takes a nasty spinning kick from Sam.
I've just realised they're playing Capcom versus SNK 2, and they're fighting as Ryu versus Ken. Of course they are.
Round 2. Sam comes out fighting. Alex is dodging and blocking those fireballs.
Man, this one's a hardcore battle.
It's another triple dragon punch from Alex.
It wasn't. Stop getting Street Fighter moves wrong.
If only he can KO.
Oh no, he's beaten by the clock. Alex takes the round.
Tough luck, Sam.
I am the Land Jam Grandmaster.
Well, don't sound too excited about it.
Oh, nice moves, Alex. And here he comes, our Land Jam Grandmaster. Congratulations, Alex. Did you think you'd get this far?
No way, I think I got really lucky.
Oh, you're just modest. That was pure skill. Now, not only do you take home the title, but you also get the Reign of Fire game.
Oh god, after all that, the prize was the Reign of Fire game. A shit game based on a shit film. What a waste of everyone's time. Anyway, it's credits time, so in summary then, I wish to God there'd been a better game show than Land Jam. If only there'd been a show in the 90s that was sometimes a bit boring, but held a special place in my heart. My heart. My heart. My heart. Sorry, I must have dozed off there. I blame that drapeability segment. Right, it's time for an Animaniacs game review. I'm pretty sure this is airing on CITV at the minute, so it's definitely getting at least 4 out of 5.
I bet you can't play this without laughing.
I'll take you up on that bet.
If you die, you get the chance to play one of the other characters. Here I'm playing Dot, and she's still looking for the script. And she's found it.
Okay, I've never played this game before, and at no point did she explain what the hell is going on here. Dot is on a barrel, she's looking for a script, then she collects a coin or something, and then a script appears. What's the point of having people talk about the game if none of them explain what's going on?
It's captured the quality of the cartoon series, and if you're a fan of the TV program, then you won't be disappointed.
This is good fun, but the puzzles just aren't challenging enough for my liking.
Certainly no Lion King.
Animaniacs gets it completely mad. Am I wacky or what? 4 out of 5 from the girls and the boys.
Yes, a CITV endorsed 4 out of 5. Next up, it's a Tiny Toons game, which is also airing on CITV at around this time, so again, I'll just say 4 out of 5.
This is my kind of sports game. I wouldn't be bothered with a sports sim, but I found this really playable because of all the cartoon characters.
Easily pleased.
All the characters have their special skills, like Dizzy Devil there spinning around. My favourite team is Dizzy Devil, Babs and Buster Bunny and Fifi Skunk. There she goes saving a goal.
If she saved it, then it wasn't a goal, it was just a shot. Something tells me this girl, who only likes sports games with cartoons in them, doesn't even know how to play rugby.
This game's definitely got the fun factor. If you're into slapstick humour, then you'll love this.
4 out of 5.
This is the height of sadness.
The height of sadness? Wow, okay, maybe not 4 out of 5 then.
If you want a sports game, get NBA Jam or FIFA Soccer. Don't waste your money on this.
This didn't grab me at all. I mean, why are Tiny Toons playing basketball?
She has got a point. Why are they playing basketball? Eh?
Cartoon fans love it, but sports purists are horrified. Tiny Toons Adventure Acme All-Stars gets a 4 from the girls, but a mean old 2 from the boys.
I have no idea if this game is good or not, so I can't tell you if either of these scores are correct. Therefore, I'm just going to assume they're both wrong.
I almost got trapped on the ceiling.
And remember, don't try that at home.
How would we? Last week's prize was a Pentium PC. I don't think they're going to top that this week.
This week's competition prize is one of these...
An arcade machine?
Nifty little Marantz projectors.
Oh. Andy tells us that next week they'll be reviewing Star Wars Arcade on the 32X, which just goes to prove that they are definitely avoiding Rise of the Robots like the plague that it is. And then it's credits time, so in summary then, boring. Hello and welcome back to the future of gaming television, Breaking Bad Influence. Today we've got some exciting upcoming consoles and hardware to look at.
Hello from Bad Influence. In this week's programme, a first look at next year's super console, the Saturn.
I'm not sure the term super console was ever widely used, and it makes even less sense in a generation where the Super Nintendo exists. Come on, Bad Influence, sort out your terminology.
And the first Saturn game, Virtua Fighter.
We'll be reviewing one of the first games for this year's add-on for the Mega Drive, the 32X, Star Wars Arcade.
Oh, okay, so the Sega Saturn is coming out, and also this year we're getting a 32X add-on for the Mega Drive. Is that confusing? No, I'm sure everything will work out fine. Anyway, Zed's also in America, and this time he's actually doing a feature on something exciting. Gun crime, yeah!
Hello, slimy furtlers. Today, important safety tips. First, sound levels while you're playing. Now, it's very important you don't have your TV turned down too low while you're playing, otherwise you might get ear strain. I can demonstrate this most clearly with my first cheat, which is a level skip.
Rood just straight up disrespecting the police on his cheat.
But, furtlers, you may have noticed that I was struggling slightly with that last cheat because I could hardly hear volume level 6. Great danger of ear strain. So, I suggest using one of these, a separate amplifier and speaker setup. I've got 17 ohms, 2,000 watts, and several stages. Right.
Yo, Dre, I got something to say.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Okay, well, that's my little poisson held perfectly still, and I will create.
Oh god, you know what? I don't even think the director asks Andy to do stuff like this. I think it's just Andy doing it of his own accord.
I look Violet out.
Now, unlike my old-fashioned friend here, I've moved on to a more modern way of painting. So, if you fancy making your own Christmas cards this year, have a look at this. It's called the Art Pad. You plug it into your PC and use this pen to draw on it. It comes with a paint package called Dabbler. First of all, I always put my paper angled when I draw on it, and that's what I've done here, and I can actually do that on the screen as well. Here we go, just angle that slightly. And that's much easier to draw on now. Also, I can choose the texture of the paper I want. I open this drawer at the top.
Don't you just love these old school UIs where they were basically like, okay, it's on a computer, but we don't want to scare people away by making it too technical. What if we put all of the tools inside a virtual desk with virtual drawers that the user can pull out like an actual desk? That'll put people at ease.
The Art Pad is the harder you press, the harder it comes out. And the lighter you press, you get a much lighter touch.
I love this extreme close-up to show that Violet is, in fact, drawing with an electronic pen. She is, though, trying to describe the difference between drawing softly or heavily with the pen, and far be it from me to say that an extreme close-up of this hot, exciting drawing action doesn't really show that in any way.
Now, you can either paint normally with oils, or you can do what I'm doing here, and choose one of the styles that come with the package. This is the Impressionist style. So you don't have to paint all these little bits by hand. You can just use the pen and it will automatically make it look a bit rough. The perfect Christmas card, ready for printing out.
Violet, Violet, I've finished. Come on.
Let's have a look.
Have a look at this. Now, you did a technique called pointillism, didn't you?
Yeah.
I call this pointless. Look and learn. Look and learn, Violet.
It's the way you tell them, Andy. It's time for the first ever Bad Influence 32X review, and it's Star Wars Arcade. These kids bloody love Star Wars because that's just what kids are like. So I'm predicting Star Wars plus new hardware equals at least 4 out of 5. No, not Adam. I take it back. 2 out of 5.
With all the hype there's been about the 32X. With all the hype there's been about the 32X. With all the hype there's been about the 32X. I would have expected this game to be a lot better. But all it is a waste of a Star Wars license. It's far too sluggish and you might as well be flying underwater. And on top of that, there's no pause, all the start buttons just change your viewpoint. I would have expected this game to be a lot better. By no stretch of imagination is it worth £60 and £170 to get the system as well.
Chin chin.
I would have expected this game to be a lot better.
The gameplay is limited, and the levels are not varied enough. I'm sure it doesn't use the full capabilities of the new hardware.
2 out of 5, come on.
And the scores for Star Wars Arcade, a disappointing 3 out of 5 from the boys and the girls.
Why do you do this to me, Bad Influence? Every time.
Hi.
Hello.
And welcome to New York's Times Square. This city is one of the biggest in the world, but it's gotta be, as it's home to the Empire State Building.
New York City doesn't have to be one of the biggest cities because it's got the Empire State Building. That doesn't make any sense. The Empire State Building was built after it became a city. It's not like the Pilgrims just found the Empire State Building and said, Jesus lads, look at the size of this thing, we better build one of the biggest cities in the world here because of this thing.
New York is also home to the hippest, busiest music station in the world, MTV.
Ha! MTV is a music station. Who'd have thought it?
Name is Maxine. With music videos and promos being shown 24 hours a day, MTV acts as a showcase for some of the hottest computer graphics around. And just a few blocks away.
Is that it? Is that all we get about MTV? Great stuff. Well worth visiting the building.
You'll find the offices of RGA, one of the world's biggest ad and film agencies. RGA have worked on some of the biggest movies of all time. They were responsible for the special computer effects behind blockbusters like Demolition Man.
Okay, do they have some sort of contract where they have to mention Demolition Man once per season? I guess we'll find out in season 4. If they mention Demolition Man again, I'm going to ask Wesley Snipes if he knows what the crack is.
But now these two pioneering companies have joined forces to combat a problem that's plagued New York for years. Guns. This is the Times Square body clock. 15 young people are shot and killed every day in America.
Look, I'm just a simple Englishman who lives in the middle of a field, and if I was to wake up one morning to find a giant electronic billboard declaring that the population of my entire town had been shot in 1 year, I'd probably be a bit spooked.
MTV and RGA decided to produce this hard-hitting video together to warn kids about the dangers of getting involved with guns.
Ah, okay. It's fine, guys. MTV is making a video telling children that murder is bad. This'll do the trick.
Computers were used to draw chalk line drawings around the characters as they go for their guns, emphasizing the point that as soon as you touch a weapon, you're as good as throwing your life away.
Ah, so what you're saying is it's the children's fault, because the guns couldn't have killed those children until those children picked up the guns in the first place. Ban children, that's the key.
One of the problems we get with motion capture is instability in the motion. You see here in this scene that the leg at one point is jumping up just for 1 or 2 frames, and this is totally unnatural.
I mean, it's not the most unnatural movement happening in that shot. And to be fair, I think the video would be harder hitting if it featured these janky animations. It'd be funnier, and kids like funny things. They really should have got me involved with this. I would have ended gun crime in 1995.
The final stage is to match the finished computer graphics with the film. In most cases, the motion capture was shot first and the actors directed afterwards. But here, for the close-up, that would have been too difficult as the film would have had to fit inside the lines perfectly, requiring many takes. So they simply drew around the figure afterwards.
Lazy.
The film's been shown on MTV for 6 months now, and the clock's still rolling on. But it's hoped that with the new mix of computer technology and video, that the message will eventually get through.
Yeah, that's definitely been the one thing missing from the equation on how to stop America's gun crime. Computer graphics. But look, I don't like to be skeptical. Zed's probably right. We should just wait and see how this pans out. I'm sure this'll do the job fine.
And in the continuing fight against weapons, shops in New York have even stopped stocking toy guns in a bid to combat the problem.
But not real guns.
Let's hope it helps.
Yes, let's. News and previews time. The Game Boy gets an NBA basketball game, and I'm sure it's not a blurry mess. A new fully computer animated TV series called Reboot is starting soon, and I'm not gonna lie, I watch Reboot all the time. It was really bad, but it was sort of related to games, and that's all it took to get me to watch something. And lastly...
A bunch of ex-games journalists have released their very own game for the Amiga. Fed up of reviewing other people's efforts, they formed their own production company, Binary Asylum. And this is their first offering, Z-Wolf.
It looks exactly like Virus, but with a helicopter.
It's a 3D helicopter shoot-'em-up which looks a bit like the old classic game Virus.
No, it doesn't look a bit like it. It looks exactly like it. Also, why is this frame rate? I wonder what Nam's next cheat's gonna be. Unbelievable.
This is the machine everybody's been waiting for, Sega's new 32-bit console, the Saturn. Games come on carts and also...
I'm pretty sure you don't need to absolutely slam the CD tray button, Andy.
On CD, and in Japan, it comes packaged with this one, Virtua Fighter. The 3D polygon graphics bring amazing realism to the fights, and a camera swoops around the fighters so you can watch the action from different angles. There'll be plenty of arcade releases too. The latest Virtua arcade game,
Pro gamer button bashing there from Andy.
futuristic police shoot-'em-up called Virtua Cop, will make it onto the system, as will this one, Virtua Fighter 2. These amazing and exclusive first-look pictures are straight from the arcade headquarters in Japan.
We've been through this. Those aren't pictures. They're moving. That's called footage. It's been 3 series now. Surely you understand this.
And features fully texture-mapped 3D sprites and new characters. We'll be comparing the Saturn with the other new consoles, the Ultra 64 and the PlayStation, in a couple of weeks' time.
Man, what a time to be alive. The leap from 16-bit consoles to the first 3D era was absolutely mind-blowing, and this is the first time I've sat and watched any of Bad Influence and thought, this is just lovely stuff.
To bridge the gap until the Saturn's official UK release next year, Sega are releasing this today.
Well, it was lovely until this. The 32X is coming out to bridge the gap of a couple of months. That's not how any of this works.
The 32X add-on for the Mega Drive. You simply plug the 32X into your Mega Drive, and then you connect the video output of the Mega Drive with the 32X.
Wow, it looks so cumbersome.
Then you slot in the cart.
I would have expected this to be a lot better.
More Mega Drive news, except it's not a Mega Drive, it's a Scorpion. It's the first non-Sega Sonic-compatible console. Made by a British company, it comes complete with 2 of these 6-button turbo joypads. It looks like a Mega Drive and it plays like a Mega Drive, but it does have some extra features as well. I'll just switch it off and turn it over to show you. Now on the back, there's a hidden panel, and the idea is when you buy a Scorpion, you'll get a free game built in. What will happen is the shop owner will remove this panel, as we've done already, break open a normal Mega Drive cartridge, and that's what the inside of a Mega Drive cartridge looks like, and then just plug it into your Scorpion like that.
But why? Why wouldn't they just give you the game instead of breaking a game open to shove it in the Scorpion?
Clever. There's also a built-in games converter. It's on the side here, underneath this panel. There's a couple of switches, and you put them in different positions to make the Scorpion compatible with virtually any Mega Drive game from anywhere in the world. Now, to test it, we're going to use this, which is our pre-production copy of Earthworm Jim. This is designed for use on the American system only. If you plug it into a UK Mega Drive, you get this on the screen. Developed for use only with the NTSC Genesis systems. NTSC is the American TV system. Ours is called PAL, and Genesis is what they call a Mega Drive in America. So, if this works, when I plug it into the Scorpion, it should work. The Scorpion will cost you about £70, but you might have trouble getting hold of it because shops that normally sell Mega Drives perhaps won't stock it. You might find one in Beatties.
Thank God for Beatties. They're sure to go from strength to strength over the years. Next up, it's Club Drive for the Jaguar, Earth's worst driving game. So, what, 3 out of 5? The standard score for everything on Bad Influence?
This game seems a bit pointless. It's a driving game, yet for no apparent reason you have to collect Powerballs, and when you do find them, they don't appear to do anything. It's nice that you've got the freedom to move around, but because there are no other cars on the streets, there's no real objective to the game. The car is very difficult to control as well. It takes a lot of practice, and even when you're used to the steering, you still crash into walls you thought you'd avoided due to the bad collision detection. In fact, the only other vehicle on the streets is this tram, which I've just driven straight through. Any new console needs some really good games to make it a success. Unfortunately for the Jaguar, Club Drive is not going to do the trick.
Oh, damn. Could it be? Have we done it?
It's an original idea for a game, but it doesn't work because the graphics are so poor.
I'm so excited! I'm so excited! This is a waste of plastic. The gameplay is pathetic and it looks terrible.
Nothing turbocharged about the scores. Club Drive gets the lowest possible 1 from the boys and the girls.
Boogerman is described as a pick-and-flick adventure. He flicks balls of snot at his enemies, and he also seems to have rather a lot of flatulence. That's terribly unpleasant. Here's Emily.
This is a little boy's dream come true. You can do all the things your mum would never let you do in polite company.
That was the sauciest intro for a review on Boogerman I've ever heard.
The best power-ups are the chili peppers, which give you a turbocharged dose of wind, so that you can fly. The whole game is disgusting.
And
that's disgusting, Sim. I did not want to know.
It's interesting, but quite disgusting. Yeah, it's very disgusting.
Once the novelty value has worn off, which it will do pretty quickly, all you're left with is a bog standard platform game.
Who is this lass and why is she such a sassy Susan?
25 levels of toilet humour, no thanks.
Bam! This episode is on fire with the criticism.
This one's for silly schoolboys who giggle at naughty words. It's just stupid.
Drum roll. Someone do a drum roll. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Furtlers, my last important safety tip. Don't stare at your TV screens too long. This TV was looked at too long, and look what's happened to it. The middle bit, where people look the most, has completely worn out.
Do people typically stare directly at the centre of the screen all the time? I'm not sure the science in this section's up to scratch.
1. Watch round the edges rather than in the middle. 2. Never allow more than 2 people at once to watch. And 3. Watch by peeking through your fingers rather than giving it a hard stare.
Anyway, you may notice that Bad Influence is really driving this "you've ruined your TV by looking at it" joke straight into the ground. And they're just going to leave a dot in the middle of the screen for the rest of this episode.
And if you're ever in Bradford, it's well worth a visit. Almost 19,000 names were written on our Bad Influence lottery balls, but the name pulled out by our computerised Noel Edmonds was Francis McGugan of London. Well done, Francis. 10 runners up.
Look how happy Andy is, bless him. He's an angel. Anyway, last week's prize was this projector thing, and this week it's a Mega Drive, a 32X, and a Star Wars game that was most definitely due to get a 2 out of 5 score, but ended up with a 3 because it's the prize, and that's just how these things work. Anyway, Violet's been locked in a cage for some reason, and now it's credits time. So, in summary then, guns don't kill people, children do. The 32X is definitely a good idea to tide people over for a couple of months until a new console comes out. And the number 1 does still exist. Somewhere. Sometimes. See you next time for another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Breaking Bad Influence. We're gearing up for Christmas, everyone. Even though it's already past Christmas by the time this is released, whatever.
With wires and knobs. Namroods.
Hello, if you're still having trouble with your Christmas list, later on, Bad Influence will be presenting the Firstler's Guide to 12 Days of Christmas, including these amazing laser guns.
Oh no. 20% of this episode is going to be them singing a technology-themed 12 Days of Christmas, isn't it? Shall we just finish this episode now? I can already tell it's going to be a waste of time.
Andy takes part in an experiment to find out what he might have looked like as a Viking warrior.
Oh, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. At least we've got a review of Need for Speed on the 3DO. Oh,
And stay tuned for the first ever Donkey Kong Country cheat, courtesy of Rood.
yes, they've got so little to discuss in this episode that they're actually advertising an upcoming cheat now. This is the end of days.
It's a packed show today, and there's more. The term Super Console is a relatively new one.
It also doesn't exist, Violet. You can't make up your own technology, then start pretending like everyone is using it. Stop coining phrases that no one has ever used.
First of all, it's never been officially available in this country, so you have to get it as an expensive grey import. And secondly, new games cost as much as £200 each.
£200? That's a ridiculous price to pay for such an old game. Oh wait, never mind.
Like the old machine, it lets you play arcade games in your home, including this one, the King of the Fighters 94. It's a massive game, more than 5 times bigger than Super Street Fighter 2. The fighters have more moves than a mongoose in a shopping bag.
Furtlers, what am I?
Doctor Who?
That's right. A snow nam. Get it?
No.
Oh, well, while we're waiting, here's a great cheat for the brand new Donkey Kong Country on the SNES. During the cranky winding his gramophone sequence at the start, spell out Diddy. That's down, Y, down, Y. Like so. And the cheat will give you special access to a very special room where Kong can play any of the animal bonus games as many times as he likes. Just watch this. Oh, look at that rhino go!
Was that it? Was that the big advertised cheat? I played through Donkey Kong Country again recently, and I can tell you for now, those bonus levels get dished out about every 12 seconds, and they take about a minute to play through each time. I actively started to avoid the damn things because I was so bored of them. So thanks, Nam. Thanks, Bad Influence. Thanks for nothing. Next up, it's Need for Speed on the 3DO. I've not played it, and at this point I don't care what the scores are anymore. Make your guesses.
Na na
It's more of a car driving sim than an arcade action game. This yellow car's my opponent, and I'm just overtaking him now. You can pick your opponent's car as well as your own, so you can make things easier or harder for yourself.
Well, this is the most 90s menu screen I've ever seen.
The best thing about this game are the spectacular crashes, which you can watch over and over again.
It's not really destructive, is it? It's about as exciting as throwing a brick at a brick wall.
This is the worst part of the game. As in Road Rash, the speed cops are everywhere, and you have to be pretty nippy to avoid getting a ticket.
Surely you'd be driving fast anyway, if the police are trying to hunt you down for speeding. Did you press the brake? Were you confused?
This is a stunning looking game that would certainly benefit from some extra tracks and a 2-player option. I'm looking forward to the sequel.
This game is fantastic. I can't wait for another better game to come out.
This must be the best looking console game in the world.
And the scores for The Need for Speed: the girls went into overdrive and gave it 5, but the boys stayed in 4th gear.
4 and 5. I don't have any feelings anymore. I'm not sure if I'm happy or annoyed.
Everybody's seen pictures and films of Vikings marauding.
Everyone? I'm not sure if that's factually accurate.
But how do we know what they actually looked like? Well, nobody does, definitely.
Okay, cool. Question answered. End of segment.
It's a puzzle that the York Archaeological Trust have been trying to solve since they set up this place, the Jorvik Viking Centre, 10 years ago.
Ugh, I'm already bored. Bring back Zed. All is forgiven, Zed.
These models of Scandinavian pirates are an artist's impression of how they might have looked, based on wood carvings, sketches scratched on slate, and other bits and pieces that have been dug up over the years. But like all sketches, they weren't perfect. So what did Vikings really look like?
And why should we care? They're dead. Give them some peace.
The scientists in York are now using a new technique to try and put flesh on the bone and rebuild a real Viking's face.
Yet when I tried to do that with the bones of a dead cat I found down by the riverbank, my wife called me a psychopath. Once again, it's one rule for historians and another rule for the rest of us.
Now, we can tell from the skull and its skeleton the age, sex, height and build of the person that they need to find. In this case, it's a male between 25 and 30, slim build and about my height.
Are you looking for me? I'm looking for someone. Where can you be?
I do fashion photography.
I'm looking for a trendy girl with a simple smile.
Male between 25 and 30, slim build and about my height.
I like to do a lot of sailing. I like to outdoor activities. I like climbing. I like travel.
Are you looking for me?
Although the laser is very low powered, I've been warned not to look directly at the beam.
I bet he did anyway. He's an absolute maverick.
As the data from both the skull and my face, the equivalent points on the two different faces have to be lined up. So on the left, the face of Andy Crane. On the right, the skull of the unknown Viking. Time for the techies.
Once we've got into the computer, I've got to match up your face with the skull using these 38 points, 10 down the centre and 14 either side.
Imagine being a Viking back in the Viking times, dying in battle, and then years later your corpse ends up on children's TV with Andy Crane's face poorly stretched over it. This isn't Valhalla. This isn't Valhalla at all.
Lynn uses the photographs and the skull to sculpt a face which will hopefully look like a Viking who lived in York over 1,000 years ago.
Kill me.
So until scientists come up with a time machine, technology like this is the only way that you and I in the 20th century can journey back and join Vikings like this guy in the 10th.
Andy, stop chatting up dead people.
1,000-year-old Andy. Can you tell the difference?
Well, yeah, the one on the right's better looking.
I think, is that enough? Give me some more.
News and previews time. Ristar, or Ristar, or Ristar, or whatever the hell you want to call it, is coming out. Little Big Adventure is coming out soon, a game that makes the task of just turning around an ordeal. And Shadow Fighter on the Amiga is coming.
Shadow Fighter. It's one of the few beat-em-ups to be developed specifically for computer formats as opposed to consoles. Once you've defeated all challengers, you get to compete against the mighty Shadow Fighter. There's a training level where you get to bash up a puppet opponent. Out next week on Amiga with CD32 versions early next year.
I bet it's shit.
Fellas, this snow is very cold, which brings me to my next snowy tip. Balls!
Okay, that's the first time Nam has actually made me genuinely laugh.
With only a few shopping days left to go to Christmas, you're probably worrying about what to buy your favourite fertler.
Well, fret no more as we present you with the Furtless Guide to the 12 Days of Christmas.
Oh God, here we go. I knew it. I bloody knew it.
Take it away, Andy.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a cartridge in a TV. This is, in fact, a SNES and TV combined in one handy little case. Sadly, only available in Japan.
No. I hate this. This is going to take forever.
This is one of the newest computer controllers. It lets you command your computer simply by pointing at it. And this is one of the oldest. Believe it or not, it came out 5 years ago for the NES.
And a cartridge in a TV. On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 3 fresh games. Our votes for the freshest games of 1994 go to...
It's not even Christmas.
2 data gloves.
And a cartridge in a TV.
On the 4th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 4 calling birds.
Right, they're 4 days in and they're already stretching the limit to this. No, I'm stopping it here. Fast forward, this is absolute bobbins. I've had enough. Christmas has been cancelled. Here's a section where Andy gives us a lowdown on some new mice that are available for all your home computing needs.
Lots of mice available on the market this Christmas, including designer mice. A leopard skin, or teak, whichever takes your fancy. A Hot Wheels mouse, if you like cars, with a pointer to match. This home mouse, which lets you design your own pointers, like these dancing girls. Or this aeroplane. There's an infrared cordless mouse. There's even a mouse that looks like a mouse.
That's only 6.
Ah, but you haven't met my friend. Meet Minnie.
Oh no, it's still the bloody song. Oh, I hate this. I hate everything about this. Bad Influence is literally the worst. I can't even put the boot in anymore. All you lot want me to do is sit here and take the piss out of the show, and I can't even do that because they've decided to sing a bloody Christmas song for 3 hours. I mean, just look at these comments. OMG, Chris made a cameo.
Chin chin.
That was comedy gold from someone called Mateus Bayes. This is some of your best work, man. Incredible from someone called Mouse Gaming. Just watch Series 1, Episode 1 of Breaking Bad Influence, and it's ticklishly funny. 5 out of 5 for sarcasm and succinctness. Star Eyes, Crying Face from someone called Violet Berlin.
Can you do one where you do an interesting commentary instead of crap put-downs? This is just gay. This is just gay.
Can you do one where you do an interesting commentary instead of crap put-downs? This is just gay.
Can you do one where you do an interesting commentary instead of crap put-downs? This is just gay.
Crap put-downs. This is just gay.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and children of all ages. Welcome to another episode of Loving Bad Influence. I'm here with my good friend and potential life partner, Stuart. How are you doing, Stuart?
I'm absolutely fantastic, Dave. Thanks so much for asking.
No, Stuart, thank you. Today we're going to be looking at Series 1, Episode 1 of Bad Influence, and I'm going to be providing some lovely facts for you all.
You'll be able to see moving screenshots.
Now, this is funny, isn't it, Stuart?
It is, yes.
Because Andy here says moving screenshots, which, as we all know, that's just video, isn't it, Stuart?
It is, yes.
But we have to really put into context the time of the show and when it was released, because back then, screenshots were quite new, weren't they, Stuart?
Yes.
So Andy was a little bit confused there, but it's fine. He's a lovely man. Did you know he's now a radio DJ, Stuart?
I did, yes.
Oh, such a lovely man. And here's Violet Berlin. Did you know that Violet Berlin was the first woman on television to hold a Mega Drive controller, Stuart?
I didn't know that.
Yes, she was. And that's why, when they developed Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, the designers decided to put a little violet villain in there to commemorate her being the first lady of computer games. Isn't that good, Stuart?
It is, yes.
Now this fella here, Stuart.
Yes.
He's called Rood, and backwards that spells doorman, which back in the early 90s literally translated to provider of cheats. It's not a phrase we use often these days because the internet has changed the way we talk, but isn't it fascinating to see such old words still in circulation at that time, Stuart?
Yes.
Okay, now we've got our first review. This one is Joe and Mac Caveman Ninja for the Super Nintendo E system. And now the E stood for entertainment. I'm not sure if you knew that, Stuart.
No.
Because Nintendo wanted to distance themselves from the Nintendo console system that they'd released a couple of weeks before this. So they didn't want to call this one a console. Isn't that fascinating, Stuart?
Yes.
Now, did you know, Stuart?
No, I didn't.
That back in the dinosaur times, they didn't actually have any ninjas at all.
Oh, wow, really? I actually didn't know that. So when they called this
Ninjas
game...
were actually only invented after the cavemen had been wiped out by asteroids, meaning this game is what we often like to call science fantasy. Now, Stuart, you've been working on a lovely song for us, haven't you? I can't wait to hear it, Stuart. Let's get straight into it.
Joe and Mac and the Data Blast, Roll Faris VR and the BBC Micro. Lawnmower Man and Battletoads, the Super Scope, and a Ghost Girl, and a sneak peek of Sonic 2. The magazine didn't last very long, and every episode had a cheat for Zool. Turbo Touch 360 and Smash TV on the Game Gear. 10 seconds of Streets of Rage 2. Lovely Andy Peters, Violet Berlin has blonde hair, and Rood really needs a watch. He said, "What, however you pronounce it." I love Bad Influence. Bad Influence is great. Lovely Andy Peters, Violet Berlin has blonde hair, and Rood really needs a watch. He said, "What, however you pronounce it." I love Bad Influence. Yes, I do. Lovely Andy Peters, Violet Berlin has blonde hair, and Rood really needs a watch.
Anyway, back to it.
On the 9th.
Oh, for fuck's sake, they're still singing this bloody song. Right, skip to the review. Sensible Soccer it is. 5 out of 5.
Sensible Soccer is the king of the computer football games, and it just got better.
Oh, wait, he's giving the game away. This is a sequel, isn't it? So that's points knocked off already.
This game has got much more depth than the original.
I'm sorry, but the words sensible soccer and much more depth don't really fit, do they? They just don't fit together.
This game will keep you occupied for the 12 days of Christmas, and probably 12 months after that.
I can't bother with all the managerial stuff, but I love playing the games. Passing's really easy once you get the hang of it.
I hate the managerial stuff. I only like passing. That's where the heart of football lies. Sorry, soccer. No, sorry, football.
This gives me eye strain.
Oh, shut up, Sohail. Go and get stuck on Lion King again.
Sensible World of Soccer scores 4s from the boys and the girls.
Well, there we have it. All of my surprises have not been surprises once more. NBA Jam on the Game Boys next. Who cares?
They coming to America.
I was pretty skeptical about the idea of a basketball game on a Game Boy, but this proved me wrong. It's fast, fun, and surprisingly detailed.
I wonder why they'd scraped up an American person to do some reviews, and now I realise she's mostly been commenting on American-centric sports games. They've literally shipped some lass in from the States so she can say whether or not she likes basketball games on the Game Boy.
I really miss all the brilliant sound effects of the 16-bit version. It's a pity that there's no 2-player link-up option.
Yeah, it's a real shame that you can't share the iStream with your mates.
I can't see how the Game Boy can possibly do better than this.
Tell me you're reading from a script without telling me you're reading from a script.
Forget everything you've ever thought about handheld sports sims.
I don't think I knew anything about handheld sports sims to forget. Are people experts in this kind of thing?
It's a funky 4 from the boys and the girls.
Same score as Sensible Soccer. Now, let me put this to you. How many of you out there have fond memories of Sensible Soccer, and how many of you have fond memories of NBA Jam on the Game Boy? Just a show of hands will do. You don't have to shout it out loud, because regardless, I can't see or hear you, but I already know what the answer is. Not not as funny as when he said balls.
Balls!
Last week's competition prize was a Mega Drive, 32X, and Star Wars, which everyone thought was shite. This week, it's a PC with click and play. No hype for the PC this time, though, which is weird, as they never shut up about it last time.
Next week we'll be having a Christmas special in which we'll be looking at all the hardware for next year, including the PlayStation, the Saturn and the Ultra 64.
Next week is the Christmas special, apparently, even though every episode for the past 3 episodes feels like it's been a Christmas special, and then it's credits time. So, in summary then, filling the show with segments about cavemen is upsetting and absolutely should not ever happen. NBA Jam on the Game Boy is a beloved classic that everyone remembers and adores. And if you're gonna make a comment about crap put-downs, try not to use the term gay in a derogatory fashion. It makes you look like a stupid twat. And your ideas are shit. And you've got a smelly, smelly bumhole. See you next time for the final episode of this series of Breaking Bad Influence. Hello and welcome back to the final Breaking Bad Influence of Series 3. It's been a long ride and it's mostly consisted of Christmas specials, so here's another one. Hopefully without singing.
Welcome to the Bad Influence Christmas show. In this season of peace and goodwill, we preview next year's best beat-em-up, Killer Instinct on the Ultra 64.
That's right, Killer Instinct, but not on an Ultra 64 because they didn't get hold of one, so they've got the arcade machine. We also get a look at super consoles, the Sega Saturn and the PlayStation. Data Blast is back, hooray, but also, Andy, why have you got a haircut for the last episode? You've broken the continuity, Andy. What have you done? We've also got a comparison review between Doom on the Jaguar and Doom on the 32X, and Zed Wright is doing something he's already done before because why not? This is Bad Influence.
Christmas is coming. You know what that means, don't you? It means everybody's going to sit around arguing about what to watch on TV. So, we here at Bad Influence offer a solution. Don't watch the James Bond movie you've seen 3 times already. Persuade people to settle down and play video games together.
See, that would be a much better proposition to the mums and dads if you weren't sat next to a load of kids staring silently into their handhelds, hunched over like they've got scoliosis. It's not exactly the shining example of family unity you want to get across, is it?
Now, we like to think of Bad Influence as one big happy family, so I've come up to the control room to look at a multiplayer game that our production team is completely addicted to, Tetris.
And just look at how much fun they're having. This screams Christmas joy. Wait, stop, hold the phone. Violet's had a haircut as well. It's the final episode, guys. Could you not have waited one more bloody day? You absolute maniacs. You've ruined the hair continuity. There's absolutely no going back from this.
Also, every time you get rid of a row of lines, they're transferred onto the other player's screen. Look, come on you lot, concentrate. It's our last chance to make the perfect programme.
That boat sailed a long time ago, Violet. We're back onto multi-taps now and the confusing level of proprietary bullshit you used to have to deal with.
If you've got a Mega Drive, the situation is slightly different. Each software company that makes multiplayer games for the Mega Drive has got their own adapter. Like this J-Cart for Micro Machines 2, in which the 2 extra joystick ports are actually built into the cartridge. Or there's this adapter, in which you can play Sega's own games, like Gauntlet. Or there's this 4-way Play Sports adapter, which lets you play games like NBA Live 95 and FIFA 95, which you can't get this lot off.
But for the ultimate in family football fun, what about this? This is the 3DO version of FIFA, and you can play with up to 6 players. This is how it works. Excuse me, gents. Player 1 lugs his joypad into the 3DO. Player 2 into the joypad of Player 1. Player 3 into the joypad of Player 2.
I don't know when chucks the pads in a rage. It's going to be like a daisy chain of chaos.
Then, in gameplay, because there's 22 players on the pitch, you've got to figure out which is you. You can spot which player you're controlling by these little coloured circles of light that seem to follow each player eerily around the pitch.
Why do I feel like Andy's having a midlife crisis?
Twisted on the 3DO is our Christmas favourite, though.
It's your favourite? No, it should be no one's favourite. Just because it's multiplayer doesn't make it automatically good.
OK, so I've called Andy over for a challenge. Now, I have to secretly press A, B or C to choose the row. And I've done that. Now, Andy is Major Steel, so he has to choose A, B or C. So this is the actual challenge he's got to do.
Oh, God, I like this one.
Andy. No, that can't put in the top right, I think. That's it. And then the round window. The round window. That's it. Here, glass one.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
I'm not sure why he's so happy. He only completed it because Violet showed him how to match pictures. It's Namrood's final set of cheats, because as of Season 4, they just got rid of him entirely, which is probably a good thing, as it gives me one less thing to skip past for being boring.
Oh, hello, Granny Nan. Hello, dear. My, how you've grown. Yes, Granny, you're just in time to help me with my first cheat. Oh, that'll be nice, dear. Oh. It's for Road Avengers on the Mega CD. What's a Mega DC, dear? Oh, never mind, Granny. Just do what I say and pick up that black thing. Right, on the options screen, just press A 5 times. That's it, then B 5 times. And A once again. And then you'll be able to sit back and watch the animation as the game plays itself.
Wow, a cheat that makes the game play itself. Really going out with a bang.
It's the nearest you'll get to a snog this Christmas. This is the classic computer game Doom. Not so much a PC shoot-'em-up, more of a legend.
Next up, we have a fancy duel review. 2 reviews for the price of 1, but it's not that fancy because it's just the same game on 2 different formats. Jaguar versus 32X. Who will win? And why will it be the Jaguar? And why will they probably get it completely wrong?
Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's Klingons on the starboard bow.
You don't have to play either of these games for very long. See, the Jaguar version is far superior. It also has much better gameplay.
Oh shit, he's actually correct.
The 2 versions look quite different. The 32X version on the right has a border around the picture, so you get less of a sense of actually being there. Also, the colours in the Jaguar version are more subtle, which is good. The Jaguar game has the true gloom of Doom.
He's being correct. What is happening?
But it's how they play that really separates the men from the boys. This is the Jaguar version. It's much faster and scrolls better. For anyone who hasn't played Doom, you shoot everything that moves and scavenge from them. Back to the 32X version. Here I am playing one of the last levels, which is pretty simple. This version is quite a bit easier than the Jaguar one. The baddies are easier to kill, and it only has 17 levels. The Jaguar game blows away the 32X version. Hardcore Doom addicts will love it.
My vote goes to the Jaguar version. It's a great game, and it has the best gore I've seen all year.
The best gore she's seen all year, and she makes homemade snuff films, so that's good going.
They both play really well, but the Jaguar just has the edge.
Oh, they've done it, boys. They've finally done it. They've given a review that is largely correct from start to finish.
And the scores for Doom. The Jaguar version gets 5s.
And the 32X version gets average 3s.
Done and done. We can leave it here. The children of the asylum have been cured.
Ever fancied a trip below the murky waters of Loch Ness?
No, no one ever has.
Well, Z managed it a few weeks ago, but not in Scotland, in a high-tech museum in Norfolk, Virginia, at the largest naval base in the world.
Yes, we know, because he also did it about 8 episodes ago.
Like in many modern museums nowadays, the emphasis is on inner activity. You can be a TV weatherman.
Look at these temperatures.
Excellent weather forecasting there, Zed.
You can steer an oil tanker. You can pump up a sub.
What? Pump up a sub? What?
You can track the undersea world using sonar. You can tickle an urchin.
I mean, he feels stupid even saying that. Look at his face, bless him. He knows this is one of the last times he's ever going to be on TV, and he's saying, you can tickle an urchin directly to camera. He can feel the street cred seeping out of his pores.
Thanks to the latest technology, we have a real good chance of finding the beast.
Come on in, team. We haven't got much time. Please take your places on the circles there on the floor.
This is my team, each individually picked for their skills. Well, they were next to me and my mom in the queue.
Being attacked.
Each of the crew has a specific task. We have a pilot who controls the craft, 2 robotic arm operators whose task is to collect Nessie's eggs if we can find any.
I'm not gonna lie, I still really want to play this, and I think everyone should have a room like this in their house.
Yeah, we won!
What's new and different about virtual adventures is a great sense of teamwork. Do we have fun, guys?
Yeah!
Yeah, and it's addictive. Time for another mission.
Let's go!
Yeah. Oh, and I almost forgot. Merry Christmas.
Oh, the final words of Zed there. I think it's only fair that we take a look at Zed's other body of work, such as the classic film, What Kids Want to Know About Sex and Growing Up.
3, 2, 1. Come inside.
Sex is...
I'm Stephanie Yu.
And I'm Zed Wright.
And this is a show about a subject that kids and adults find a little tough to talk about.
sex, and growing up.
Every day I turn to see, I'm looking at a brand new me.
Hormones. First, we're going to talk about boys.
When our penis gets hard, is it called a boner?
Well, sex is when a woman's part of the sperm, a man's sperm hits a woman's egg, and it produces a baby.
I don't know the answer.
The most important thing about sex is that it's mutual.
Sex is precious.
I think he looks just like me. Gee, you have a little girl there. No way. The kid's a future computer genius.
Well, she could be one too.
Hey, Z! Where's your baby?
I think having a baby is very stressful.
I really just care about. I do anything for it.
My friends and I love babies.
In the future, with all the technology that they might have, you think they will construct a much better.
We hope that will happen.
Christmas bells, ding dong, ding dong. Christmas bells.
You can't tell me this isn't a scene from a horror film.
It's a good thing this programme doesn't go out in smell-o-vision.
For multiple reasons, Violet.
There's the 3DO, the first CD super console. Then there's the CDI, which lets you play movies on CD and has some nice-looking games, like this new one, Chaos Control.
See how she had to force out that description there? It has some nice-looking games. Good work, Violet, good work.
The Neo Geo CD, which lets you play arcade fighting games in your home. And then there's the Jaguar, the world's first 64-bit console. But 3 new machines are set to take over next year, and Bad Influence is the first place we'll have ever seen them all together.
This is an insane number of consoles, all coming out at the same time when you think about it. It's no wonder half of them bit the dust.
This one is Sega's Saturn, due to replace the Mega Drive and supersede the stopgap 32X. It's a 32-bit machine. It'll play games on carts.
No, Andy, that's a RAM slot, not a cartridge slot. God, you've just ruined hundreds of Christmases at once.
This one's the Sony PlayStation, and this one's also just been released in Japan. Now, Sony are a pretty big name so far as hi-fi and TV are concerned, but this is their first foray into the world of video games.
Well, good luck to him, that's all I can say.
The level of detail and realism has never been matched outside an arcade, and the home version of Ridge Racer will leave you breathless. The PlayStation's got quite a few nice little touches.
Don't hold the disc like that, you maniac.
Put that in, get that going. Also, the joystick is really innovatively designed. It's really comfortable. You've only got 4 direction buttons, but you've got 4 normal buttons on the top there, and 4 more at the side, like 2 SNES pads stuck together. And you get to play a nice little game of Galaxians while you're waiting for Ridge Racer to load.
Yes, unfortunately they patented that brilliant idea, so your chances of ever seeing that kind of innovation again are out of the window. Cheers, Namco, you miserable bastards.
And so to Nintendo's Super Console, the Ultra 64. Well, details about it are rather sketchy. There are no working prototypes. There aren't even artist impressions, so we can't show you that. But we can show you this. This is the arcade version of the Ultra 64, and they say that when the console version is released, the electronic jiggery-pokery inside it will be able to run exactly the same games as this baby.
I love the way they've just taken Nintendo's word on it. This is like forgetting your homework at school, handing in the reference textbook to the teacher and saying, yeah, I don't have it with me today, sir, but I can guarantee it's just as good as anything you'll read in that.
Chris, who is the designer of Killer Instinct, welcome to Bad Influence. All right, he's going to demonstrate for us one of the amazing features of this game, a 27-move combo. Check this out.
Is it just me that really wanted him to absolutely whiff that and get a 5-hit combo for a laugh? Just me? Yeah, well. It's time for Rood's last ever segment on Bad Influence, because much like Zed, they're just booting him off forever. Let's hope he's got a cheat lined up that really lets him go out with a bang.
First, a quick cheat for Lawnmower Man on the Game Boy.
Well, didn't even know Lawnmower Man existed on the Game Boy. What a good ending. Rood didn't go on to feature in a sex education video, but he did go on to play a vicar in Emmerdale. I can't find any footage of him doing that, so here's a picture of him in some church music. That's enough of that. Bye now. It's time for the final game reviews of this series, and why not? Another Star Wars game. Of course it is. Surely the kids are bored of these by now.
This is arguably the best of the Star Wars games, but I hope it's the last. I'm genuinely fed up with them.
Oh, Lakesh. 3 series in and you're still the one true voice, the shining beacon in amongst a gaggle of nonsense.
Here I'm flying in the Millennium Falcon just above the Death Star. I'm trying to shoot down 20 TIEs. This is probably the best showing of Mode 7 on the SNES.
Imagine describing flying the Millennium Falcon and still sounding like you're describing brushing your teeth.
With so many great games in the market right now, you'd have to be a real Star Wars fan to buy this one.
I really enjoyed this game.
Well, tough. Lakesh is bored. Everyone listen to Lakesh.
This style of gameplay is old and sad. Please could we have something different?
Bam! We have another one. Go this kid.
Has Luke lost his force? Super Return of the Jedi gets a 3 from the boys and a 4 from the girls.
Well, the girls flunked the test, but at least the boys were on form. This could be the most balanced lot of reviews throughout the entire series of Bad Influence. What's the next game?
2 years and £1 million ago, programmers started work on this new beat-em-up, Rise of the Robots.
Oh shit. It's finally here. Get ready, boys. We're going out with a 1-all banger.
The good thing about this game is the futuristic metallic look. The list of bad things is a bit longer.
Yes.
It's slow, unresponsive, and there's no gore.
No gore! I'm not sure why you expected there to be gore, but fair enough, it's still a down point.
In single player, you're always the cyborg, which is the blue guy. You play some pretty interesting opponents. I'm playing Crusher. His soft spot is his head, and I'm trying to get that, but I can't. I like the metallic sound when you hit the bad guy, but you just get some shards of flying metal. It's a shame they couldn't come up with some kind of oily ooze or something.
Yes.
Also, the controls are very unresponsive.
Yes.
The game feels really sluggish to play.
Yes.
What a waste of £1 million.
Oh, yes.
Nice looking. Shame about the gameplay.
Like most people, I've been looking forward to playing this game, but unfortunately, it's a real disappointment.
Yes.
This is a really dull beat-em-up.
Yes.
Perhaps they spent too much time on the look of the game and not enough time on the playability.
Here we go.
2 out of 5 from both the boys and the girls. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5.
Last week's competition prize was a PC. This week it's now because we're done. But we do get a data blast again, and Andy has to explain what the data blast is again. We know, Andy, you've explained it 15 times.
That's it for this show and this series. We'll see you next year. Enjoy the data blast.
We'll leave you with one of the hot games for next year. This is Ridge Racer. Have a nice Christmas. See you next year.
Merry
Bye-bye.
Christmas. Bye.
And then it's credit time, folks. So, with another series behind us, it's time to say goodbye, Andy. Goodbye, Violet. Goodbye, Lakesh. Goodbye, Sassy Susan. Goodbye, Posh Kid. Genuine, actual, never to be seen again goodbye to Nam and Zed. Sorry, fellas. And here's to what the next series may bring. I mean, can't be as bad as this one, right?